but they can't just say we're not going to invest any emotion, any energy into it. It has to be going for a win each and every time, because if they don't win, especially the first 2 maps, I mean, it's just going to be so scary for G2. I mean, think about having to beat Luminosity 3 maps in a row.
But nobody wants to do that, and very few people can either. We've got G2 starting on the CT side, and we've got Luminosity, and that's a great start. Scream looking for another one here, but they're going to try and see if they can Glock rush him down. He's actually falling back quite quickly. He's got a bit of backup in the bomb site, so he's going to have to be quick back here. No need to challenge, but he will anyway, and that's a scary way to start here. But G2 looking good at the moment.
I'm glad we got those crowd mics going nice and strong for everybody. Love you too, bro. All right, so man advantage for G2, and unfortunately Luminosity, they weren't close enough to get the refrag on Scream, so now it comes down to G2 keeping control of the situation, just being patient and waiting on the site. They're the ones who get to run down the clock now and just wait for Luminosity to start feeling that pressure, feeling like they're the ones who have to act. And Luminosity don't have any utility to make it easier either, so they have to hit long-range shots with the Glock, and well, Smith, he gets dinked down to 14 to start.
They saw the bomb, though, so that's why you could see Luminosity maybe getting a little bit more passive. The bomb has been seen on this side of the map, and because they've lost Fallen, they have no control over towards B either. They have no presence at that side of the map. When gun rounds happen, we'll see Taco there, but for the moment, they have no other options than to just let this clock kind of dwindle down and hit this A bomb site, which is stacked right now by G2.
Well, and this is going to be ugly. They have no grenades left on the Luminosity side, so they're just going to have to run in and hit headshots. There's nothing that they could use to sort of ward off the G2 team here. Scream hiding behind the truck, looking for the shot. There's one shot following up as well, and it's not going to be a bomb plan, is there? It's a 2-on-3, and the bomb is dropped out in the open. Fur following up. They're actually bringing this back. They're looking for the shot. RPK down to 4 health. He's alone. Oh, no! He goes down. Triple kill for Fur, and Luminosity steal that round back.
That's incredible. G2 had such a big advantage. They had 4 members here going against no utility, like you said. This is all the bullets used on that initial fight. It went down. They got 2 kills out of it, but Luminosity just turns it right around with some 6 shots of their own. That was basically the key to that. You said they just had to win duels. They had to win their battles, and they lost the initial 2, but to bring it back, what was it, like a 2-on-4, 2-on-5 at that point?
Yeah.
That's heartbreaking again if you're G2.
Luminosity are glad that it was those 2 players in particular who were left alive. FNX, he comes through them the clutch so many times for Luminosity. You can always count on him, and this time, once again, he delivers with 2 kills on that site. And so Luminosity are the ones to get the buy up in this round, although they are skimping quite a bit. They go for the quad SMG strat, which, you know, I don't think any of us are really big fans of.
Look at Shock sneaking around here with a Deagle. He's looking for the shot, but he doesn't want to risk it. I can't really blame him. That Deagle is not always that reliable. He's going to have to get a bit closer. So this is like a double or nothing, essentially. Maybe he get 2 really good kills with it, or maybe it's just going to fall flat on his face. He's seen Cold Sierra. He's going to execute him. An RPK following up with 1. So a great trade here in favor of G2.
This might be G2's tactic, saying, all right, we're huge underdogs in this map. Let's try some crazy thing. Let's gamble a little bit. How Shock's found his way all the way flanking, not being seen, is pretty incredible. Still, they have this AK on FNX, and like you said, these are the impact situations he's good in, but that MAC-10 comes out big.
Yeah, RPK is so good with that SMG in particular, man. I've actually seen him tap with it as well in the past. So, I mean, you give this guy the MAC-10, he's going to get work done. And now it's the MP7 left here for Taco. 1v4 on the site. The crossfire is established. He doesn't even get a single kill. Scream just stands his ground and lays him low. So G2, they're back into this 1-to-1. And now it's up to Luminosity now to try and find it in themselves to turn things around here.
And they're going to go right back into it. But this is the start. This is the thing. G2, I mean, that response in the second round is great. Now they're on the verge. If they can win this round, it goes back to them having very good starts, which they had yesterday in the semifinals. So all of a sudden, they'd be able to claw their way out to a big lead early on.
It looks like LG is speeding up towards the B bomb site. Are they going to have enough to really stop it here? Body going into it with the MP7. He does spot a little bit of a leg there. And Luminosity actually hoping that someone is going to go aggressive on the CT side so they could at least get a good kill to start it off with. But they do have the Molotovs. They have the grenades. And this could be a very explosive hit towards B.
Oh, there's the flash, and there's the peek, and Body starts it off strong. He takes out Fallen. Man advantage already for G2. Luminosity trying to push up on short, but that smoke is blocking him out. And there's another flash, but this time it's Taco to find the headshot.
Oh, what a shot from RPK, going for the spray. Picks up a second one as well. Third one coming in. He can't do the full 180 turn. That might have been a bit too much to really ask him for, and Fur is going to be all alone here. 1 versus 2, just doesn't have the health for it. Ends up dropping the Shocks, and it's a bit of a sketchy round anyway. I mean, they did lose a lot of players to what was just Tech 9 armor there.
Yeah, but it's okay for G2 because now they know going into this round it's got to be. Oh wow!
Wow, FNX
just bought up. I was going to say it's going to have to be more conservative from Luminosity. Half's going to be a more passive and not go for it. But maybe they think the economy is very low, or maybe FNX just kind of had a mistake buying all the armor because he's bought out. Everyone else has just upgraded pistols.
Interesting, because he felt perhaps he felt like he was in a double eco scenario that they were just going to go for it. Scream's about to dunk this nade on 2 players. There we go with the MP9. He couldn't ask for better circumstances. Or at least he thought. He only gets the 1 kill. He faced a firing squad there. So a 1-for-1 trade in connector, but RPK, he's holding the angle. He drops to Taco. What a great headshot.
Oh, Taco getting a bit greedy. He really wanted that M4, but not going to be able to pick it up. So 3 versus 3, and a lot of sound here from Smith. Should be able to hear, but he actually didn't hear FNX running up behind him. He's still going to pick up the kill. That's a great double for Smith. So if he dies, then who knows what would have happened.
Yeah, nice recovery from Smith, and now he's just going to be able to fall away. A little bit of a mistake. Scream not so bad, but RPK playing that pushed up on towards those sandbags. Very, very isolated. No backup and an awkward angle. That's something you don't want to have happen, but Cold shouldn't have too much left to do. He has a smoke and the bomb with him. 2 members of G2 here. They've had a good read in these first 3 rounds. At least they've been able, think back to the pistol round, they were able to stack with 4. They kind of spotted out that B rush very early on. So G2 on the CT side have gathered some good information.
Just Fallen does not have enough money for the AWP. He's not going to ask Fur to just go glass cannon for him and drop it for him instead. So it's going to be full rifles, apart from FNX, who has the deagle. He went for the misbuy in the last round, didn't really get anything out of it. So he's the one who has to sit on the pistol. But Luminosity now, they have all the nades necessary for a full execute here. This is where this team really gets to shine because they are tactically so sound.
RPK going for some kind of play. He's going to stick around, actually, and Fallen just drops him. Scream's going to have to follow it up.
Look at the shot here. He's got an angle, but now they're all there. And if Smith misses this kill, but he won't, takes down Fur. There is a bit of a backup here with the rifle. Smith can't get in behind the rock, and now Scream, he's out in the open. Fallen gonna drop him, making it a triple here for the captain of the Luminosity. And Body and Shocks, what could they do there? They are in separate bomb sites, and they're gonna have to essentially either one will have to do a 1-on-4 if it happens.
Because these Shocks' idea is just to get aggressive, try to take a fight, try and whittle them down early on so then they can have a better read or a better rotation. But he's not finding anyone at the moment. Look how passive Luminosity is across the entire map. They don't want to commit anywhere. Everyone is just so far back. Cold is a little bit pushed up towards long, but still relatively passive for being that far up.
What's scary about this, though, is that they are so split up. At least Fallen and FNX, they kind of have the buddy system going together. But, I mean, this could be ideal for G2, where if everybody's alone and G2 are looking for duels, if they win those duels, they can try and bring it back. So already, Shoxy, he's been spotted in restroom. He's going to have to start falling back. And Body, now it's the gamble. It looks like he started to work his way up to that A site. And so they're just going to hope and cross their fingers that Luminosity decide to go A with this bomb. Only 35 seconds left in this round.
Yeah, Luminosity's been waiting for any kind of information of what's coming. And now Shocks, he's going to win that battle. That's huge. But now Body's the one lurking in the site after that kill.
I mean, look at the time here. If he kills the bomb carrier, then actually Luminosity will be under some pressure to try and win this. And there it is, FNX going down, Body looking for a follow-up, but Cold Zero gonna shut him out of the round. And Luminosity, a bit scared. There almost seemed to be a moment then where they were being cautious initially, and then they were actually almost looking a little bit scared to actually take the fight. It does work out for them.
Yeah, that's Luminosity just playing very far back and knowing that with such a big advantage, like you said, the CTs were going to have to gamble somewhere, but they wanted the information. They wanted to find some kind of indication of what the end game was so they could at least stack the right bomb site. Almost works out. I mean, Body, that was a nice shot on the bomb planner, and that would have allowed them to maybe run the time down a little bit low.
What about RPK in that early peak? Because it's I think it's fine for him to peak early, but it seemed like he stuck around for a lot of time, and there was no one there to really back him up. So I think that was a big risk, right?
Yeah, that was. It was, but it was also, you could see maybe G2 feeling a little bit disorganized in this map. It was, I mean, that's not the worst thing in the world to have happen, but it was the 2 out towards long, trying to maybe have some kind of coordinated aggression. They did manage, Scream takes a shot and falls back and manages to bait one into the op. So a little bit of a bait and switch setup, but from there they just didn't have a plan to fall back. You could see Smith's maybe unaccustomed to being aggressive there, gets caught on the rock. RPK can't get behind cover either.
Can we go so far as to assuming that if RB had stayed alive, that would have been a better setup? Because then obviously he would have drawn all their attention away from them. The 2 people playing long could have been put into play a bit more, maybe.
I think that's probably why you saw him overextend a little bit. Maybe that is the tactic. You know, have him take the attention, be the tank, so to speak, and then for the other 2 players to push up long and kind of have a pinch towards that fountain. It just doesn't work out well.
I think that we're all missing the important point here, though, boys, is that Fallen just got 3 kills with a broken keyboard.
How broken are we talking?
Well, I mean, he's rolling up the cable. He's obviously switching it out, right? So something happened there, but still, big round from Fallen.
Who was it recently that ended up winning the
one-on-one with no mouse?
Yeah.
In Austin? That was Relics.
That was
from
Relics.
Self.
Relics? Yeah, that was. I did laugh at that. That was good.
That was pretty sick.
Yeah, that was like a match after the Summit thing happened, so it was like, what is even happening here?
Too soon to bring up the Summit thing still, you know.
Never too soon.
Never too soon. All right. Moses, Merciless. It's going to be the 6th round coming up, and we have a quick switch of the keyboard, and now we're back into it here. And Luminosity, you know, won the pistol, but then lost the following 3 rounds. And now they're getting back into it again, though. And we're going to have to see some really strong play out of G2 here. They're on the CT side. I think they need a terrific first half. We're talking like 10 or more rounds I think they need on this first half.
I agree. They really need to run away with it. But they are trying to take control. I do like this. G2, RPK, and Body working their way together into sewers, trying to get control of this part of the map. Make sure that Luminosity can't just walk up to the front door to B site unhindered. And they're going even farther, actually. But Taco, he's holding so far back. This should work out for him. He is going to pick up the first. Spots the second. Both of them down. Taco, he's just hitting headshots.
Appropriate time to bring up how good he is at playing that position. He's so important to Luminosity's tactics on this map, but Smiths is going to be the next one has to stand tall. Fallen might find the timing as well, but he loses it. That's a nice shot from Smiths.
Oh, and look at how far Fur in a snark. He's actually going to get the first kill. Goes for the follow-up spray, and beautiful play from Fur there. I mean, not a lot of team coordination coming through from LG, just individual players making plays across the map. Shocks, he's going to be in a 1-on-2. The bomb will be going down, and it's on the other side of the boxes, so he can't even sneak in and kill that bomb planter. This is going to be a big issue. And he tried, I think, to go for the shoulder peek. Cold Seer just not even willing to play that game.
It's nuts how fast Cold is there to hit that reaction shot.
And actually, this is pretty interesting because I think Luminosity might have been expecting a save because FNX had a MAC-10 to start that round out with, and so he had to go into that basically, you know, with a really, really weak arsenal. But now they have the save, so now you can see 2 players going to be back at it, Fur and Cold Zero. This is one of the things that Luminosity does so well in a game that depends so much on the economy that you have. They're so good at reading when the ecos generally come up outside of that last round, and they pick up the SMGs, and they're going to make sure Fur and Cold are the first aggressors of this team to get that bonus money.
The reason why they go for the SMGs is that you get bonus money for kills with the SMGs. You get twice as much in general. So you're going up from 300 to 600. It's really nice, but oh, barbecue here. Shoxy not going to make it out of the corner, and that's $600 in first pocket.
Oh man, Shoxy feeling sneaky. I'm not sure of the choice of weapon to stand in the corner anyway with a deagle like that. If 2 people run in, what are the chances you'll get both the kills anyway? So, you know, maybe C-set that close range or
5-7.
Yeah, anything I feel like but a deagle. Still, the counterplay with the Molotov working out quite well, and we can't really expect too much from G2 in this round, can we?
No, you can't. And the rest of these players don't have armor. There's another MAC-10 kill, and this is the thing. Now LG sends him on the hunt. And it seems like such a simple thing to say, but like when you're actually playing, for everyone to just be passive and say, all right, let the MAC-10s do their job, sometimes you can see teams at times struggle with it. Sometimes it's the AK-47 player who gets a little bit antsy and wants to find a fight, wants to find a kill. But here it's just go see if you can get the bonus money. And here's a chance to double him up. There's a first kill, and he goes for the second, but then the next MAC-10 comes in, and they mop everyone up.
Dude, that's so good for Luminosity. Because they're sitting here thinking, okay, we'll invest in some MAC-10s. Maybe 1 or 2 of them get kills, and they make a little bit of extra money. All 5 kills went to MAC-10s that round. That's nuts. That is so much money into Luminosity's coffers. And they're out in the lead now, 4-3. G2 are the ones who are having to buy again after that round of eco, but they're light on nades, very light on utility. So it's not going to be a very clean-cut round for them unless they can hit crazy headshots.
I mean, this is where Luminosity can take complete control of the economy. This would be so bad for G2 if they can't win this round out some way, because Luminosity moving forward would have all control of the money.
Oh, Fallen.
Oh, the angle isn't right. I think he saw a pixel maybe. He was just like, wait, what?
Says something about his confidence as well, just walk in there. There could be someone right around the corner with a rifle. There could be someone in connector. I mean, he's got a friend there FNX is holding, but still, it is obviously a risk, and he's just feeling so confident right now. Not afraid to do this at all.
Partially, he might also assume that if he did spot a pixel of someone jumping, he says if there's someone jumping to spot this, there's not going to be anyone there.
Great shot from Shox, and that does take out Fur. I'm not sure if Fur spotted the second player there, but Cold is going to get it right back, and we're in a 4-on-4. Still a minute left on the clock, and the bomb has dropped very far back here. I guess the only real risk is if Cole let go of the bomb, but he's going to bring it back to his team there. And Fallen patiently been sneaking around this L-bend for quite a while, and this time he does get rewarded for it.
actually has the kill, and the bomb is already being rotated over towards that B side as well. We'll have to see if Smiths and Scream, if something's going to give it away. But there's the flash onto RPK. He's probably calling for the rotation now. 40 seconds left, and Luminosity are beginning to press onto the site. RPK only picking up the one, Fallen there to trade the kill. And now this would be every advantage here for Luminosity to get onto this site. The smoke goes down, and Scream trying to get aggressive, trying to deny this bomb plant.
Looking for it here. Smith is going to be going down. Scream. Does he see the feet? Oh, they come running out of the smoke, and coldzera to pick up a double. Fallen with the triple here. Just still playing a very nice game indeed. Fallen 6 kills, 9 right now on Fur. And I mean, it's been everyone on Luminosity right now is just stepping it up. There's nobody who's lacking on the scoreboard.
Yeah, no, not at all. And also, it comes back to that muddy control that they have now, because you saw that last round. Fallen's able to get that pick on Catwalk because there were just no more smokes to use to block off that choke point. And that's when he starts to feel confident, because he has such a good read of the economy, so he knows he can be aggressive. He knows there's going to be a gap for him to find something. And he gets it that round, and that was a huge opening kill. So now it's just down to pistols, upgraded. Shox and RPK have light armor, but again, I mean, what can you really expect out of G2? Scream's going to have to hit something very nice. He's very, very alone in bathrooms right now.
He is nobody actually there to support him whatsoever. Shoxy, kind of, but he's playing from the site with Smiths. So Scream is out all by his lonesome, and Fur not going to find him. Instead, it's Body taking out Taco, and that was out by Monster over on the B side. So Luminosity lost one of their extremity players, leaving Taco over there alone. They don't have anybody to get the refrag, so they don't know if Body's actually going to be pushing aggressive. And Body, he's actually making a run for it. He's going to try and pick up that gun.
That's a really nice shot with the deagle by Body, and also it clears out a critical player on the map for Luminosity, because like you said, there's no B control now. They have no presence there, so you can see all 4 members are slowly starting to push up towards A, because Taco's the one who provides them that option to fall back in the mid rounds. Without him, they feel like they have to hit this A bomb site.
Look at this great boost, though, looking over the truck, but the Molotov might screw it up for them. He's gonna have to force them to move just a little bit there. RPK, Flame gonna spread to him. Scream still picking up a kill, and now it's 4 on 3. 40 seconds left on the clock here, and it's gonna be another kill coming through. coldzera, making it 3 on 2.
Body, he messes up the jump. That costs him a split up a second there. The smoke is blocking off Scream as well, but there's the headshot to start things off. Despite the aim punch, he gets it. Now it's a 2 on 2. Bomb just now getting planted, and that's because Fallen is there to watch Cold's back. And there we go. Fallen with the shot on Body. That's the AK down. And now it's all on Scream. Nope, you want the deagle, man. It's not going to happen. Cold catches him. And so Luminosity, it turns into an expensive round for them in the end, but they do get the job done, and they're up 6-3.
Now they can finally get the op out on Smiths as well. I mean, finally their economy is in a situation where they can invest a decent amount as this losing bonus has built up. So it is going to be all on Smiths. The last time he had it, they did push up towards long. They had that double push, and he gets 1 kill. That was baited into him by Scream. He's going to go out towards long again. But he does need to find something for his team here. This op is the one thing that can start, alleviating pressure, and you can get away. But
nobody saw that.
Yeah, messing up the jump is not a good start.
Takes away maybe a bit of confidence there. That position where you jump up there is one that Guardian loves to play on Na'Vi. You see him there all the time on top of that little flower pot there. FNX looking for the shot. Again, they're very aware of this jumping tendency on the CT side. And now RPK gonna push right into him and win that fight. That's a great start here for G2, and they desperately need it. They need every round from here on out in this first half. Fur trying for a cheeky wall bang, but not gonna connect with anyone.
Not getting the timing right. That's a shame. He tried to read it. RPK, though, will get naded. So that's a nice one from Connector, and it looks like Luminosity are rotating that bomb over towards this B site. So based off the info, at least that they spotted a couple players there, seems like they want to make the move off of it. Perhaps G2 going to start feeling antsy with that B site play, start rotating somebody up to A. Maybe what Luminosity are hoping for, but Luminosity have all the nades necessary for an execute here. But there's the flash into sewers. RPK, free kill for him, takes out Fur. And that's one side of this pit, this rush basically that's fallen apart.
Yeah, this is not working out, is it? Taco going to get the first kill. Molotov does go in, but Shox is already out from behind the barrels. Now it's a 2 on 4, and RPK doing so much work in this round. 3rd kill for him. The second one was set up so nicely with the flashbang. We are hearing a bit of a G2 chant going on here in London, which is good news, obviously. Fallen is going to make it expensive, and he picks up 1 kill. He does have the bomb in 20 seconds, trying to see if he can push him, but there is a crossfire setup, and there's nothing to do. It's going to be a round for G2, and a much-needed one.
That's such good aggression by G2 in the mid-round. Just delayed aggression to retake short sewers, the 1 flash. RPK gets that 1 kill, but then because he's eliminated that half of the attack, there was only 1 player there. No one was pressuring from short anymore, so he could have his eyes along. He could help Shox out. They did a little bit of a switch up where Shox gets behind the pillar and RPK peeks from a different angle that Luminosity's not expecting. So really, really good opening kill to gain that control and then focus elsewhere.
Also means that Smith gets to pick up Fallen's AWP. He wouldn't have had it otherwise, so solid play there, but it's looking like a change of pace coming in here from Luminosity. Shoxy boosted up. This time it works. He takes out Fur. And once again, Luminosity are a man down, but they are committing to this B site. They want to take the fight to G2 and not let them get comfortable.
Taco moving around the outside of the smoke here, looking for the shot. He's going to have a big opening. RPK, actually the king of the box here in the middle. He's going to get double kill for it. And looking for more as well. They are a man up, and they still have no bomb plant here. There's RPK looking for another one. He's got the triple, and FNX is alone. He's going to go down. RPK is turning into a real beast on this B-bomb side.
I mean, that position up on the box, it's in the smoke, so it is kind of hard to see, but I mean, he was up there for 3 kills. No one from LG really responding in time to neutralize him, but yeah, he's being a beast at that B-bomb site at the moment. So a couple of rounds now where he's stopped Luminosity cold, and I don't think they have the money to buy whatsoever, so they do upgrade some pistols, but off the rifle, so G2 trying to gain a little bit of control back. And now switching into the double op setup as well.
Yeah, that's really nice for G2. They just have to be a little bit careful about not overextending, not putting those ops in a place where they can get rushed down by the pistols. But with the double op, they can have this setup going into the next round. And Luminosity, we'll see if they figure it out. If they only run into the one, or if they figure out that G2 have saved both.
And this is one of those rounds where G2, I think they really need to create some space for themselves. That little bit of breathing room, that feeling that this is an easy one, and it did work out well, I think is critical. And LG, they're setting up for a boost surely here. See if they could get a kill. It's only a P250, so I'm disappointed it's not FNX on top of the Deagle. Bit of a shot going through. Not exactly how they had planned it.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, and the issue is with no nades on the Luminosity side, they have to almost rely at this point on FNX with the Deagle to just find 1 kill to open up the smallest possible gap in the defense to allow these pistols to swarm. It's not going to work too well, though. Smith's with the ult, and he almost gets the second with the pistol, but he does fall away safely into the bomb site.
Scream is there to back him up already with that M4, so keeping an eye on Long. He's got the advantage of range here versus these pistols, apart from the Deagle, obviously, that's still on FNX. But Taco's got the Kevlar, and you think that Taco would want to take point, but he's currently lurking over in Connector. He's actually going to make his way up onto the A site now to try and push with his teammates, but everybody from Luminosity are so spread out, they're just getting picked off one at a time.
At least now with these pistols, they should know that Shox and Smith both have an AWP. They should now have an idea of what they can do against a double up setup, because they've seen both of them at this point. So at least those pistols, while they don't actually accomplish anything, they gain the information of what they're going up against.
Just a very carefully measured round. G2 not giving anything away. No chance to lose anything here. We are in the 13th round, so they do need to hold on to everything still and make sure that Luminosity don't just sort of sweep in and take the last couple of rounds here. Yeah, but we'll see. G2, they have all the equipment. They have the Molotovs and the smoke to try and get rid of those AWP positions. We'll see if they're going to be successful at Cold Zero. I wonder what kind of smoke that is he's setting up for back there.
Well, look at Scream. They've got to be careful.
Yeah, exactly. He's so far pushed. He's got Smith, who made the jump this time, covering his back as well. That's why he's turned away. Body, though, he's going to catch out Taco once again, winning that duel over on the B side of the map here for Luminosity. But the flash is good. Scream, though, is going to stand his ground. Double spray for him, despite Smith getting flashed and not able to help. Good work on his part, and they've got a 2-man advantage now, G2, in this round.
And I like this play from Smith, because it looked like he wanted to re-peak that. You have a 4-on-2 advantage. Just fall back, play the numbers game, get a little bit more passive in the site, because then you force Fur and Cold Zero to actually commit to a bomb site. You don't get picked off far away and leave your teammates wondering where exactly they are.
Yeah, and you got to get, I mean, Smith is not usually the guy we pick out as like the you know, the big fragger, but he's got a lot of experience playing this game, like a hell of a lot. So I would expect him to make that kind of a play. I also kind of like the fact that he just fired the AWP as the flash went in, so you could bet everyone on LG will have heard that shot, and they were all focusing on that. They weren't thinking about the close range fight. So just a bit of a good trick there as well. I mean, how do you come back from a 2-on-4 line this? Can you even do it, Moses?
You can. It comes down also to the pistol round. A lot of it's going to be you have to hit shots. They only have 1 smoke, 1 flashbang, so you have to use that 1 smoke to isolate 1 position, to just say, okay, we're going to smoke this off. We can't worry about it, and you have to take risks. You can't be afraid of dying, because you're not going to be able to clear everything out. There's not a full execution. There's not 3 teammates to back you up. And actually right now, they're not even going to go for it. They're just going to choose to save.
Interesting decision taken here by Luminosity. I mean, considering they don't have any money in the bank, holding onto an AWP for Fallen or Cold in the next round, along with that AK, could perhaps make the difference for them, but they decide to let it slide, and Body, we'll see if he can actually try and hunt anybody down. I don't think that G2 wants to throw anything away by hunting aggressively either. Both teams basically deciding, hey, you know what? We'll let this one slide, we'll let this one pass. G2 once again in the lead on the rounds.
At this point in time, are they showing you more or less than you were expecting here, G2? Are they performing above your expectations, or is this roughly what you were thinking?
Although they're performing above, especially to be able to snap a five-round losing streak that Luminosity had right there in the middle. I mean, you win the second round, you lose 5, and then you now strung off 4 in a row for yourselves. So I mean, good play from RPK. Obviously, screamed that last round. And it's this aggression that one pop flash peak from RPK and Sewers on a critical gun run was huge. Now you can see Shox. He wants to take control of this, and he's going to do it. Taco falls, and this is a big thing. This might be why we're seeing G2 come back in this, is because Taco has largely been negated by Shox and Body.
And it seems like G2 have picked up on that fact as well, that they only keep seeing Taco over here alone. So maybe Shoxy's like, well, you know, if they only keep putting one guy over here, I can step in and try and take these fights. And RPK and Shoxy going to find 2 big kills here. Luminosity not able to strike back. It's down to Cold and Fur once again, and Cold's already getting dropped down to half, and there's the flank coming in from RPK. Cold is gone. So it's all on Fur now, 1v5.
And there's no easy targets, right? Barely anyone's been damaged. So again, this is the thing, because that's a nice shot from Fur through the fence, but I mean, it's well known, and this may be one area of weakness there is for this Luminosity T side, is Taco is very frequently alone, and he's very good at monitoring short and monster, and he gets kills doing this, and he's very difficult to clear out. But if you have success doing it, all of a sudden, more often than not, you cut the map in half for Luminosity.
It's going to be frustrating for LG as well. They had one round where they were in a 2-on-4 and they sort of give up on it and save what they've got. And then the upcoming round, which is this one, they don't get any impact at all. Now we're going into the 15th round, the last of the first half. And there's a real chance here that G2 could make this 9-6, which honestly is better than I was expecting as well. LG, they do have some kind of economy here, but it's 3 Galils, 1 AK, 1 Tech-9, and then a couple of scattered grenades, but not as many as they would have liked here. Slow or fast, Moses, in a round like this? If you're LG.
If I'm LG, I'm maybe not a rush, but I'm definitely going faster. I'm definitely picking up the aggression. You have to be able to do something with these Galils as well. I mean, they're very, very light in their arsenal in terms of going against 2 ops. These Galils are not precision weapons at range. They're not one-hit kills like the AK is, so you need to have multiple players being aggressive together.
Oh, there's the flash. Smith's going to miss the flick onto Fallen, who was fully blinded. And now it gets a little dicey here for Smith. So you can see him just using all of his nades just to get out of there because of that long alley that he has to run down. An easy target if somebody was to come around the corner from Luminosity, but he will make it out intact. And now he's got the angle with the AWP. Doesn't look like Luminosity wants to let him get comfortable, though. They will put their own smoke down just to negate him. Now they can get control of long Luminosity. They can start working their way up. In the meantime, FNX has caught Scream out in mid.
Smith has got to be careful here. He has no idea how close they are. They're right on the other side. If they put one flashbang into him here, he's gone. They go over the... He's going to peek behind the truck. He gets one. Shox picking up a kill. Follow-up from Shox as well. Both the ults on the bomb side. Smith, and there's Shox picking it up, and G2 going to end up winning the round. Just a massive crossfire of AWPs. One from the restrooms and run from the bank, and they just could not make it through. 9-6.
What a disgusting crossfire. Because normally, I mean, Luminosity, their idea, they throw that first smoke, and that allows them to just bunch up behind it without, I mean, it has to be a lucky random shot through that smoke. And then they're going to execute through it, a pop flash, and it doesn't connect onto Smith's. So again, Smith's getting passive in the right situation when he knows he doesn't have any advantages. And then he's able to work that crossfire with Shox perfectly.
All right, the second half is coming up here, and LG doing a little bit worse than we were expecting. The French team actually stepping it up quite a bit here. 9-6 for the first half. Moses, if they win the pistol here on the second half, how close are they going to be?
If G2 wins it?
G2.
I mean, they still have the CT side for Luminosity is still so strong. The pistol round would be obviously a great start that could put them up in the lead. The question is, you know, the next round, are they going to take too much damage? But G2, that would be huge for them. But it all depends on how we're going to see the first gun round, really, because that's where the first round where Luminosity has that double up setup, because that's where it can get really, really scary when you're facing this LG defense.
There we are. We had some inception going on there, but we're live with the second half here. G2 on the T side, pistol. Luminosity going for a boost here on the B side. A little bit of a clever off angle here for coldzera. FNX confirms that yes, G2, they're all knocking on that B side door, and he's trying to get out of here in one piece, and it looks like he will just barely manage it. They even closed the door. They're so polite.
Oh, Cold. This is a good position. Smoke is not going to touch him. He needs the headshots, though. They jump in, and that's a beautiful mid-air shot, taking out Body. They're looking for more. Cold's here trying to get around that corner, but his teammates are there blocking him as well. Taco going to pick up one. There's Cold with the follow-up, and now 2 on 4. The bomb is not currently down. You can tell they really want to, but it's not easy. There comes Shox, taking out FNX, but Taco helping out once again, and now it's all on screen here. 1 versus 2, and he is going to have to look for those one taps.
He's got that USP as well, so if he lands the headshots, it's over for Luminosity. G2, man, they're having flashbacks to the pistol, the T-side pistols versus Fnatic. They really just haven't had any luck. They just keep getting shut down. But at least there's enough time here for Scream to start falling back. He's got 45 seconds, so he can actually go for a little bit of a workaround here. See if he can't work his way up to A if he wants, or back through connector towards B, but he's going to try and keep Luminosity guessing.
I'm not sure I actually like this play by Scream, just because, you know, they know where you are, but you at least know where they are as well. So now that he's gone to the whole other side, he has no concept of where Luminosity could be. One of them could have pushed short to come up the stairs. He's going to have to worry about his flank now when he gets into the bomb site. They're going to be sticking together. So at least then you have some cover and you know where they are and you know what you can do to take some one-on-ones.
Oh no, he gets caught as well here with 18 seconds. This is not going to be easy to get this bomb down. He's just going to stick it the first time. They're running in real close on him, and he's behind the boxes now, going for the shot, but Taco will finish it. It's a nice triple kill for Taco in this round. And the boost early on, I mean, they were playing that B-bomb side as a retake.
Yeah, and it's huge that Cold actually gets that first kill when they jump in. If you're going to play that retake, the next big thing is G2 actually pushes forward to try and respond to that by turning the corner and getting aggressive. But LG had 3 members there who all just swung out to take fights, and they eliminate 2 that way. It was a 2-for-1 trade. So very good coordination on the LG side to pretty much shut that pistol round down.
It was very solid, and that's exactly what had to happen. I think the bomb was leading as well, so if G2 could get that bomb onto the site right off the bat, it's all over. They get that bomb plant, and then it's a completely different situation. But now, once again, Luminosity, they get the strong start. We have to see if G2, well, they aren't exactly kitted out for it because they get the bomb plant. They're focusing on the next round where they'll be able to afford to get rifles, so they haven't invested in this round. So Luminosity shouldn't be losing the second round this time around.
All right.
Nice miss. No party, no fun on this server.
What a jerk. This is going to be a nice little picnic.
Oh man, I mean, you do kind of have to get rid of them if you want to throw grenades around that spot, but apart from that, it's just senseless vandalism, really.
That's a nice dink, though. Fallen is forced to be so passive now. So good control of the map. And actually, I mean, now you can see where that plant from screen, the fact that he got it down was a big win in the pistol. Fully saving. They do have some upgraded pistols, obviously, but no armor investment means the next round that's when the AK-47s are going to come out.
Oh, are they going for another boost? Yes, they are. Taco, he's going to have the angle on long. See if it turns out all right. I mean, FNX, he's holding up close. He spots that bomb. He's going to be able to fall back and pick up 2 kills in the process. Taco spots him out on long as well, so he's stopping this flank from coming onto that A site. And it's just going to be Body, and he just gets slammed. Perfect anti-ego coming out from Luminosity. It did get a little dicey for Fur and Fallen, but everybody survives. So it's an excellent start here on the CT side. They'll get the chance to really build their economy going forward here.
Well, they have a big test to get through now because you can see G2 investing the Molotov on Shox as well. They are going to be a little bit light on utility. That comes down to those investments, those upgrades of the pistols in the last round. But at least they have 2 players that have 2 smokes to work with. They have a good amount of flashes, and Shox just now uses that Molotov.
Bit of aggression coming in from Fur. He's actually setting up for the one-way smoke where he can sort of stand on the stairwell and look over it, which is a bit of a risk because everyone knows it so well, but I don't really blame him for trying here. And G2, they need to strike back quick here. They still have a 1-round lead, but they're going to have to do even better here. And you could tell Luminosity, they're really well prepared in the second half right now.
Oh yeah, that was sick. RPK instantly fell behind the corner when he saw that smoke. And Shoxy was going for the pre-fire in the likely spot that he would be trying to take shots from Fur. So very good adjustment there made by G2, not getting caught off guard, not giving Fur a free start here in this round. And so now they have connector control, G2. In the meantime, Bonnie with the bomb in mid and Scream starting to actually move his way out onto long.
The issue is they only have 1 smoke and 3 flashes left, and they haven't really gained that much control of the map. So they're going to run out of a lot of utility if they slow play getting up here. And Fallen might be able to spot these out.
It looked like he could see the feet, but he couldn't quite. Now they're going to flash their way through. And that's an easy kill for Body.
He got body blocked as well. He's trying to use the smoke to fall back to Fur. Team Flash comes out, just try to buy a little bit of time here for G2, but he's got a very aggressive angle, and he's going to have to make something big happen here. If he can stop the man who's moving up in front of him, Smiths, from getting past, that would be big. And he gets spotted in the process, down to 39. Not going to get 2 kills, but Taco's still alive on this site, does some damage.
A good spray coming through, but they're trading so effectively right now, G2. Every single time someone from LG picks up a kill, they're instantly going to go down afterwards to this great peak. Not even worrying about that bomb plant. RPK going to be taking out Cold Zero, and that's a 10-8 scoreline. And LG, do they risk it?
Yes. You absolutely
Instantly,
do.
yes.
Yep, because you got them down to just 2 players alive. So the money for them is still not great. They're gonna have to rebuy, 3 AK-47s or drop some over. So you're gonna have the economy pretty low, all things considered. So if they win this one, it might not force a reset immediately. But look, but their money's gonna be very, very damaged.
You said instantly, yes, but at the same time you were pointing out this double AWP setup. Surely this will delay the double AWP for Luminosity.
Yeah, it definitely will. But this is something that LG's been doing recently. They've been very aggressive with their economy in recent matches. You think even over on the T side when they lose the second round in this match and then they buy into the third one to try and immediately respond. So, I mean, they're not playing very conservatively with the way they buy. And obviously it helps that they have a lot of faith in Fallen with the Scout. I mean, we've seen what he can do with that gun. So, I mean, they have the confidence to do this, so why not go for it?
Yeah, even if he did miss the shot initially, he's going to be taking up another solid position here for the Scout over on long. You can see he's got the advantage. He gets shoulder peeked, however. Now he has to worry about somebody being behind the boulder. Not going to get the tag. 3 missed shots here for Fallen so far. That's not going to cut it. He needs to start landing at least body shots with the Scout so that they're softened up when they try and push onto the site, G2, and the rest of his teammates with the MP9 can get some easy frags.
What is worrying for G2, maybe not worrying, but Shox is all alone towards that B bomb site with the bomb. A lot of opportunities for him to have gotten caught out, and then that just kind of throws everything to hell for G2. It doesn't happen, so now with the bomb that far on the other side of the map, 40 seconds left, the end game is this B bomb site. So you can see G2 rotating over.
Yeah, they don't really have much information to go off of here, Luminosity. They spotted them over at long. That's a great misdirection coming in from G2, but now the push begins on the B site, and it's all about trading effectively. Taco starts it off strong, and Cold now alive. He's going to be able to spray down 1, but the trade frags come in for G2, and they have 3 players survive on this site for the bomb plant.
Even the smoke, they have a Molotov and RPK as well. This is going to be such a difficult retake right now for the Brazilian side. And G2, they would economically reset them if they win it here. Look at that smoke just blocking it off. They're going to try and go for the boost, but surely G2 will have seen that coming. Scream is so close, and the smoke, it's going to fade. Scream is here. He takes out one. He can't get the follow-up. Fur going to take one down with the MP9. It's still a 2-on-2. Molotov goes out. Great shot from Body, and a follow-up as well. Such clean work coming out here from the new pickup on the team. 11-8 and no money for Luminosity to pick up any kind of rifles in this round.
And that's the gamble. You said it's just, you were asking if this was a good idea. Now it's a really tough spot for Luminosity. 1 round at least they're going to have to save as this bonus builds up. They should be able to buy into the next one. But now, I mean, they're the ones on their back foot. They're going to be down 12-8 more than likely. This is a very, very strong match from G2, so we're very surprising they're able to have this level of success against Luminosity.
Yeah, and I mean, now it's going to be just risk-taking here from Luminosity, stacking in mid, hoping to be effective with these pistols up close. You know, FNX a bit of a bait here with that USP pushing forward, allowing for Fallen to go to work, but Body on the high ground is going to spot one out. Looking for the big spray, he's just not connecting whatsoever. Body, what is happening?
And Cold Zero also missing a fair bit. I have no idea what's going on. This is a really weird round. FNX now in a 1-on-2. That was just some really clumsy Counterstrike on all sides, but I am disappointed Luminosity did not even bring 1 flashbang, because it's actually a trademark play of theirs to play exactly in this area and then with a single flashbang, and I feel like maybe they just forgot about that.
G2 is so fortunate to have stabilized, to have come back in that round. They were in a really, really tough spot in a 2-on-3. So FNX now is going to be the one who has to basically gamble and just guess where they're going. And at the moment, it looks like he has the wrong idea, because Shox and Body are going to be pushing up towards long. Luminosity, though, with 3 kills, doing their best to keep the economy low. It's not as damaging, it's not as punishing when you're on the T side for G2, so no big deal for them. But Luminosity next round is huge.
I do like seeing Body and Shock stick together as well. They aren't splitting up. They're not giving FNX an easy chance if he was lurking around a corner to pick up a free kill. And if he were, there would be somebody there to trade the kill instantly. So good teamwork coming out here from G2 to just guarantee getting this bomb onto the site. And now they're able to get that free plant. They still have plenty of time as well, 20 seconds, so they can check some angles, make sure that nobody is lurking here. And yeah, job is done, and FNX now realizes, well, I had a 50-50 chance. And unfortunately, this time it didn't go my way. So the clutch just got a whole lot harder for him.
He's got body low, though.
Well,
It's a bit scary for a moment, but it does work out. And that will give 12 rounds here to G2 and Luminosity. This is what I was wondering about, right? Because now they can buy rifles, but again, it's not the double setup. I feel like we need, rather than replaying this round as a highlight, we need to just forget about it forever, because that was just, all of that was just really bad.
That was really, really painful to watch. Looked a lot like...
the 3-on-3 we just played.
Yeah, I was going to say, looked a lot like Sadicus on the rifle map.
You know what I noticed? Because he was playing almost all of that with his headset on backwards, and he played worse when he adjusted it. So, you know, I don't know what that says about Matt, but it's interesting.
I don't even know how that happens.
Oh, well. What are you going to do? The defense is very passive, and actually Luminosity expecting something towards B pretty quick. They have 3 players here. So Fallen is pushed up, but still no AWP out. They're going to have to find some way. This might just be kind of an information play, because with this kind of a buy that they have to take, they don't have as many nades, so they need to save as many as possible. So they need to have that information so they can save their nades and use them appropriately. They need to be very, very efficient on how that's going to work.
They've done a pretty good job of it so far, Luminosity. We're getting to that minute mark. They still have quite a few nades to work with, actually. So when G2 decide to push in, Luminosity are going to have quite a bit of utility to work with. They are trying to go back to a bit more of a standard approach, really having the 2 guys up on A, but Fur is rotating over, so they will have that third. And Taco and Cold not seeing anybody over on the B site. They're going to have to start thinking, when is it time for us to rotate? Fallen, he might be able to get that info soon enough here to be able to tell his teammates, get up to this site and help me defend it.
35 seconds, Fallen so close, ready to go up, but Smith's actually pre-firing or actually aiming that angle. Very good job, Fur. Going to be taking down 1, and now he's behind the truck. 25 seconds, they need to get on here, G2. They're out of time entirely. FNX going to take down 1 more kill, and Fur, he goes for the fight, but he's going to end up coming out on bottom of that one. Taco going to take down 1, but again, the trades are just too good. It's a 3-on-1 here, and Cold Sierra, he's going to have to do it all on his own, and we haven't seen many big clutches from him so far on this map, so it'd be a good time for him to really step it up, but they are spreading out so far here. He's going to spend all day even finding them.
Yeah, the bomb is planted for Smiths in mid as well. So with that AWP, he's in position to just lock this down. Shoxy is disposable. He's actually, you can just sack him and allow him to just like walk out there, find where Cold Zero is playing from, and then the rest of them scream, and Smith should be able to lock it all down there. But oh, there we go. Shox, it's almost a mistake. Just barely spots of the run by with the knife, and now they have a boxed in. Are they actually going to try and hunt this rifle down?
Yeah, I think Shox just wanted to play a sort of a double mind game and go around the back. Cold Sierra also heard him, and he's just barely going to survive the bomb, so that's a bit scary. G2 winning another round, and Luminosity, I mean, again, I don't want to sort of rub it in here, but that double up setup, it's eluding them completely.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of the risk of that earlier buy that they took, right? That was the big thing. It's kind of punished this economy, and since they haven't been able to get back into any kind of winning scenarios, they've never been able to bust it out.
Not live is getting called right now because Luminosity wanted to use their timeout. It was going to be a tactical pause. It was not a technical issue, so they wanted to call for the timeout in this round. And it's a good time. I was about to praise them, like perfect time, although they could have done it a round earlier perhaps, but don't let G2 get up onto 14 and then take the timeout, you know. Try and at least, you know, pause and start breathing a little bit before you let it get too far out of hand.
The hard part for Luminosity is you almost want to see them, much like they did in their own semifinal game, is be aggressive, push up on this map, and go search out the kills. We saw Fur and FNX in that game were basically with rifles just dictating everything when they played on IP. Now that they're playing passive, I mean, when you have this tactical pause, they're not necessarily doing anything wrong, right? I mean, it's just these entries from G2 have been so strong. Shox and RPK coming into this A bomb site are finding everything. They have the timing, they have the good angles. It's working out all in their favor. I mean, Luminosity even had a jump on rotating over because Fallen had made contact so early. They essentially had 3 people at that site, and G2 still wins it out.
Yeah, and now that you mentioned Shox, it gives me license to just talk about what an incredible player he is. We haven't, and I think especially those who have joined sort of the Counterstrike community, even in the last year, I don't think have seen the full potential of Shox, like the absolute arc of his play, but it's so ridiculous. In my opinion, still sort of a candidate for a top 5 player in the world. There are so many new good players you have to keep putting in there now that it becomes really tricky. But again, if we're talking about his current form, maybe you wouldn't say top 5, but if you're talking about sort of potential form, like what's the ultimate version of Shox, I'd say it's really scary, and he's dropping 23 kills in this game so far, quite a bit ahead of everybody else, and certainly far ahead of everyone on Luminosity. That's a big cause for concern. And there's some sort of like historical angle on this too, that he's on the team with RPK. These two were, according to everyone I've ever talked to who were from the Source scene, the 2 best players of all time in Source. And then it's just incredible that they found their way onto the same team in Global Offensive. And right now, they're certainly doing a hell of a lot right now. Where would you put Shox at this point in time?
I mean, I wouldn't put him as a top 5 player at the moment, but certainly, I mean, we always talk about on Dust, you know, in these casts, like you just mentioned, he had his time as one of the best players in the world. He had a good streak there where he was the best, actually. Yeah,
I would say that, yeah.
When he was back, that was back on Very Games when they were a scary team to have around. But this is always the thing with G2, right, is that Shox, if he hits this level, they can beat anyone. Yeah. Because he can carry just by getting 1 or 2 kills per round, just his openings that he's able to provide. And then now that you have RPK, who's, you know, taking that next step and he's become more consistent, that's a pretty dangerous duo they have going on.
His performance has somewhat dropped here in the T side, but I mean, that's to be expected considering he is calling a little bit as well. So feeling a little bit more pressure here, trying to figure out how to handle Luminosity, who are playing on the CT side. But, you know, don't think most people are going to remember, but Shoxy is a god, so we'll see.
I mean, this should be another fairly easy round for them, shouldn't it? They've only got the 1 rifle save there on Cold. He just barely survived the bomb blast the last round. 13-8 scoreline, and they're still sort of stacked up.
Yeah, well, you say it's going to be an easy round for him. Cold has pushed out the B bomb site, so look at all this information he's gathered. He's now cut the map in half. So Luminosity, they have this stack over towards the A site. They don't have to leave it. They know exactly that G2 at the moment is at least wandering in the direction of this stack. It's all about finding your positioning to make it effective, and they have your 1 flashbang, Andrew.
Yes, I was just going to point it out.
Cold hasn't seen anybody. Yeah, they can still keep the 4 here. There's Fallen with the peek. A little bit of the shoulder peek. Smith's going to miss that shot, but now they actually have some information to go off of here. Luminosity on top of everything else. They know the push is coming through, and Fallen just gets caught out in the open, but there's still 3 players remaining, although Body's doing big work. 2 kills for him, pressing onto the site. Shox chimes in by taking out Taco, and now it's Fur. We'll see if he gets lucky with a shot on Smith. Misses it, but eventually gets the job done.
Had a great setup for Luminosity in this round, but I think Body just opened it up. Not only did he get the 2 kills, but he got the information about where the 3rd man was, and he couldn't get out of there. Cold will have taken up a kill there, though, and it's still a 2-on-2. The bomb, it should be going down. They're not going to run back into B, which I kind of like, and you could tell that maybe Cold was kind of expecting that. So now this retake is going to be not quite impossible, but close to it. Fur has got the kit, but no armor, so he's a very easy target if he tries and go for that defuse.
And now it's a nightmare, basically. Although Fur might be able to get the drop on RPK. He is stepping, though, so RPK knows he's going to be prepared for this angle. Fur, though, steps in, nearly finds the shot, drops him low, down to 20 HP. And there's Cold coming in from CT, but there's still 1 man left, and it's Scream. Can find those headshots, gives away his position, and now they know Luminosity zoning in on him, and there's the trade. Fur comes in with the AWP, and he has the kit as well.
Oh, wow, it's so close, but he will get it. He will get it.
Just gets it.
Because he Fallen wipe his brow. What an incredible retake that was. So weird as well. Fur plays it so smart. I mean, you could see in that 2-on-3, he gets a little bit passive because he knows he has Cold coming up the stairs to back him up. Cold gets that kill and then rotates all the way around. That's a very risky play, and he can only do it because they have the kit. So that is beautifully done from Luminosity. An incredible round, and now we have this double op setup. Now it's 1 more test for G2.
The infamous and legendary one. We've been sort of asking for it the whole second half, and we just haven't seen it yet. So it's going to be put to the test. And sadly for G2, it's also a round where they don't have really anything to try and fight it with. So either way, this should be a bit of an easy round. And who knows, maybe it even sort of halfway works out for G2 that they at least know the double op is in effect, that they should know by the end of this round. Maybe that'll give them something to work with.
Well, they're managing to get onto the site, though. Taco, he's going to get overwhelmed. Smith with the Glock going to find the kill in the end. They might be able to get the bomb plant off of this, although it's still dropped on short. Cold not going to let him get close. Smith gets picked off. And now it's all up the screen once again with the Deeg, and he's not going to find Juan Deeg this time.
They see both the orbs. Fallen getting that last kill, so they know that both of them are in play. So what does that mean for G2? How is that going to fit into all the information they're taking in a round like this? They got 2 ops on the other side. How do they play it differently?
They're going to have to use a lot more flashbangs early on. They're going to have to be pop flashing the first angles they peek, because this is the strength of these double ops, especially Fallen if he pushes up towards bathrooms as he is now. I mean, he can find, so there's so many awkward angles that he can be in to get that kill and just kind of whittle down the attack and just grind G2 away. Now, last round, they could have actually force bought. They had the money to do it. They would have had 2 to 3 AK-47s, but they played very conservative, knowing they have some rounds to play with, and especially if you're going to anticipate those double ops coming out, you need all the nades you can get. You need the smokes when you hit the bomb sites. You need the flashbangs to prevent yourself from dying early.
Yeah, I mean, way back when Very Games was a force, this was actually one of their weaknesses. Whenever they play NIP, they'd always end up forcing a little bit too much right at the end of the match, and it would lose them the game. So this time, great start for Fur, and a leg shot going in on Smith as well. RPK wants to follow it up, and he's going to be successful. There's a nice refrag.
It's crazy how he comes around that angle. Fur was pre-firing it, or pre-aiming it at least, and still RPK wins that duel. But they've taken so much damage now, G2. Smith has been legged. He's down to 16, RPK to 34, and they hardly have any nades left to speak of.
Look at Shox. He's just infiltrated this bomb site, and he does spot out the guy playing that Cold, taking a lot of damage. Oh, sorry, that was Taco. Still alive, though. And now they don't have any grenades to even get rid of him. That's a bit unfortunate. They are trying to get in here. Cold not taking the shot. The crowd saw that one coming as well. It's now a 4-on-4. The bomb is going to be down. RPK playing out from Toxic as well. Another retake coming in, and one that Luminosity can't afford to lose. Fallen going to pick up the 1 kill there on Smith. Still a 3-on-4. They need more. They have a little bit of time here, but they got to be careful. Scream is on the ramp. And now almost all grenades have been expended for the CT side as Cold Zero picks up another kill. Close range here. Shox sprays down one, goes for the follow-up. He's going to get 2. All on Scream now. A 1-on-1. Cold on the other side. Going close with the AWP, and he's not going to get it. Scream will pick up the double. And G2 making it to 14 rounds. What a round.
Game-winning performance from Shox in that round right there. Just his ability, he knows that he's got a 1v1 isolate at that B bomb site. He feels maybe the pressure. He understands the kills that have come out that allow him to lurk into that B bomb site, do the damage onto Taco, force him to be passive, which essentially allows G2 to have free entry to plant the bomb. And then in water, the most important position to hold in a post plant, getting 2 kills from there is absolutely huge.
Oh, and Fallen, he's going aggressive. Already up in birthday, looking for those shots. He's got support from Fur on long as well, but now he's alone. Still looking for the kills, though, because he can't really back off at this point. If he goes across that open ground, G2 are going to be ready and waiting for him. So Fallen, he's fully committed to this position, trying to find 1 kill at least. And it's just not going to happen. Smith basically holding that angle at that point. Fallen had nowhere to go. It's just not going to get any easier. So FNX, he will try and get that nade, but he clips the wall. So he has to actually go in with the rifle now. We'll see. RPK, he's pinned down, and he's got the bomb.
Backup is coming quick, though. Maybe they could trade the frag here. FNX doing such a lot of work. Oh, he's out of bullets. That could have definitely been a 3rd kill for picking up body, though, and it's still a 2-on-3, and that's a shot. Shox, what did we just see? What just happened?
The hell was that?
So 4 HP. But you could see Luminosity understanding where these fights are getting taken, and they have individual players getting aggressive on the other side because they're getting that intel of how many bodies are there at the fight, and they're finding one-on-ones. The scary thing for G2 is there's a timer on this. Fur is pushed out towards long, and he now knows they're going towards the B bomb site. So Taco, big task here.
It's all on Taco, and he's got a 5-7 as well. Not going to be easy when Scream is walking in with the AK, pre-aiming the angle, and there we go. Shoxy going to be able to get that bomb plant. He's got the AWP, but this is going to be a quick rotation coming out now from Fur. He's already into short. If he catches Shox like this could get nasty, but Shox is scoped up and ready for him. And Fur, unfortunately, the timing does not work. He gets caught with the smoke in his hand. So G2 now up on map point, 15-10.
I'm going to need to see that 2nd kill from Shox at some point, because that looked absolutely ridiculous, didn't it?
That was nuts.
Not even sure what's happening here. Luminosity, they have played quite a few rounds here on the second half. They've had 1 double AWP setup, and they're just not getting the traction that they were probably expecting in there. We were expecting too. It's 15-10 here, and G2, they could be stealing the one map that we were quite sure that Luminosity would take away here.
Yeah, this is such a scary position for Luminosity. Been 22 HP on Cold as well. Around there, desperate to win with just pistols, so he's already softened up. They have a pretty centralized setup in the fact that Cold Zero is at short. They have 2 at the danger stairs, so at least they can collapse there. And it looks like that's kind of their plan, is to have this kind of pinch at the door, at least take out RPK, at least take out part of this attack.
Taco hasn't seen anybody at Monster either, but there we go. RPK and Shoxy, they're going to get figured out. But Far, he's going to get the 2 big kills, 2 headshots with the CZ up close, and Smith misses the shot, and he gets tagged in the process. So a man advantage now for Luminosity, and they've got an AK on Fur as well.
But given how low two of the members on LG is right now, it could still work out for G2 as long as they stay as a unit. If they just get the kill on Fur or on Cold Zero here, then that wouldn't be too bad really. And Taco with just a deagle, so it's still a little bit thin right now for the Brazilian side. G2 just needs 4 kills and they'll close out this map, and that was not going to quite be a peak here for Fallen. Does make the jump and spots out a couple of people, stays alive as well.
Knew that they were pushing up there. Scary stuff, and he finds the angle as well. Falls back, Scream spots the man in CT, looking for that pre-fire headshot, and he's gonna get it! Fallen is down. So a 3-on-3 take. The bomb is making its way up long. And there's the single smoke, although Body has one as well, but he's all the way over in restroom, so they can't actually make use of it to take over this site. Instead, Scream is waiting for Fur to make a mistake and step out into the open.
Oh my god, Body walking right behind the timing, and look at him, just waiting. He wanted to see if there was a second player there. Now it's a 2-on-3, and this one is going to be for the map. Fur spraying out, he goes down to Scream, and now Taco alone. He takes one with the deagle, looking for a second shot, but he's getting flanked, and it's going to be G2 winning on overpass. 16-10, Scream with the triple kill in the final round. What a way to finish. Shox dropping 30 kills in 26 rounds.
That's just vintage Shox. But also, I mean, give it up to Scream, give it up to RPK, and even Body. I mean, really, it's Body in the early portions of that first half that was able to beat Taco in a couple duels, which is normally where Taco is so strong in. So Body winning those, I mean, there were a couple of rounds, even Shox did it once. Just kind of ruined kind of the idea that Luminosity wanted to have on their T side. So what a start from G2 in this series.
They figured it all out. It really did feel like Luminosity towards the end of that T half were floundering. G2 were allowed to get more rounds than expected on that CT side. And from there on out, G2, I mean, capable on the T side as well, it seems. They were able to get work done. So all in all, it's a 1-0 lead now for G2.
Map 2 is going to be coming up, so stay with us here. Still the grand finals of the ESL Pro League.
Yeah, they struggled to qualify. They were one of the teams who looked like they were going to get, like, not even make it here, like you said.
They came down to round difference, didn't it?
Yeah, like down to like the last map, the last like 2 matches they had to play one day, and all of a sudden now 1 up in the grand finals.
Yeah, against Luminosity, a favorite to take it.
Well, here it comes. G2 starting on the terrorist side and Luminosity on the CT side. This is the ESL Pro League second map of the grand finals in a best of 5, and not the best start for Cold Zero. They just wanted to take a peek, wanted to see if anyone was home. And they just shot him in the face.
Yeah, they were home.
Yeah, exactly. Ding dong.
Knock, knock, and then
door opens, get punched in the face.
Really
door
bad
closes
joke,
again.
It doesn't work out that way, does it? Well,
not in real life, Anders. Not
a
in real life.
3-2 split here between A and B. We don't often see that. And almost always it's going to be 4-1, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, also, there's a lot of variations you could do now. Because of the damage on the Cold, it's going to keep... look at this. There's a 3rd player now in her. That's how quick the rotate happens just because of 1 smoke and low HP. So this is going to be so difficult now for Luminosity to have to get back into this. Fur needs to do some damage as they enter this bomb site. He's doing some, but he's not finding the kill. And then he swings out too far, and he's got to get passive.
Yeah, but there's FNX. Great rotate in from the connector. Manages to pick up the 1 kill first. Spraying madly. Will win the duel versus Smiths. And now he's actually reloaded for RPK. Shuts him down as he comes around the corner. And just like that, what looked like a beautiful round for G2 is just completely fallen apart. Not a single kill for the Frenchman.
Oh.
I said no levels of disappointment, and they were like, wait a minute, let's go digging.
Challenge accepted. That sucks. I mean, that G2 did everything right that round. They did everything right up until the fact that they got no kills in that entire round. It was set up perfectly. The damage was dealt early on to 2 players on LG. They forced them to be more passive, and then they lost every single duel from there. FNX, that 1 kill to prevent the bomb. Oh, wow.
Okay, okay.
Sit down, FNX.
Scream interrupting my point.
Well,
The dog.
if you are going to interrupt, at least let it be for a good reason, right?
Yes, that was perfect.
So, once again, a bit of damage inflicted to Luminosity early in the round, but obviously they need to follow it up. They do have armor, but no smokes or anything else like that. So, you know, getting the bomb down is going to be tricky. On the other hand, Luminosity, they're out of grenades too, so this is obviously still favoring Luminosity with the rifles and everything, but they've got to be a little bit worried now.
I like it. They're going for one of Nip's favorite strats. Put 3 guys in alley, see if you can't catch somebody out here. It is a difficult position to hold, but Cold, he'll be up to snuff. instant kill onto body. Gets that flash in position as well. He's actually, well, he's not going to be able to hear them quite. He needs to step forward and actually get confirmation because RPK's already passed, and Fallen going to be able to turn around, actually shut him down in time. Shock's not going to find a kill with the Deagle. And just like that, G2 once again getting picked off cold with 3 kills with the UMP. That's a lot of money in his pocket now.
You could see though, G2, if RPK gets that 1 kill, everything might just collapse for Luminosity in that outside bomb site. So very good of them to recover. And that's something we'll see going into the gun rounds once they do come out for G2 is Luminosity outside during some of these executes. They do a very, very good job of playing it passively behind the smokes and still able to get 1 kill as they come in and then just be confident in the retake. So G2 actually has a really tall task ahead of them once the AKs get on the board.
I agree, and now, well, it is a hard eco here coming in from G2. No surprise, really. Fur's going to start things off by taking out Smith. Cold going aggressive by Ali this time around. Another 2 kills. Yep, another 2 kills for him with the UMP. Mad money in his pocket now, and a perfect anti-eco round here to start things off.
I mean, that's just LG, and I mentioned it on Overpass, how good they are when they have SMGs for the SMGs to be the aggressors because you can get that bonus money. They're the first point of contact. I mean, you can see they even do it on the CT side. Cole's just going to rush Ali, and he's like, okay, if I lose this gun, no big deal. Easy to recover from a dropped UMP, but, you know, I get those 2 kills, and now look at all the money he has, 9,000. And with the armor pen, he could even save this into this round.
Yeah. The UMP does big damage versus armor. It's pretty much it's the SMG that does the most damage, and it's also very accurate long range. So it is a good little sub for an actual machine gun for one of the Colts. Wonder what is going on this time around. Don't know if a tactical pause. Be a bit early to go for a tactical pause here, so I'm assuming it's a technical.
Yeah, it probably has to be, right? I mean, in terms of sort of a mental comeback for Luminosity, when you lose that first map, you know, you get a bit of a break before you come back and play the second map. And if it starts off badly, I get the feeling that some players will they'll dive into the same mindset they had at the end of the other map. This is going to help out the Brazilian side a little bit. You know, they'll get a chance to breathe here. They're going to be feeling pretty good about themselves. So I think it's important for them right now to just have this kind of a start.
Yeah, it's one of the big points, and that's exactly what actually that exact situation helping the G2 in the semifinals, where they lost that huge lead they had against Fnatic in the first map, and they came out on the second map and went up like 5 or 6-0. So it helps you kind of restart and recover, like no damage of you just mentally collapsing and kind of throwing away the second map as well.
So it seems to me like Fallen is it here? So okay, interesting. The crowd, man.
Wow.
Sick crowd here this weekend for sure. In more ways than one.
Well, as we're waiting here, do you guys want to know how I got really badly outplayed today? I mean, apart from the 3-on-3. See your smiles there a little bit.
I already know all about that one.
You do.
I didn't need to hear the story again.
I could tell that you were so on point as well. Like you have been waiting for a long time for this moment, haven't you? So.
I've been trying to get it. You've backed out a couple times, so I had to take my opportunity before. I fully could have envisioned you just walking off the stage before it even began.
I did have a plan to try and sort of. I was getting the first pick you, and then just try to see because there were no rules, right? We could have done that.
In your dreams.
No, but so I was trying to use my credit card yesterday evening on the internet, as you do. And for some reason the site didn't work, and my wife said, "Look, I mean, maybe your card is closed. I'll just because I'm here all day. I'm not going to use my credit card for anything." She said, "I'll just find an ATM somewhere, see if I can get some money, and we'll see if it works." Right? She texted me just 10 minutes ago saying card works, and then a wink. So I think I got badly outplayed because obviously now she's got my credit card in London. And
oh, you're doomed.
I'm just done. I'm done. I made a big mistake.
So right.
Utterly outplayed there. Look. We're not sure what obviously the issue is, but it's probably someone's mouse, someone's keyboard, something similar like that, so it shouldn't be too long. I want to know, what do you prefer on this map? If you're on the terrorist side, sort of just in basic terms, do you want to see some fast aggression on the T side, rush? We've seen that in the A courtyard a couple of times. Do you prefer the slow style where you're sort of measuring out what the setup is like on the CT side?
It's not, I mean, obviously you're gonna have to do both at some point. You have to be able to do fast and slow, but it's not a bad idea to open up the gun rounds, doing something a little bit more default, a little bit more spread out, so you can kind of poke and prod and see what you're working against. But the trick for G2 is, I mean, they're just gonna have to have a very good read because Luminosity has so many different setups on this map. They have so many. They can play aggressive in front of the smokes during executes. They can play passive into the bomb sites. They can have AWPs everywhere. This is another map where that double AWP setup is going to be key. So, I mean, G2 is going to be very, very tough, and that's kind of where you can mix and match the slow to fast. If you feel like you're starting to punish the economy and you have it on the verge of breaking where they might be a little bit light on nades and Molotovs, and you hit them with like a fast inner push or a rush, I mean, you can really catch them off guard and abuse the fact that they don't have those nades.
Well, for the full buy rounds, I want to see more of what we saw from G2 there. When they were on pistols, they went 3 alley. That's a strat that I really like on this current version of Train. You put 3 players out there. Alley is such a difficult position to hold on the CT side because you're worried about A main getting pushed as well. At the same time, you can get caught out a little bit, and so you have to be very clever if you're on the CT side. So when you put 3 players there on T side with rifles, right, you're looking to just try and catch that guy out and open things up, because then you can get that crunch going into the defense on the A site. So we'll see if G2 favor that strat. But for now, it seems like it's Smith and Body who are going to be taking care of that part of the map right now for G2.
Yeah, and they were actually expecting maybe a bit of an aggressive push coming out, but it's going to be on the other side of the map. Shox taking 1 and then 2. Cold getting down, but Fur coming up from the ladder and taking him out. So 3 on 3 and very, very early exchange, which I think will favor G2 ultimately here, as long as they can clear out all these hallways, and they should be able to.
Oh, this is going to be a lot of time wasted for G2 as well, because they have to worry about Fur still being up there lurking around on the bomb. He got the kill on the bomb as well. So now G2, look at this. Scream has to be so careful moving through the restrooms up here, up in the White Halls, you know, trying to get close to this bomb. So this wastes 20 seconds of their time, 25 seconds just burned off the clock from one play coming in from Luminosity.
And not just the time, but look at the gap in what they're monitoring as this happens. Fur is so aggressive, and actually he could get caught out. The timing might not work in his favor. Body's going to check this. He wins that battle, but he can't get away. Smiths recovers a good trade down into a 2-on-2.
Still 50 seconds on the clock, so this might work out. Jump into that angle for Holland. That's just a scary peak to be taking, and he's going to run back in here. Bomb is making its way out into the courtyard. FNX is the closest player by, but once the plant goes in, he might be able to do this. He's sneaking around, and there's not going to be a bomb plant. It dies, and with that, probably the chances of them winning the round. 30 seconds here, and Smiths, how could he possibly do this?
And how could he possibly let that happen? Nowhere near, you know, to keep eyes on his teammate planting that bomb while he was vulnerable. He wasn't able to actually, you know, cover his back, and now he's just going to get caught out. Nice try there with the shot. He came close with the AWP, but it's still a 1v2, and now they know exactly where he's playing from. So FNX crouched on the site, and he has Fallen not too far away to land the shot. Smith exposes himself, shows himself there on the bomb train, and that is it. 4-0 for Luminosity.
And now they get a double AWP setup for free. And if you remember as well, Cold kept the UMP into this round, so he didn't spend anything to upgrade to an M4, so he still has plenty of money. And this is where it starts to get a little bit of a nightmare. These T-sides, you have to be able to limit the economy of your opponents. And right now, Luminosity already 4 rounds in. Some players sitting up around 6,000. They're on the verge of being able to run away and just build up a massive bank.
Yeah, this is where it's really scary, and G2 know this as well. They have this in the back of their head, so there's a little bit of additional pressure going into this one round, and well, I asked for 3. They're going to put 4 in here right off the bat. Cold spots at least the 1, and now Fallen is there. Both AWPs going to work, chiming in, and there's the no-scope from Cold. Not too bad. Then he misses the easy shots. Come on, Cold.
A little bit of a scary situation, though. 1 flash, both AWPs are there. Those are not the ideal weapons to hold a fast pistol rush like that. That could have been Swarm, but thanks to that fancy shot from Cold, it does work out. And now a double AWP setup on the T side.
All right, so 4 AWPs in 1 round coming in here. And that suggests to me that G2 are just going to try and look for pickoffs, you know, just creep around the map with those AWPs and hope that someone on your team is going to be the one to land the early kill.
It's a very expensive investment. You're exactly right. I mean, they have to slow things down. Otherwise, you're not using these AWPs properly. You have to give them time to see what they can find. But now look at how aggressive LG is being. Fallen's already got a very close angle towards the terrace choke point. So even when they do decide to go in there, it's going to be so tough. That's the second time Fur's gone up the ladder and down. The ball's on him.
Yeah, that's almost that's incredible, isn't it? Because that's normally such a difficult play to be making when you come out of that ladder. You really don't want to do that. But he actually got the kill all the way back there. Body chilling in the lounge area. 4 versus 5 right now, and Luminosity seem to be so much in control of this first half. It's almost a little bit unreal.
This all comes down to timing, as you guys can see. Smith, he has no idea that Cold is holding this. I mean, this is an aggressive angle to take all the way up in Brown Halls, but Fallen is going to be taking out Scream. That was an A main. So another pick. Shox and RPK are working their way out through alley, but Fur and Taco are in position to deal with this, but it's not even a problem for Fallen. He gets another kill on the board. That's 2 for him so far. RPK finally going to be able to get something done, but it's still a 2-on-4 situation here. Luminosity, they have a huge advantage in this round. Boom, though. That's the one way to get back into it. Smith catches Fallen looking the wrong way.
It's not a bad start. 30 seconds still for this 2-on-3 to close out in their favor. They desperately need it, but they both get caught at the same time. And Luminosity, they are going to be at 6 rounds here. I feel like right now what G2 need is like a playmaker. They need someone who can open around for them.
No, they're gonna need a lot of things going up against 3 AWPs. Is this gonna get kept? No, they do just sacrifice one. That was a mistake to pick that up. I was wondering. I was like, it's a little bit early for them to be bringing.
I was ready for it. I felt it. Could have been a thing.
Could have been a thing. But then it's like, well, what do we always say, right? When you go into retakes, do you really want to have 3 ops?
Yeah.
It sounds cool.
Oh, the timing. RPK taking out Taco just as he's throwing that grenade. Now, can they just get the bomb in there? One grenade following in and a follow-up one. They run right into it, but Body still alive, and Scream picking up an AK and getting that kill. Shock's going for the fight against Fur, who's running in close here. Almost dropping Body, but he's backing up with the USP in hand. He's in the smoke hiding. He's going to get found by Shocks, and 2-on-3. And we talked about the AWP retake, and now we're going to see if it's actually possible for them to do it. They do have the armor and the health for it as well up close. Shock's going to be picking up one more kill, and now all on Cold. And this seems like it's the breakthrough that G2 were needing.
Will they eventually find each other, though? Cold just narrowly dodges it. Now this opens it up for Shoxy to go for the wrap on Cold. There's no way out for Cold now. He's boxed in.
Oh no, he doesn't have time.
Yeah, it is all over, and he's actually going to be able to stay alive behind him unless Shoxy turned around and spotted him, but I don't think that happens. Shoxy's going to run right back into him, and there's a parting shot.
Shox has got to be so confused at how that just happened. But what a run from G2. That opening kill on Taco, the timing is just really unfortunate. But then Shox, he's able to salvage the rifle and he pushes up. And he essentially cuts off all the rotations. He gets that one kill and that slows everything down for Luminosity, because then it does come down to those 2 ops. And it's so unwieldy to have to clear all these angles on Train.
That's what we're always talking about, right? You have to have that bastion. Well, I mean, Shoxy this time was the bastion that they could build that defense around the bomb site on G2. The fact that he was up there, up close, taking the fight to him, and on an eco round as well. I mean, that is huge. Luminosity, they take a big hit to their economy. And while G2 now, they have the money to go for a full buy, everything that they want, they have now. But it's straight into default for G2, spread out all the way across the map. Nobody gathered up just yet. Smith and Body look like they want to try and put some pressure on Ali, so we'll see if they're able to get some success over there, seeing as how Fallen is already scoped up and holding the angle.
It's a very good job to be able to force Cold back without getting picked off. So these ops both missed their opening shot. But you can see now, just because Cold has to fall back after taking the damage, after taking his one shot. So now they're going to have to keep 2 players at least close, or 1 player ready to rotate over. So any kind of more pressure that gets put onto that inner bomb site is going to draw a very, very fast rotate.
Bit of a smoke going in. Trying to keep them back a little while. Still 50 seconds left here, and all the smokes are intact for G2, so we could be seeing a very heavy execute once it actually happens. And the 4-1 stack is now in effect for Luminosity. 4 people on the outside. Cold Zero maybe looking to get a little bit closer to the C connector here, but it looks like it will be an A main push coming out right into the courtyard here. And Fur playing close to the train, and also up in the bomb, up in the sniper nest, sorry. We do have Cold Zero ready and waiting. Fur with a big opening kill there, taking out RPK. Still a 3-on-4 with 20 seconds left, and another no-scope comes through. Fallen to take out Body.
That was the bomb that was dropped. Smith makes his way over here, and he wins a key fight. That's actually Scream finding the headshot, but he gets dropped. Cold is there as well to pick up kill after kill, and it's all on Shoxy. He somehow infiltrates the back line. 8 seconds left. Takes the fight with Taco. He needs to get the kill, and he will. 4 seconds. There's enough time here to make it happen. He's going to go charging up, but Cold is holding the line with the deagle. And Shox, man, he is so scary right now.
Almost able to win that one out, but still the money that's been built up for LG, that's really, really nice. It's crazy to think that these last 2 rounds, how timing has really affected them. That one timing for Taco to get caught at the lower ramp in the round that G2 won, and this time Fur's not even looking the right way. There's a player coming right behind him. That was going to be a free kill, and just the timing him, whatever inclination he had to turn around and find that one kill, that was huge, because if he falls there without killing anyone, that's a big part of that outside bomb site that's lost.
We were talking a little bit about how we hadn't seen too many sort of big clutches coming out of Cold Zero in the first map. Right now, he's 13-1 as a scoreline. He is just absolute beast mode on this map here. So, I don't know. They're going to have to find a way to shut it out here. And Luminosity, are they predicting an eco round coming out right now? It seems like they are, and they might be wrong about that.
Yeah, they were, could be wrong. It could actually be 4 AKs they're going against because RPK can drop. So that is a little worrying. So a bad read by Luminosity, which is surprising because it was G2 that won their own force buy or small investment.
Now, something that I've noticed here, but obviously G2 are going to have a much harder time realizing that's the setup. But a lot of early rounds here, Luminosity put 2 in B and 3 in A, which makes me think a straight A rush could actually work out quite well. I mean, it's not sort of a given, but normally you'd have 4 people on the A bomb site early on. So I'm wondering if there is a weakness there that they could try and exploit just by being really quick out in that bomb site.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, that is kind of what it, because those 4 players are used to throw Molotovs in the choke points, get aggressive, and just stop any rush, and then it's a quick rotate back towards B. So if they do notice that, that would be huge.
Curious to see if Luminosity, when it comes time to buy, or if they're going to skimp on the nades as well. Cold and Fur are the ones going for the MP9s. So they aren't going to have, I mean, right now they don't have incendiaries, they don't have HEs. It will be a buy for G2 after all, due to RPK being able to drop. So are we going to have that straight rush? Are they going to be able to actually put somebody out through A main very aggressively here in this round, G2, and hope to catch Luminosity off guard? That's the question, because right now they are grouped up, they are running. And while Shoxy, RPK, and Scream are heading towards A main to start things off, and Shox just jumps right past, hoping perhaps to bait a shot out from Fallen.
Well, Cold's about to find out that it's a buy, although he does force body back, but now he sees the AK. Wins it anyways, though. Huge, and doesn't take too much damage.
Shox pushing out aggressively in yard, does a lot of damage here, but Fur gonna find a second kill now. It's just the AKs left, so the Tech-9s have fallen. They do have Fur coming down from Pop Dog as well. That might be dangerous. Shox gonna pick up 1 kill. Fur going down. That was a flank coming through, and now it's a 3-on-3, and they are in this bomb site. Scream turning around and taking out Coldzera. There's a bit of a strong comeback into this round here. Fallen and Taco 2-on-3, and this is gonna be such a hard retake when the bomb goes down.
That's whether Fallen can actually find a shot or not. Taco's there, he's gonna peek out. He needed to win that duel, and he does. And that drops the bomb on the bomb site. So Scream and Shoxy now in a 2-on-2, hoping to be able to catch somebody out here. Fallen, he's got that line on the bomb though.
And it's because Shox had the bomb. He was up in the sniper nest, and he had to throw it down. That might actually cost them a little bit too much here. I think that's gonna put them on full tilt if they lose a round, just because of not having the bomb in the right place. Finally, it goes down. And now Taco coming in from Pop Dog, and with Fallen on the other side, they do have this whole site sort of sandwiched in here.
Shoxy, he's got that right idea. He had the angle initially on Taco, and Fallen is now the one working his way out from Ivy. So we'll see if G2 will be able to realize this or not. Fallen, he thinks that he saw somebody in sniper. Instead, it's going to be Taco spotting both. So there's the info, and now he wins another key fight. Fallen gets taken out by Scream, but they're both so very low. And the smoke goes down to block it off, but that doesn't matter. Scream, he's going to go for the big play, steps out into the open, and gets a quad kill at the end of the round.
That is massive. What a play, and you're exactly right. I was about to comment, that's a big mistake for Shox to go up there and have to drop the bomb in such an exposed position. Because he's hoping that he can just stay up there to be able to guard the bomb. That's such a strong point to hold in a post plant. But now, finally, G2 win 2 rounds. And look at the money that we've been talking about for Luminosity, how built up it was. Now it's shattered. They have nothing left, and they're very light. And this is where that fast-paced outside hit takes place. They
are just going to run straight in here. Molotov's onto the site as well. Want to make sure that no one's holding close. Fallen going to be going down. Great return from Cold, but it'll only be the one. He goes down to Body, who hasn't had many kills. Might even have been in first here in the game. See if they could do a bit more. Fur going to take down 1 kill, but with the bomb already down, this retake's looking very unlikely.
That's unfortunate. He misses that flash. It would have been effective against Body. But now that they know where Fur is playing from over in Pop Dog, as usual, Taco and FNX are the ones who are lurking their way out onto the site. FNX will find Body. He wins that fight. And now it's Shoxy. He's not sure where to watch. He's going to look towards Pop Dog, but FNX wins that fight as well. Scream will pick up 1 kill, and now it's down to a 1v2, and it's on Scream again to come through for the team. Can he get the clutch? And there's the peak headshot, and he's not going to get the second one.
No
Taco.
Oh, is he just going to have it? I think he just will.
It is so close.
I'm not sure. No.
No. There's the clutch again for Scream.
Oh, man.
The hell was that shoulder peek, though, on Electric Box? What?
That was beautiful. But even more so, it's the call to realize what kind of a position your opponent's economy in, saying they're either saving and we'll just run out and kill them, or if they have force bot into this, they're not going to have the smokes, they're not going to have the nades to drop into these choke points to deal damage to us as we come out.
And Shock's now telling us he knows that they're not going to have enough money here. He knows. So yeah, they're starting to get a real grip of this this first half here. And again, they're on the less favored side. So this is very good news. Cold sneaking up close here. The P215 hand. This could be a great position.
Well, Fallen and Shoxy might run into each other in a moment here. Fallen, he's got the angle at connector, and instead it's going to be Cold lurking around Alley. 1-for-1 trade. At least he gets that point-blank headshot with the P250, but Shoxy will eventually track down Taco on the B site. And so now there are options here for G2. And they're actually going to start rotating that bomb back around, but FNX, he's actually up in Pop Dog, and it looks like he's made his way through, but he's been spotted, so he loses the element of surprise. G2, however, know now that they've been cut in half.
There's a timing on this as well. Fallen's pushed up Ivy. He's going to be flanking, so FNX has to get cleared out soon, and there it is. RPK finds it. Fur's going to come up the ladder one more time, goes for a third. That's not going to work, but Fallen on the flank could do some damage, but he's been spotted out. He does win that initial battle with the Galil, but he's got so much more to do, and I mean, there's no chance of him winning this. Just hopefully maybe find an AK you can salvage instead, and just jumps to his death.
I've got to say, exactly how Shox was playing. Now, obviously, he was doing it because he had the Mac 10, but just rushing into that B-bomb site. I feel like those are the sort of plays they need more of. They need someone to go and find out information about what's happening and just put some pressure on LG, because all of the rounds that LG have been winning have been sort of very slow for G2. They haven't really been put to the test at all, it seems. So more of that I'd like.
Well, definitely more aggression now that it's going to be a buy to Luminosity. There's no AWP on the field, so that aggression, you can get away with it a little bit more. There's nothing that can just pick you off essentially for free and fall away. And FNX is going to be the first one of the contact. He sprays 2 of them down. That's huge.
Now he gets flanked by RBK, but Fur is there to hold the line, and he'll be able to pick up 2 kills. Could get a third as well, and, well, Cold robs him in the end, but still, it doesn't get much cleaner than that. The aggression early on from G2, and also early on in Brown Halls, the single flash that Shox throws out gets Taco doubting himself. You can see him flipping out a little bit at the beginning of the round, trying to back off. And G2 hoping that just, that poke over on the other side of the map would draw somebody out from Luminosity. Instead, they run right into the blender.
I mean, this is Luminosity thinking the same thing we are, that these aggressive, more fast-paced tactics out of G2 are being effective. So instead of waiting back at the bomb site, giving them room to work with as they rush, they push up close to the choke points and they just deny the initial teeth of that attack. FNX with those 2 kills kind of prevents it from being very, very successful or very impactful.
And the fact that in the first engagement he sees 3 players means he can also call for that Molotov that sort of goes in. He's dead at the point when it lands, but still, just the amount of information knowing that there were 3 people coming out of Pop Dog there, and it's a round without any armor here, so not going to be any issue for Luminosity.
I'm curious to see what G2 are hoping to achieve here, considering that bomb is still dropped all the way back in T-spawn. So it's all on RPK now. Smith on high will bait successfully, and RPK is able to run up and get that kill, but Fallen is there to restore order. RPK will actually get the trade frag. So a 1-on-3. And that's as far as it gets. FNX is there to restore order.
Not bad. I was going to say 1 more kill makes that a very successful round when you force those rebuys, but still, 2 is going to continue to keep the economy low, especially because an upgrade to the AWP comes out. So G2, this is another opportunity for them to really punish Luminosity late in the half. 2 rounds left, and if they can win this one, it's going to be, a decent buy on a couple players of LG, but there'll be a couple pistols out as well. So a chance for another 9-6 half.
Yeah, which at this point you got to think would be quite a big thing for G2. I think Luminosity, they're looking for that 11-4 finish right now. That's what they're gunning for. RPK becoming a bit paranoid of that latter, and you can't blame him. It's been a couple of times where someone has made their way up, so it seems like a much more passive setup coming out of the Brazilian side here, though. They are very far back all across the map.
It's been quite some time, it feels, since we've seen a hit go onto that B site from G2, so it looks like they are gearing up for it. This time, however, there are 2 players here in position to deal with it. Taco and Fur holding solid. Default hold, and Taco going to miss his shot completely, and now Fur's in a bit of a tight spot. They're going to check the angle, and Shox comes right around the corner. Both kills for Shox to open things up on the B site, and this is it. G2 are now primed to take this key round. FNX hoping to get lucky through the smoke, but it's not meant to be.
What Shox is giving you now, this you really can't even measure. It's so valuable. 3 versus 4 right now, and Luminosity are going to go for the retake. FNX sneaking in at a great angle. He's going to find one. Is he going to expect? No, he won't realize the second one is there. That was Scream behind, and FNX falling down. The bomb still ticking in sight, but they know where RPK is, and it's a 1-on-2. Can they actually get that defuse home? Cold Zero, he's so far away. I think there's nothing he could do. He's just going to hold it in, and Fallen will take it away with a quad kill. And it's going to be 10 rounds for Luminosity. I'm surprised that Scream couldn't pick up that kill. I don't think they realized there was a second man behind that train.
Where did the first 3 kills come from Fallen?
I mean, that's the thing, right? G2, they had issues yesterday in a 5-on-3 in the outer bomb site again. They have everything. How do you, Shox getting those 2 kills? That should be a win, 90% of the time. 9 out of 10 times, that is a win. That is the 1 round where you lose a 5-on-3 retake at that inner site like that. So a little bit crushing, a little bit mistakes made on that on the post plant for G2, and that allows Luminosity. We talked about the reset potential there was for G2, and it's not going to happen.
Oh, look at this aggression from Fur, perhaps. He's got that point. Cold Zero, in the meantime, at Alley has found a kill to start things off on Body, but Fallen, just aggressive point blank, and he's going to get the jump shot onto RPK. Sick movement from Fallen, making it happen on the other side of the site. But Scream will bring back at least one kill for G2. He takes out Fur.
Well, Smith's pushing up close, but it's just with the Galil, and Scream is damn near out of this round as well, so it really looks like that 11-4 is going to be happening for Luminosity. And they came into this second map here just determined to have a really strong showing, and they haven't really let up too much either. Smith's going to go up with a bit of a smoke towards Ivy, just trying to see if he can make the cross on in, but they're not even playing together right now, so Smith's just going to have to come up with some ridiculous plays here, and pushing through the smoke was not one of them, so 1-on-4 here for Scream. But Moses, I'm looking forward to your analysis of that alt play from Fallen.
That was just flat out ridiculous. But it's like, it's what we've come to expect out of Fallen, right? Like, we've seen him make plays like this. He's very much, lately it almost feels like he's been very much like JW in his playmaking ability with the alt.
Would you go so far as to say that was a big dick play?
Yes.
That was definitely a BDP.
I think it qualifies,
Yep,
right?
It absolutely does.
Well, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. 11-4 for the first half in favor of Luminosity, that the crowd here has been cheering quite a bit for. So things are looking good right now for them. And I mean, this series has turned very interesting now.
Well, as far as Fallen is concerned, yes, it has become interesting because now at least his team is in position to take a second map, or at least their first map in this second map.
I mean, here's the thing. There were a lot of opportunities, just like in the first map where LG went on a big run, there were a couple opportunities for them to drop the ball and let G2 back into it, and they just, instead of dropping farther, they recovered each and every time.
Well, it's going to be the second half coming up here. The second map in a best of 5, so there's still much more Counterstrike to come here, but LG, they're looking to take train right now. It's going to be a miracle for G2 to make it back in the second half. All right, and we are back second half, second map. It's still the grand finals here, the ESL Pro League in London in the O2 Arena. It's been absolutely amazing so far. This second half, I mean, what would G2 have to do to come back in this game, Moses? Just try and outline that for us.
It's not out of the realm of possibility with the way we've seen G2 play yesterday and even in this first map. If G2, I mean, it comes down to those. There's always those crucial rounds, right? Where there's a pistol round, obviously, and depending on how the second round, if Luminosity is going to buy into it, if they happen to lose pistol, but then it's that fourth round, and if you can keep winning those reset rounds, those very crucial rounds in terms of building economy and moving forward and gaining momentum. I mean, G2, it's going to be pretty quick. If they win the pistol in the fourth round, then all of a sudden it's a very, very close matchup already.
Already, I mean, Luminosity gearing up for some aggression on the A side. It's Fallen and Taco working together as a pair over by Ali, and RPK is going to spot one of them at least. Not sure if he knows that Taco's waiting around there as well, but there's the smoke. RPK's on the right side of it, though. So he will be able to lend a hand here to the rest of his team. 3 players already set up. Now a total of 4 on this A side for G2.
Wow, they're going to go quick now, but Body opening up. He was almost invisible in the first half, but this is a great way to start off. Flashbang comes through, and the timing is so good. Oh, Scream there to help out. That would have been a sure death in the corner for RPK, and he's going to get a frag on Taco, which he couldn't have done if Scream hadn't just helped him out. That's such good teamwork coming through. And now coldzera, he has been the monster of the first half. He's going to have to do this on his own in a 1v3, isolated in the back of this courtyard. They know exactly where he is. He does have the bomb and about 50 seconds left, but this seems impossible.
That's so tough. He's looking for the pre-fire angles exactly. If RPK continues to challenge on that angle, Smith as well. I mean, they're getting whittled down, but they have him boxed. So they know that all they have to do is sit and wait. There's no need to over-peek to give coldzera a chance to get back in here, but now they know that at least he's slipped the cage for now. Does spot the man by Pop Dog. Has to know that there's a second one close on the site. Body able to back off and change his angle, but Cold is still alive and kicking. He's down to about half HP now, though, but he's still here landing shots. RPK drop low, and now it's on Smiths to stay alive, but this is like the longest pistol clutch ever. He gets 1 kill, and RPK's so low, he's definitely vulnerable to the Glock.
There's only 18 seconds left. He's actually played this one very well, going for a bit more, but finally, that might have been one of the only positions he took at the end where he was exposed to more than 1 player at a time. Well, that's beautiful. Everyone should go back and just look at that, because he actually almost entirely is just fighting 1 player at a time, even though they try really hard to deny that from happening. That's scary.
Yeah, he controlled that situation extremely well. The movement and the ability was so impressive to find the one-on-ones, and now, I mean, G2 in full farm mode. 5 SMGs on the board.
Oh, this call as well, because I mean, if you've got Tech9s running at them, it's going to get dicey. But there's the opening pick, just like Scream in the first half. FNX is the one to find the Juan Dig this time around. We
saw this in Overpass, where we thought FNX maybe had a mistaken buy. This just seems like it's what they want to do. They give him the deagle and the armor so he can take some damage from the nades, doesn't have to deal with the aim punch, and he's the one that tries to get that opening pick. This time he's successful with it.
No idea why they bought this many SMGs. Scream going to be close range here, spraying madly, and not going to be a good trade there. Shock's helping out with a UMP. Currently the strongest weapon they have. Seems a bit ridiculous. RPK doing a bit of spray here. Taco missing on the flank, and that might have been the decisive moment in this round. I think if he had been successful, that would have been it. But now, Fallen, shot low, and killed by Shocks, who gets a triple kill. But let's just talk a bit of mathematics real quick here at the beginning of this round here. You've got 5 SMGs. I mean, I guess the best case scenario, everyone gets a kill each and they all make a bit of money, but realistically, how much more than 2 or 3 could you even need to get the money back from buying it? I mean, it seems a bit excessive, really.
Yeah, it really is, especially because if that was 5 armor on the Luminosity side, if they had bought all Deagle armor, all Tech9 armor, that would have been even more scary.
Yeah, it's definitely far from ideal. FNX darting around in the smoke in Brown Halls, though. I do like the aggression coming out here from G2, though. They know that there's going to be another round of eco coming out here from Luminosity, and so Shoxy's looking to take a fight. He's spoiling for it, and he's going to get shot in the face, but he has the helmet this time. And it's all down to Taco now. He will spot that flank coming in. He's doing big damage to Shox, who has to fall back. Down to 7 HP, Shoxy. But this round is as good as over here as far as Luminosity are concerned. G2 have got all of the points covered, and now Smith's going to step out, and Smith's not going to be able to win that fight versus Taco, who doesn't even have Kevlar.
But realistically, not much Taco could do. Body's going to finish it off. 7th round. But here comes, this is the next important round. They do win the pistol, but now winning this round would be even bigger. And actually, there's an opportunity now for there to be a double up setup on the T side. That's exactly what happens. So Fallen and Cold, just go for it.
I'm curious to see where they're going to take them at the start. Fallen towards his Ivy, perhaps? No, he's going towards main, so is it going to be Cold heading out all over the way? They're not even doing it. They're not even going to bother, actually. They're setting up for an execute with 2 AWPs?
Yeah, that's going to be... I mean, if they get the bomb plant down, those AWPs can cover the bomb a lot. It'll be hard for G2 to get the defuse in, but taking the bomb side is quite a different matter here. All the smoke's raining in, and G2, look how close Scream is playing. You can see them early on. Gonna go for the quick peek. That's the bomb down. Sprays. Oh, what a transfer. Shots Taco down. And coldzera and Furlan left here. 2 versus 4. What a heroic round from Scream.
That was so sick. He just completely stuffed it, and now RBK from on high will take out Fur, and it's all on Cold 1v4. And well, G2, they have to take their time. Shoxy, he gets hungry. He goes for that fight. But a 1v3, Cold is absolutely capable of landing these shots. He misses the first one, though. That drops him dangerously low. He's down to 24 HP now, and with a minute left on this clock, he does have some time to kind of sit and wait, see if a target presents itself, but wow, Body, just no fear at all. Comes from on high and catches him out.
I do think you're right, though. I mean, in a situation like that, just don't feed the Cold Zero. It's always hungry. It's like that hole in the ground from Star Wars, isn't it? Just keep away from it. Just keep away from it.
Why not? This is that's very interesting from Luminosity that they set up for this execute with 2 ops, and then it's so disjointed that the portion that comes out mid is very, very late, disconnected from the bomb who comes out ladder room very early. You can envision a world in which those AKs get out quickly and they're like the front line, and the ops can just kind of hold angles from far back passively. Just say, all right, don't worry about the right side of bomb train. Look elsewhere. Don't worry about, you know, peeking down towards Ivy because we've got that with the other op. But it just never really, I mean, Scream shuts it down. They never actually get out to have any kind of setup like that. But it was just a very long time between the throwing of smokes for that execute and the actual hit.
Surprising to see, but once again, Luminosity on pistols and G2 closing the gap. 11-8, Luminosity still in the lead, but G2, they're putting up a fight, and with these rifles, they should still have the edge here. There's the flash through the smoke. Taco going for a bit of the NA, and he's just going to charge out and take out RPK immediately. Big kill there to start things off. Not going to overextend, try to pick up the rifle this time either. And Shoxy, though, is the one, holds the line at least, picks up 2 kills before they take him down.
Wow, this is an expensive round for G2, way more than it seemed like it should have been. Taco with a really good double kill, but they are still in a very bad position. Oh, Taco finding one more. He single-handedly brought this into the favor of Luminosity. Scream gonna put out a bit of a smoke, but being European player, not gonna run through it. Just trying to play it cool at this point in time. And they are still with the bomb trapped behind that carriage over there, but look at this flank coming through. Cold Zero said, always hungry.
This is a bit of a bummer that the bomb is stuck here, but this flank from Cold can be huge, but Body checks it. Experience from the young player. Now it's Scream's turn, and he looks away at the wrong moment. He turns and he's got to take this fight. He's got to win it, and he does.
But the bomb is not going to be able to get it onto this bomb site. Scream, is he not sure? Yeah, he hears the bomb plant coming through. Incendiary's going to force Taco over to the edge, but he's already got 3 kills. If he can get the 4th, this would be a humongous round here for him to win and clutch for his team. And now he's actually in a decent position as well. He's fallen off at the site, so Scream, hoping that it's Taco who's going to try and take the fight to him. No, Taco's playing it correctly. He's going to wait for Scream to give away his position by tapping that bomb. And then it's all about a gamble, basically. Scream, where the hell is this guy playing from? He has no idea.
Oh, wow. This could be one of the deciding rounds. Scream gonna go and check it. Oh, my God! He turns around, Scream!
No kit.
So low on health, but he doesn't have the kit. And there won't be enough time. That was a beautiful shot, but I don't think he's gonna have it. And Taco, 3 kills on him. Gets the bomb, buys the time at the end. This is ridiculous.
I mean, you got to talk about, well, one, Scream spends so much time in connector. He lets Taco get so far away where he could have been anywhere, and Scream's like lucky to even get that kill. Second, I mean, you got to also imagine there's so much money built up on the G2 side. Look at this buy. Like, there should have been a drop for Scream so he could get that extra utility, so he could get that kit. And that has a huge impact because G2 was about to be in the driver's seat. Now they have to battle once again for control of the match.
Exactly. Their economy took a massive hit. Now it's Luminosity's turn to take the fight to him. We'll see FNX and Fallen working over on Ali. Both teams kind of just not really going for the aggression this time at all. Very passive holds, in fact, waiting to see who's going to flinch first and try and make that play for information. But G2 seem content to just sit back on the sites right now. They've gone for a very default kind of hold. 2 players inner, 3 outer, and just waiting to see where Luminosity are going to come from at this time.
That's same for Luminosity, though. They don't want to get caught out by any kind of aggression whatsoever from G2, so they're all set up in a very, very passive default for this terrorist side. Body's almost at an AIDS. He's got 1 Molotov. If he feels the pressure, just drop it on the ramp. But no one has seen anything yet from either team. I'm under a minute left.
Cold Zero, I mean, Cold Zero's just slowed down a little bit here in the second half. Just a little bit. I think he came into this half with the first round of this half with 20 kills. He's at 24 now, but it's worth pointing out that someone's going to have to maybe take over for him if he's going to just have a little bit of a break.
That's where you'd expect the next guy up is Fur, who was then the all-star in the past, and that's kind of his job. If Cold is feeling a little bit off, he's the one who becomes the star player.
Well, let's see, Fallen. He's getting closer and closer. Cue the Jaws music. Is he going to find the kill or not? Oh, there's the angle. And he gets it point blank onto RPK. Nobody close enough there to back up RPK either, but Smiths will shut down Cold, and that was in Pop Dog. But the bomb is now making its way to the site. Only 15 seconds left to get the bomb plant, and Shoxy's still alive here with the AWP. Misses the flank, but hey, Scream is still here. 3 kills for him, and he pretty much shatters the dreams here for Luminosity in this round. The setup works out perfectly. Luminosity expecting an easy play there with RPK out of the picture. There are just too many people on that A side alive for G2.
That 1 kill from Fallen forces Scream to get mobile. He was very exposed from behind, so he had to push forward, and he finds the perfect wrap around that train. Luminosity not expecting it whatsoever, and with the fact that they ran down the clock so much waiting for aggression from G2, no time to recover after that.
12-9, and the money for Luminosity, they needed to string some more rounds together. They just don't have it yet, but they know that that was still a close round, so they're gonna, or they at least did some damage. And G2, they can't have that much money either, so they are gonna try and see if they can just put on the pressure here. They tried this a bit on Overpass, and it ended up backfiring, the sort of the continuous buying. Don't want to see them in that position once again.
Yeah, we talked about the aggressive choices with the economy they were making on that map, and this is a similar situation where this could punish them in the future.
It's going to put some pressure on them, that's for sure, but this time around, they actually want to head towards that inner site. Look at where Scream is playing from, though. Scream in the back lines, and he's not going to see anybody. Instead, it's going to be Body. 2 kills, or 1 kill for him with the help of Shoxy, and Body then will come in with the second. So it's down to Fallen and Cold now here for Luminosity, and it's not looking good considering they haven't got a single kill, and that bomb is dropped out in the open. Nice HE there to greet Cold's there, as well as the Flames, and Body is just going to put him out of his misery.
I mean, that's going to make you feel unwelcome, just running into a Molotov and an HE at the same time. No love at all. Fallen up here. I guess the best he can do right now is make this expensive. Hope that they lose their minds and just try to throw a lot of bodies at him so he can, you know, get a 3 or 2 kills, but that's not going to happen. Smith just chiming in. Body with a good triple kill, and he's been playing so much better in the second half than he did in the first, which is very, very important here. 12-10 being the scoreline, and honestly, this is anybody's game right now.
It's very even across the board as far as the frags are concerned.
1 round won by Luminosity in the second half so far. 1 gun round, not able to string them together. Really having a tough time against this defense, and now back onto the pistols. Not even a Deagle purchase, just a Tech 9, no utility. And even if they want to buy into the next round, the losing bonus is going to start building up, but it's still not going to be a great buy next round. Luminosity is going to have a tough decision to make on whether they want to invest into that, because that's going to be just the next step in an important round where if they lose it, if they buy and lose it, it's going to cede control. It's going to cede the scoreline of this match.
Well, there's that second op chiming in. Over on the inner site, the first pick goes on to Taco, and he's playing on the extremities once again towards that B site. So Luminosity, the rest of them gathered up to pinch onto A. Fur has managed to sneak his way out through A main, but as I say that, he gets picked off, and Scream from on high will pick up 1 and 2 kills. And so a very solid, a near perfect anti-eco round coming out here for G2, which is exactly what they need. Now they can re-up full on nades, get everything that they need, and they still have enough for a full buy in the next round. So they have to be feeling very comfortable at this point, whereas Luminosity, they're going to go for the Quasi. They aren't going to fully invest in this round. Instead, it's just Tech 9, Kevlar, and they'll be able to full buy in the next round instead.
Yeah, I like this call much, much more than any kind of force buy out of them.
See, now I would like to see in the upcoming round some of that stuff that Fallen spends his time on, you know, alone in a room, just putting down notes on a paper, just trying to figure out something really deep here, because it is a grand finals. We know he does a lot of preparing in general and has some strats saved away somewhere. I think now would be a pretty good time for them. Body,
oh no,
easy kill.
What is the bomb doing there?
That's awful.
And those are that's a mistake that Luminosity normally does not make. Now, I mean, it is just kind of a throwaway round. It looks like they wanted to try and split that inner bomb site by way of alley through CT spawn. Not going to work out, obviously, although 2 kills here from FNX and LG does some damage, but all down to Cold in a 1-on-3, and dropping the bomb like that all alone from Fallen. Like I said, I mean, they're very good with their fundamentals, and that's a big mistake to make.
I'm a bit surprised to see it actually happen.
Well, if he gets the first kill here, this could be a bit interesting, but gonna miss the Deagle shot, and that should be the end, especially when you're reloading. Smith's coming up with a double that will tie the scoreline at 12-12. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, this was an 11-4 finish in favor of Luminosity for the first half. So this is quite a comeback here for G2 into the second half here. And we were talking about, you know, sort of that deep level of Luminosity and a Fallen, I think, on almost all maps, maybe with the exception of Cash. So I'm wondering, what are we gonna see here? They've done the tactical timeout here. They're gonna set up for it. there are a lot of options on Train that have never been explored. There are a lot of places to throw grenades from that people have never used. So I'm wondering if he's going to go real deep with it.
I don't know. It was looking more like a pep talk there with Cold than anything. I think Fallon's just like, come on, man. Release the beast. You know, it's just, look at that. It's just a back and forth between Fallon and Cold right now. So I'm curious, is Cold showing some frustration? Is he, does he need to get calmed down right now? Because that could be the point of the timeout as well. And sometimes teams do this where they, instead of, talking too much about, oh, we need to change this, we need to change that, or this is a tendency that I've noticed. It's just like, actually, everybody take a deep breath here and just focus up again, right? Because you're getting frustrated.
They seem to be talking a lot, though, on that team. Whereas you can see G2 here, they're just all sat quiet. They're fine with how everything is going right now.
Well, look at their half that they've had so far.
Well, this is wisdom on their part, right? They know that what they're doing is working. So now it's all about, they know that the ball is in Luminosity's court. So instead of talking and, muddling things up and maybe making it easier for Luminosity, just keep quiet, maybe pump yourself up a little bit, but that's it. Focus on your game.
The Luminosity side of things, it might have also been something where Fallen calls a tactic that they've run a number of times, and he says, I've noticed that we can exploit this certain aspect of their defense. Like, you two are going to be going to this position. This is how I want you to do it. Look for this kind of a play. Look for something specific, not necessarily, singling out some teammates, but giving them an idea of what's going to happen on the defense.
Well, looks like G2 are still trying to switch it up because this is something they haven't really done too much before. In the second half, actually pushing down Ivy. FNX is ready for it though, but Shox with the opening frag, taking out Fallen. That's going to be a big hit to Luminosity, and if FNX goes down here, that might just break the round. He's going to get the first kill, goes for the follow-up spray, and it's beautiful. Smiths and RPK both down. FNX bringing Luminosity back into this round.
Kicking and screaming at this point. The smoke goes down to block off Alley, so that's going to buy a little bit of time. And the rest of his team, they're rotating back towards A. Now that he's weakened the defense over here, they know that they're going to be spread out, G2. And it's only going to be the two players here, Shoxy and Scream, who's ready to hold its body alone on that inner site. So can Shoxy keep up with this kind of performance? That's going to be the big thing. He's going to have an opportunity here soon to land the first shot over by A main, considering how far forward he is pushed.
Yeah, this is the linchpin of this portion of the round. If Shox can get a kill here, survive, maybe get one more, and the timing's going to work out. He just turns around, but he hits him through the train. He can't find the kill. It's all on Scream now.
Well, Scream has stepped it up a couple of times before, but now he's going to have to go absolutely beast mode. And there's the first shot coming through. 30 seconds. The bomb is dropped back there. Taco, he doesn't have a health, but it's going to be a great shot all the way from the back line. There's Cold Zero, takes down one. 20 seconds, and Body hiding close to the bomb side. He just wants to see if he can deny this plant and somehow come up with a 1-on-3 clutch here. He's going to try and sneak out a little bit. Grenades flying in front of him now. Just 10 seconds. Where is that bomb plant coming? LG moving up in front of the bomb site here. There's going to be the one frag coming through. The bomb will be going down. Molotov on the other side, and Cold been quiet for a while, but 2 kills in this round is going to put him at 27 and a big win for Luminosity.
Yeah, aggressive play from Cold as well with that op. He could have just stayed safe, just done the smart decision, stay in the ladder room, just wait for just play for the bomb once it gets planted, but he actually moves up on the side of that train and just grabs an angle that Body is not ready for. But so close. If Scream just hadn't peeked out a little bit too wide, like the next player into the bomb site only had like 20 HP, so that would have been an easy second kill for anyone.
You have to give it to FNX though, to start things off for Luminosity, to weaken that defense with those 2 key frags over by Ali. What a big play from him to turn it around, and now look at this Scream. He's treating this smoke like a wall. Fer not going to be pushing through it.
We talked about G2, how comfortable they looked during that pause and saying what we're doing is working. Well, now they've gotten aggressive. FNX punished it last round, and this can very easily get punished again. So there is a little bit of a change up in that timeout from G2. And so far, it's, I mean, after the timeout, it's only been 1 round, but Luminosity really punished the switch up that G2 made.
Fallen is just scoped up on that smoke. He knows that someone could be in there. A follow-up smoke as well, so buying a lot of time right now. Scream going to be falling back here, and LG, they still have the bomb all the way over the brown hole, so they're just not worried. If they say, right, if you want to use a lot of your smokes going aggressive, now that you're soon to be out, if not already out of them, we could hit a bomb site and not have to worry about anything.
They got to be careful, though, because last round could have come down to timing. Yeah. I mean, if they had found the bomb. There's been a couple other rounds, not only in this map, but even going back to Overpass, where they've run the clock down so low, it's danger of just getting timed out if there's one mistake.
They're cutting it, but again, it is going to be that A execute. Scream is in the position up in Sniper, though. He's on upper, and this is the spot you want to be in when this smoke execute comes in, because you can look over the smokes. You get that eagle eye view. So you have to see if he's going to be able to get some picks, or are they going to be looking at this position, Luminosity? They should be aware that Scream likes to play up here, and one shot goes through, so maybe just letting him know. Let's see now, it's his time. He chooses to go for it, and there's the first headshot. Drops Fer and tries to deny the bomb plants, or even does a little bit of damage to Taco.
Wow, but I mean, they almost lose nothing, Luminosity, to actually get the bomb down here. So a very hard retake coming in now from the CT side. RPK, bit of a flash on through. Does manage to make it into Ivy a bit closer. That bomb is still ticking away, and already G2 have just spent so much time even getting close to the bomb side here. This is going to be very tough. They don't even have a smoke to cover up any kind of a defuse, so it's going to be out in the open and a brutal fight. There's the first shot coming through. Scream taking down one. FNX with a shot as well, and another one going through. LG making it work, and Smith is going to be going down. Last kill coming through for Taco, and 14-12 here. I mean, if you could start every round having a 4-on-5, but with the bomb down in a bomb side, you probably would do that as a Sarah side. That's easy.
Yeah, especially that late in the round when all the nades have been used up, like you said. That's the thing. G2, way too passive. They gave way too much room for Luminosity to work with, and Luminosity's going to punish that more often than not. So tough. And now look at this buy that G2 has to come out with to save this map. Because if they lose this, they're out of money.
Yeah, it's going to be that weird, awkward force buy coming in. Fallen, letting him know not to get too antsy, not to get too aggressive over here by A main. He's got that position locked down with that AWP. And while Luminosity, they aren't pushed up to alley this time. Instead, they're really far back towards T-spawn, into the brown halls, waiting to see if there's going to be an aggression coming out here on the B side of things. They haven't really seen much of it, honestly, not since Shox has been pushing up, earlier on in the half.
If they push B right now, it looks like Body has a chance to either sort of become a hero, or he's just going to get overrun. That max 7, you don't get many chances to miss shots. Shox is in there as well now, actually rotating out of the A bomb site. I kind of prefer him to stay over the rest of his team right now.
It feels like he probably has to be there with the shotgun to help out. This is a little bit more aggressive from G2 as the clock runs down, as they run out of utility. You can see only 3 flashbangs, 1 kit onto Shox.
All of these nades for Luminosity.
Yeah, they have so much.
And they're going with the double AWP again. There's Body with the flash, looking to buy a little bit of time. Taco, he's just making some noise over here on B, keeping G2 honest. RPK, Scream, and Smiths are still alive on the A site. Delayed flash going in, and now Fur, he's got the bomb and Pop Dog. Could still take it back. It seems like that's going to be the play here, because Taco and Cold, they're still set up on the inner site. Fallen rotating in, but they're cutting it down so close. 20 seconds left to get out on this site. There you go. Body with 1, 2, not going to get the third. Cold is there, point blank with the AWP, and he gets the follow-up as well.
Oh, and Body, maybe if it had stayed put, that could have been way better. Bomb's going to go down with 10 seconds, but a missed shot there. Fallen, not going to get a second chance. FNX making so much noise, and Smith comes out with a great double. Cold, very low on health in a 1-on-3, and this could be the big comeback here for G2, but a terrific shot rains out. Cold Sierra now with the triple, looking for the ace clutch here, but he's not going to be able to do it. Scream will take him out, and it's between Smith and Body to save this round for G2, bringing it to 14-13. This is a very close game now, ladies and gentlemen. Very close indeed.
And what a play from Body. He's, I mean, you mentioned this second half. He's had some very impactful kills. Not high in terms of sheer number of them, but those two to open up that round, the shotgun there, and a second one as well, could have gotten this third. But I mean, what important kills to get those first 2. It allows the rotations to come in. Cold has to dedicate himself to the bomb site, so it prevents the off from cutting off rotations on that ramp. Very, very impactful from Body.
Interesting decision with the money here, considering they could have dropped 2 Galils. Luminosity probably done a little bit better as far as the nades are concerned, but instead it's going to be 2 pistols, 3 AKs. They do have a good nade count, but now it's up on G2. Smith has still got that AWP. Surprising to see that, well, I mean, he is the main opera after all, but I'm not always unhappy to see Shoxy go for it either.
Yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes. I mean, I think actually Smith has been playing pretty well on the CT side with it, but it's not always clear who's going to be the best opera on this map, on this team. Smith's all the way back looking at Pop Dog, and RPK could have another fight with FNX over at Ivy. If he wins that, then whatever push comes in, if it happens through main and Pop Dog, is going to be so much worse.
It's very interesting to me that Luminosity these past few rounds on the T side have been so incredibly passive, that letting the clock run down very, very low, that they haven't even really probed. Like even last round, they didn't pressure the outside bomb site at all. They didn't really peek anywhere into that B bomb site. They didn't know what they were going up against. And this is a team that you normally say, once they have the information, which they're so good at getting, they can make the right call. But here they're just kind of gambling a couple times. And FNX, another opportunity for him, and RPK's elbow sticks out just a little bit too far.
What is that? What? Shoxy's not there to back him up. No flash from RPK. He's just walking right into that angle. Really interesting decision. now Shoxy not even going to be able to get the trade frag. FNX is there, but Smith, he hits a great shot to start things off, but then does not expect the high ground advantage from Cold. Scream not going to be able to deny the bomb plant either, and so it's a 3-on-3 retake now for G2 to keep their hopes alive here on the second map.
What an angle to find. If he could have got that kill, that would have been beautiful. Molotov there behind electric box is a great idea, but no one's holding. And again, they don't have a smoke for the retake here. This is going to be so tough. They can't even force LG to peek early, which is a big problem. Fallen close here with the AK, but a great flashbang in, and Body to clear him out. Now a 2-on-3. Bomb ticking in front of that bomb site. FNX hit close here with the AK in hand. He's going to lose a teammate. He takes the one fight, goes for the follow-up. He's going to spray down another one. Scream still defusing. He can't get it. Luminosity going to win the round. And that's going to bring them one step closer. Map point here, 15-13. What a great hold, in spite of what looked like a very well-coordinated retake from G2.
That was a sick retake. It was actually perfect, and even the take itself was really, really beautiful. Fur with the Tech 9, he just jumps out. He's just used as target practice. And even though Smith gets the kill and doesn't get punished immediately, it gave coldzera the angle to prevent any kind of repeat. So really nice sacrifice, and now Fur long-range spray with Smiths. And 3 pistols and an M4 left on the side of G2 to try and take this into overtime.
We have to see if Scream's going to be able to step up once again. He's the one with the firepower on this team. And again, it's going to be just Shoxy stepping out, hoping to achieve anything there. Actually, with the pistol, not going to happen. And it's between Fur and FNX right now. They're just, divvying up the frags between the two of them. Taco's going to get in on the action a little bit, and Scream on the site, but he's roasting, and he is dead. 16-13 at the end, with Luminosity tying up this series 1-1 in maps. But G2, they definitely showed us something there on trade. They put up one hell of a fight.
Yeah, it seemed like that could have gone either way, especially towards the end of the map here. I mean, not that much money on G2, on LG, and unfortunately, to play this 29th round, all that G2 had was a rifle and a couple of pistols. So just really, really tough. I mean, I do love that second to last round, how FNX just plays down at Ivy. He just keeps on baiting them. It's so hard for anyone to help out inside the bomb site because they know he's back there. All he got was 1 kill. But I think FNX had a really good game in terms of the mind games. But obviously coldzera as well, out of control in this map.
It's tough to say, right? Because Cold obviously comes through in big rounds, but it just seems like FNX, when it matters most, he's almost got that like Fallen quality that you can just count on him to come through with big crazy plays like this one right here. This 1v3 clutch made all the difference in the end. Just shattered G2's economy, shattered their hopes of getting back into the map.
They didn't want to probe. They didn't want to take any losses early on. They weren't pressuring bomb sites and forcing rotations, which is normally something they're very, very good on. Or good at.
Good. Yeah, I've got a feeling this is going to be a really tough game for G2. I have to expect that Luminosity are going to come in. So I could see this being a 2-1 in favor of Luminosity at the end of this. There will be G2 starting on the CT side, which is so hard to play, although some teams have figured out some good tricks to try and get a little bit of control back on the CT side. And, well, RPK being very aggressive towards B long, and Shox looking to follow it up, actually failing to jump 3 times in a row and eventually being grenaded and giving up on it. And when he comes back with a boost here, there are going to be so many players on the terrorist side, on the other team here, rushing through. Shots getting down, flashed as well. Body with a bit of a return here, but now he is out in the open and can't find any kind of escape. We'll get another kill. That's quite impressive, actually, but trying to reload behind the fountain. How is he still alive? Smith's picking up 1, then 2, and Fallen gonna go down to Scream. G2, I'm gonna say it now, they should not have won this round.
No, but that's the thing. Big mistake early on. You can see Shox when he fails that jump. There's a pop flash coming from a teammate that he's supposed to time that peek with to get 1 kill and just fall away. And they remained way too aggressive trying to boost up. Body had time to reload simply because Scream at that rock, Body froze him in the open and just stayed alive. And Scream had so many easy shots that LG had to fall away from pressuring the site.
That was actually a huge performance from Body, in particular for G2. The fact that he stayed alive, he remained a threat. Luminosity just couldn't swarm the site. And, well, Luminosity are going for the all-out aggression in this round as well. And Fur's already in drop, but there are 2 players waiting for him. He will just rip the head off of one, and he's still alive and kicking. Man advantage now for Luminosity, and they have control of drop down, so they can go into connector. They can make life very difficult here for G2.
Wow, yeah, they've already lost a lot of HP here on the CT side. They've got to be very careful right now. RPK getting close, that grenade. Oh, the dunk comes in. Firm gonna be out of it, but at the same time, Body burned to a crisp by Fallen. Bit of a weird flashbang coming out there. In fact, flashes himself. Just gotta walk it off. Just walk it off. No one noticed.
Spent a bit too much time in NA, have we?
Oh, harsh. Scream now, it's his turn. And that second one should be easy. But RPK has no health, and he's out in the open, so it's down into a one-on-one, and actually Fallen has the advantage here.
He's going to be able to get that post-plant position now set up. Bomb is down. He didn't waste any time, and now Scream just charging forward. He is going to slow down once he makes it to the van. But Fallen playing the angles, and he's got that Tech 9. He can do massive damage here to Scream, especially if they get up close. Scream with the MP9, hoping for the spray, but Fallen is going to land the first shot. And the clutch for Luminosity to bring it right back. I feel like we're having flashbacks here, boys.
G2...
How does this keep happening?
Well, G2, as much as we praise Body for playing that perfectly on Pistron and behind Fountain staying alive, G2 put way too much pressure on drop zone. Like, let him have it. Isolate him in that drop zone. It's so hard for him to get out. Two very narrow choke points. And G2 actually tried to take the fight and drop, and they took so much damage, lost players, and way too hard to recover from that.
Well, they've got a bit of armor, some upgraded pistols, but a very slim chance they could make anything work here. I do love this aggressive push on Scream, though. He's going to get so much information. If he could sneak in a kill, that would obviously be amazing. He gets a shot in on FN. Excellent follow-up there. Scream still sticking around and fighting. It's very hard to even get that far out to peak. So, I mean, he did a pretty good job, but still, now they know, and Luminosity are in control of this round so far.
They also spot out two players in drop, so then that forces G2 back because then they know how to counter it, Luminosity. So don't want to keep the pressure there. Still 5 alive with these pistols. And a little bit of a fake from Luminosity. Apply pressure over towards this B bomb site. The smokes draw 4 members of G2 over. Now they're going to fall back towards that A site. So the question becomes, how quickly can G2 read this?
Yeah, how can they rotate as well? Because Scream is all alone over on the A site right now. Spotting into underpass. He's got the dig. So we'll see. Fallen is going to slowly walk in. There's the shoulder peek. Nicely played there by Fallen to bait out a response. Now they know that at least one player is watching this approach. And there's the wrap coming in from A long as well. So now the rotation, however, has fully come out here for G2. And this is where life gets a bit difficult for Luminosity. 3, 4 players still alive on the site.
Yeah, they're all stacked up right now. They have almost no equipment to actually hold a bomb site, but they're trying anyway and succeeding. Body picking up 2 kills, and Fur trying to get in with this flank, but they know he's there already. Only 20 seconds left, and Fur in a 1-on-4. This is ridiculous. They're not supposed to be trading rounds like this, but they are.
Somehow they actually bring it back Fur, though. Well, I was about to say, it's not done yet. There's still 2 players fairly low on T2's side, but it will be Smith's point blank to pick up the shot, and now he gets to hold on to the trophy, the MP9.
What a recovery from G2. That was Scream staying aggressive up front. Him falling makes Luminosity think that maybe the site is clear, the rotation's not fully in quite yet. But there's just so many crossfires set up in that 8 bomb site. Beautifully done from G2. And that almost stems from the fact that they fall away from the early pressure and drop. They just say, all right, you've spotted both of us. We had our opportunity to get a kill. It didn't work out.
Ooh.
So we're going to readjust, but quick play from LG. Now they fought back into this round also in shocks. That's a little bit wild.
And now they might actually get sandwiched on the A bomb site here. They need some backup from the B bomb site, but they got to be careful. FNX is still lurking in drop, and Fur making his way out balcony. He will make noise if he drops off here, so I don't blame him for sticking around a little bit here. But now that RPK is out in the open, Fallen going to take that shot, and it looks like it'll be another round trading back in favor of Luminosity. This is just a crazy beginning to this cobblestone map.
The incendiary, but somehow Scream finding big kills. 2 kills for him. Body picks up a 3rd. Somehow we're back into a 2-on-2 now. But Fallen has that AK still in play. He's giving it away that he's on that site. So G2, I mean, obviously they could assume that, but they're going to have to figure out how to make good use of this utility. These flashes that they have to try and get out open. Fallen fully white, fully blinded. But the Body and Scream still not out yet.
Just covering the angle here. So smart from Fallen. Does see one guy get out behind the truck here, but there's almost no time left anyway here for Body. He doesn't have a kit. He's going to go for the peek, and Fallen playing that one very well for the triple kill. And Moses, what you are bringing out in the second round, again, Shocks really overcommitting to holding drop there, just charging in.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not quite sure what that was, to be completely honest with you. That was way too overzealous from him. And him falling, I mean, that's the thing. It was split onto that A bomb site, it looked like was coming in, and it's just, you can't, it's so hard to recover from that. He's also like the closest support to that A bomb site when they do have pressure on them. So it really, really isolates that defense and makes them feel a lot of pressure. Now, I mean, traded back and forth for 4 rounds, G2 just concedes this one. They say, all right, you're going to win this early economic battle. We're just going to have to recover when the guns come out.
It is a bit of a blast for the past, though, right? You know, it's not often that we see it these days where teams just refuse to give up and they keep forcing back and forth, and it turns out into this all-out brawl. A little bit of an older meta, but Luminosity do win in this time. G2, they know that this is more of a T-sided map. They know that they have a little bit of time, so don't fully sacrifice the economy. Come back stronger in this round, or even go for a quasi-buy in this round and just go for the full buy in the next one. But nope. Yeah.
I might have actually almost preferred that.
Yeah.
I might have preferred them to have saved another round here.
I agree. Like,
Yeah, it's a big risk now, especially considering you see Smith with no armor, two players without head armor, and you're going up against 3 SMGs. Man, this is the one benefit to it is Luminosity seems to think they're going to be saving one more as well. So they have a chance here if Smiths can get an early pick of that AWP and really surprise them. And also this fast play against M4's. Fur's not ready for that, but the rest of the team is streaming out B, and Body's going to get another one. He's trying to wrap around, but it's 2 kills for LG.
3 on 2 right now. This is working out brilliantly. Cold Zero going to be going down. Fallen the last left to try and clutch it here, which is going to be real difficult. He does have the bomb, but he's out on this plateau, and even falling back is going to give away his position. So they know where he is exactly now. There's a good underhand throw to get the Molotov close range. Know that no one's there right now. He's going to have to use these tools anyway to try and just zone them out, but they're not showing themselves at all.
Seems to have an idea where they are, so you can see his thought process trying to isolate these players, one-on-one battles. It's just this is really smart play from G2, not peeking, not giving him anything, forcing him to commit if he wants to find a kill, and that's when they'll be able to collapse.
At least he has the bomb. That's one thing he doesn't have to worry about, but he needs to find 1 kill to give himself some room to work with here. They're all spread out. There's the smoke clears, but as soon as he gives it away, Shoxy peeks out from the site itself and picks him off a plateau. So G2, well, they decided to take the risk with an early buy, and it pays off this time. Luminosity kind of just walked right into that one.
Wow. Now, LG can still buy, but I mean, that's quite impressive. They had 1 smoke at the beginning of that round, so if it had turned into sort of a long, drawn-out battle where Luminosity go for like a execute at around 30 seconds, then G2 just don't have anything to hold on.
Well, I think Luminosity does that if they have the knowledge of that's actually being a buy, because they know the utility would be low, but because they think it's an eco, they're just saying, all right, let's let the SMGs YOLO like we normally do, see what they can find, and it was just too much for them to recover from that time because of all the rifles everywhere.
By the time Fur got picked off, they were already out onto the site just running in, so.
Cheeky boost.
I like it. We don't see it too often these days, but I do like it. Element of surprise. Use it once, right? And if it doesn't get spotted this round, they can keep going back to it until it is spotted. But once again, Luminosity realizing that they've had some success over here in drop, so they want to make this the focus once again, just by moving in. You can see Fallen, he's got his position with the AWP. Nobody here to greet him from G2, so a little bit of an adjustment this time, actually, from G2, not putting anybody in here for a hard hold.
Interesting also, Smiths is at the A bomb site with that ult, so when this comes in, Scream and Body can have a lot of work to do. Now, there's no Molotov to force Body out of the chicken coop, so he can stay there. You can use that as cover. It is spammable, but it does provide a really, really good angle towards platform. And Taco, again, though, I mean, he's trying to find this pick, and no one from G2 is peeking this. No one wants to give up any of the easy kills.
A little bit of a team flash as well. So now they're left with, with nothing, basically, Luminosity. At least they have a man on plateau, so they have that to work with. Fallen, checking the other side of the box now, seeing if he can find a target. There's still a man on the site, and we'll have to see if Scream, when he decides to actually pull the trigger and push out, and he will get spotted by Fallen, just the edge, and Fallen missing 2 shots. Well, he does get the tag, but Scream is still alive. See if he's much longer. There's 1 headshot from him, and just trade frags going out onto the B site.
Body revealing himself maybe a bit too early there. I wish he could have stayed hidden in the back now. Shock's going to be going down. Smith's trying to see, can he cover the cross here, but Fur going to get a great kill in, and now it's all on RPK, 1 versus 3, and he's going to pick up the first kill. Very low on health, and they are both looking very good. So Cold Zero going to pick up the triple, and Luminosity will pick up another round, making it 4-3, but I think it was about 17 seconds when Body went down, and I think if you're playing Chicken Coop and it goes past sort of the 20-second mark, I'd be thinking, I'm just going to play for the plant here. I'll just wait.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Just hide in that spot and you can stop that plant. You just almost win by time because you force them to have to chase you down to get the bomb plant. That was just very patient from Luminosity because I mean, we saw they were running out of nades for any kind of execution. So basically, with how passive everyone was playing, they were saying, Fallen, it's your job to get a pick. And now look at this. Here's that fast play with the SMG.
Yeah, now they're just thinking, now it's going according to plan. It is an eco on G2's side. So with the 2 SMGs, they can actually get out there, look for the fights. However, he does get headshot. Now he's stuck, and nice hunt there by Scream. Fallen is there to make sure that Scream can't pick up the gun to use. Oh, and Body's going for the clever play, pushing through that Molotov.
But you've got to expect that Luminosity will be able to stabilize the game a little bit here in their favor. I mean, the 3-5 split, if that's what it turns into here, is not too bad. G2 is definitely showing some promise early on. Just the fact that they are able to win sort of rifle rounds against Luminosity is a really good sign. We've seen teams go down, you know, 7-0 on this on the CT side just because they don't know how to even get any rounds. So the fact that they've already proven that has got to be a good sign.
Well, the tough part for them is that they lost the initial battle for the economy after it traded back and forth for 4 rounds, and then they were the first one to concede and lose 2 in a row, didn't buy anything. Then they win 1 round and get reset immediately afterwards. So as a CT team, they're just getting crushed right now. I mean, they're very low on economy. This is going to have to be a double save. It goes back to that where you said you wish they would have saved 1 more in that buy where they were missing armor, missing utility. It's going to have to be something even weaker than that if they want to buy into the next round. So a good chance for Luminosity to build up money and just spread out the scoreline.
Or
they
just go for it again. It's a crazy buy-up.
They could. I mean, it worked last time, right? So
they are French, and
what does that have to do with anything, Anders?
Saying there's this team called Envy out there that used to be doing this all the time.
But that's the thing, right? That used to be
all day.
Oh, it used to be a bit of the meta, right? Envy were the best at it, just constantly forcing low eco buys. But
I sort of like how you immediately went defensive. It means we're getting to you slowly, you know. It's good.
Wearing them down.
Well, 5-3 being the scoreline, and the 9th round are coming up here. And it would truly be a suicide mission if G2 ended up buying in this round.
The rest of the half would essentially be on them winning that kind of a buy. So it's very, very smart for them to save here because they have to start getting onto a streak. They can't, if they get reset again, it's just going to start turning into nightmare situations. They have to be able to win strong and keep guns alive and not have to rebuy them immediately.
Get those nades to start working with the anti-rush, anti-pressure over here on B Plateau as well. Luminosity this time, they take a bit more of a passive hold instead of putting that smoke up early to allow Taco to work his way out onto Plateau. They're waiting to see what happens. FNX this time not going to get caught off guard, rather by Scream. So they're teaching Scream that he can't push out through apartments on long, you know, for free. That, hey, you know, it worked once and you managed to get out of it. We're not going to let you get info like that for free in the future. And well, FNX, man, he's just padding his stats at this point.
Yeah, that's crushing. And you can see Luminosity very passive pretty much all across the map, not just FNX, but they had some boosts over towards this B hallway, just waiting for anyone to kind of peek. And now that they have a couple kills and they figure the defense is probably a little bit split, Shox is going to be in drop. Now they can just walk out B platform with all the advantages in the world.
Yeah, at worst, I think maybe FNX goes down at some point if he gets into a fight. Body with an interesting little bit of a jump all the way over from the boost, but Shox long range here with the MAC-10 not going to be working out, and it will be 6-3 here. Luminosity starting to get a real grip of this first half, as we kind of expect they would. I mean, this is where we want them to see them pick up the majority of the rounds, and I think they need to get into like 11 or more. I think you really do need like a very, very good first half here. You never know on the second half, and Shox has been very good on the T side, just opening up the rounds, and if you do that on this map, then you almost win the round. Just from the first couple of kills, basically.
I mean, speaking of Shox, he's been a little bit quiet. I think he's sitting on 4 frags right now. Went on overpass. You know, he was definitely standing out with some big plays to keep them in it. Train as well. So G2 right now, they need Shoxy to stop you know, dwelling too much on what's going wrong and to start making it happen for himself. So now Body is going to be the one with the angle. He's got the AWP, and he's going to be able to spot. What? Misses the shot on Taco and doesn't hit the follow-up either. Cold through the smoke. It's insult to injury. Just gets beaten down.
Scream making a lot of noise close to the plateau here is very dangerous. That's going to give a lot of information to Taco, but he's playing this plateau kind of alone, and Fur's all the way on the other side. So right now, Luminosity can just kind of wait for more information and see where they want to go. They can use either one of these 2 players to just gather up intel on how many CTs are holding either bomb side. There's a good tap. RPK looked like he was just guessing his way through the smoke until he actually hit that shot.
Because what is that smoke? We don't see that smoke very often, do we?
There's a one-way to the right side of that smoke where you can glance under it towards the drop area. We see it. I've actually seen it a pretty decent amount on the NA side of things. I'm not sure if Europe's using it too much, but yeah, I mean, it usually, I think teams are starting to get used to that being dropped down now. And here's Fallen. Speaking of drop down, as a shotgun, the ult comes up huge. RPK falls.
A little bit of the JW there. Oh no, Scream. Oh, he just barely makes it out, but Shoxy from drop drops the bomb. And Scream survives long enough to pick off Coldzera. So a 4th round on the board now for G2.
That could have gone south.
That could have gone south so quickly. That Molotov finishes off Scream. Fallen maybe turns around a little bit because he doesn't have to worry about anyone else in the bomb site. But a good recovery from G2. Now it's all about stringing them together because they have a good amount of players survive. They build up a little bit of money. They need to win this round. But this double op setup, at least for that first round, wins it for them.
11th round coming up here. LG with a lot of speed already down and drop. FNX flash though, and Shock's going to be picking up that kill. Great underhand throw coming out here from the CT side. Now body covering that broken wall with the AWP. They're tossing in so many grenades and none of them seem to be actually covering his position. Scream, RPK helping out, and Scream coming in with another kill. And LG just running into a complete brick wall here at the B bomb site. Cold coming up with a flashy headshot, but it's way too late in the round.
Or if he gets another one, that could help, and he does. He takes out RPK, but Smith is there to restore order, and it's a 5th round on the board for G2. They are beginning to chain things together here.
It's not very often you see Luminosity throw that many nades that have virtually no effect. I mean, he didn't even have to look away. He's standing behind that fountain. He had no pressure, no damage was done. He was never blind whatsoever. Even his teammate boosted up, wasn't getting flashed at all. So maybe a little bit of mistakes, maybe some players confusing which nades they throw, but either way, maybe even assuming that it was a different defensive setup, but it doesn't work out. And now look at this force buy. You want to talk about force buys out of G2. Luminosity feeling the pressure a little bit, down to 2 Tech 9s, a Galil, and 2 AKs.
I thought they were going to run right in there. It looked like they were just going to just charge the bomb site once in. They're throwing all the regular smokes, but they are bringing the bomb back, so I'm wondering if this is some sort of elaborate fake. Now they're all going to go down drop, and this might actually work.
Oh, it's the wrap. Oh, in the midair shot. 6 shot from Smith on Taco to open things up, and Shoxy, he's getting that backstab in. We'll only get the 1 kill. Coldzera there to end it fairly early on, but G2 still have a man advantage in this situation, and the bomb is still waiting over by A.
Yeah, but look at RPK. He's up on the wall again with the boost here. Fallen is never going to expect this. If he does, then he has reached some sort of god level, because that's a 1 in 100 round where this happens. He is sneaking in, and RPK is turning around here. They need Fallen to open up this round, otherwise they're never going to get out of drop. And there's the spot coming out. RPK with the shot, and that boost really paying off. Now the bomb is down, and it's a 2-on-4.
The issue as well is that, I mean, G2 sees that a mile away. When you see players streaming at a drop and trying to wrap up towards the A bomb site, you know there's going to be at least 1 player towards that A site. So RPK, he can be very patient with it, and now it's just a cleanup duty for G2. And there goes FNX, body with a nice shot, all tied up at 6-6.
What an impressive comeback here from G2 so far. They've really tried. I mean, it seems like they've really got a grip on things. 3 rounds in a row. Economy is stabilizing somewhat. That was a near perfect round for them as far as they're concerned. And Luminosity are the ones feeling the heat. Going for the force buy in the last round means that it's just a half buy this time around, just with some pistols, Kevlar. Well, they seem to be a little stuck, Luminosity.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very impressed by how well the CT side is playing right now.
Ah, they're changing up the pace now. Look at that, FNX. He got flashed, but he was looking to try and get into connector very quickly there, it seems.
Not going to work out with Taco. That's a nice clothesline onto Shox, and now he's split this defense. If he can get 1 more, that'd be huge. Actually, that takes Smith's attention away from mid, so they actually get up, they do 1 more kill, and RPK, he's not looking the right way at all. He's going to fall down into a 2-on-2. Somehow, LG has pulled this back and made it work.
Oh, this is a very messy round right now for the CT side. We're just praising them, but this could actually turn out very badly for them. The only thing they've got going right now is the lack of armor on Taco and also how low on health he is. And they do have a kit on either player there. Does spot the cross, so now they definitely know that there's no sneak around back. They know there's going to be an A plant.
Bomb is getting planted as well. Not the default spot, so that's interesting. But Scream has lurked his way all the way through underpass, through apartments in danger. Gets a free kill onto Cold, and now it's all on Taco with the AWP. They don't seem to have any idea as to where he is yet, but as Scream gets closer to the site, they're going to start figuring out as they eliminate possible hiding spots in Taco. He's hearing the steps there from Body, who just goes running past. And another free shot here from Taco, and 2 shots missed. Taco's got to be wondering, what the hell is that? What actually happened there? That looked dead on.
I'm wondering a little bit myself.
Just one of those days. 7-6, man, that's devastating. And I mean, that round should have never been that close, but Luminosity showing how scary they can be. Now they can actually buy. Look at that.
Oh, what?
Wow.
Oh, did he walk up the step and it went by his hip or something?
I just have no idea.
Yeah, bummer. That'll stress you out moving forward. 7-6 though for G2. Damage done to the economy, at least Fallen. He's prepared for this. Oh, Shox. That's a bummer. Fallen reads it perfectly, and he's going to go for more. Although he might not realize there's someone close to the right because he assumes there's 2 in there from the boost. But now that he spotted that second player far back, RPK might have been able to capitalize on that. But LG wisely not going to pressure the situation with a man advantage this early.
Yeah, they get that smoke down. and just decide to start waiting it out, perhaps trying to force down some utility here from G2. I mean, one more smoke going down here from G2 to try and block off Plateau, and it's going to be the boost, actually, it looks like, to get a presence up on Plateau this time around. They want to take the fight to Luminosity and not allow them to just start walking out here and getting the defense on that site in crossfires.
This position from Scream is so risky when they still have Molotovs left, because they could just hard check it and he's going to be in so much trouble. RPK slightly overcommitting to that peak, probably thinking the flashbang was going to be enough, but not quite. So 5 versus 3 here, and Luminosity just need to win the last 2 rounds here. I think they're in a bit of a tough position right now, so shaping up really well for them, and I don't see how Body and Scream can hold this bomb site alone against 5 members of LG. That isn't going to happen, is it?
Yeah, especially because they're forced so passive without any smoke or Molotov to block that. I mean, it's going to be free entrance into the site. Scream is going to have to do something really magical.
Oh, he's got the position on the site. Big spray from him, though. That takes a bit too long. Is he going to find the one tap? Yes, he does. Last bullet in the bag, and FNX is now in a 1v1. Scream, only 12 HP, but there's only 20 seconds left on this clock. And he hears the footsteps. He hears FNX coming from a mile away. Does FNX look right? Does he check the angle? Yes, he does, and he lands the shot in the end. So he will get the clutch and 2 kills. But Scream, that was quite a performance from the site itself.
Now you're just wondering, what if he had picked up the AWP and held the angle?
Well, that might have been the best decision, because it seemed like he wanted to readjust to a new position, but was caught off guard by how quickly his opponent was at that position. So he was out in the open. He had nowhere really to go but to just hold that angle with the M4. So maybe, yeah, switching over to that op would have probably been the better idea, or just...
We've seen Scream with an op before, though.
Yeah,
we
don't ever want to see it again, ever.
Saw Anders with an op earlier.
Well, who was bottom fragging Samurai? Just asking the right questions here. Look, seriously, I have no idea how it got that close. That should have been an easy round for Luminosity, and it wasn't. So that makes you worry, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit, but here comes the hit right out of Broken Wall, and Body's only able to get one almost out of the second. Scream now, he's up next, and he gets one before being traded off, and now Shocks, he finally concedes. Fur with 2 kills out drop.
Lots of fast pressure, and the crossfires basically makes it impossible to hold. So it is going to be the man advantage for Luminosity going into this hold on the B site. Smith and RPK working their way forward, and Smith, at least he's trying to get in from a flank, hoping to be able to clear out drop. Not going to find anybody waiting for him, and so now it's going to have to be RPK on his own in drop, and Smith looking to plateau, but there's already a man in position there. It's Fallen, and Smith will hit a great pre-fire shot. Headshot onto Fallen, so he brings it back to a 1v2, but Cold, he's already posted up in Chicken Coop. Chicken Coop!
He's got a smoke, but that was a bit too early to pull it out. Alpha gonna end up with a triple kill and an 8-7 finish in favor of the Brazilian side here at the end of the first half. I mean, I've got to say, this is not anywhere near what I was expecting out of Luminosity. I think they should have had a lot more rounds.
Yeah, you would think, especially because how many times they reset the economy of G2 in the first, 6-7 rounds of that half. You think how beat up that economy was at one point, that they should have gotten farther up, but I mean, a really sick recovery from G2 to be able to get things close to being even.
Well, now the question is, do G2 have enough prepared for the second half that they can actually sort of win this one home? Because again, going into Dust 2 and Inferno, those 2 maps are going to be so scary for either team, really.
Yeah, it's the big hope here for G2. Make it to Dust 2. We'll have an edge on Dust 2. We'll be able to carry it through there, perhaps, and then take this to map 5. Really turn it into a marathon.
Or, I mean, just outright win this one and then win the whole series on Dust 2. Very good chance of that happening as well.
Well, it'll be the second half here, though, coming up soon. 7-8 the current scoreline, and it's a very, very open game still. here we go. The second half of the third map now, and these two teams just seem very, very close. I'm certainly ready for this. Are you guys ready for it?
Oh, absolutely. I think
dude.
we've slept a little bit on how good of a two-map Scream is having right now. Top fragging on Train for him, even though they lost, and then here he's also had a great first half for G2 as well. So he's having a really nice series.
It's been a long time since we've been expecting this kind of performance out of Scream as well, right? It's always felt like there's been something missing from him, and he's always had the headshots. He's got that ad, you know, all about the headshots. But now it seems like he's able to actually deliver for his team when they need it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's always been the weak side of Scream, hasn't it? It's been the consistency, because he has really got that insane mechanical aim that he's made his whole name around. But the consistency's always been a little bit all over the place. Now we get to see if G2 can bring it back here on the second half. They had a really good first half. I think actually Luminosity might be the ones still under pressure here to try and see if they can close out what they started. And look at Fer. This is so aggressive, and he might be running right into Smith. He's already made some noise here. He's in a very bad position, and he has no idea. He's going to go down easy. There's no way Smith doesn't have a little bit of a smile in his face right now.
It always feels good to get a freebie. You know, so you're just like, hey, great. Patted my stats a little bit. I'm talking about the game. So, I mean, still, good start there for G2. That's going to be a feel-good moment for Smith. You're right.
Oh, and look at this does to the defense, though. Fallen's got to cheat over towards A. Cold's even more pushed up, so he's far away from a rotate and a flank. Despite the fact that Taco just spots him out like very early on, it's going to be so difficult for Cold to get into this round. Smith is even watching for that.
Yeah, what's Taco going to do up here? I mean, again, this is one of those positions where if you don't hit straight headshots and they get close, you're done for. You can't do anything. He does have a long range, and he could fall back into the side. And Cold Zero is sort of single-handedly holding the other side of the map, which allows Luminosity to have the three-man stack still here, but it is so hard to hold this bomb site with just three people.
Well, they've read that someone pushed out A. They've read that Taco's at the B platform, so drop is the next logical place to go. Look how much room they have to work with here.
Oh, and FNX already getting dropped low, but Taco still having an impact. Only the one kill, and FNX is gone as well. Shoxy and Scream coming through big, and there's Scream. Takes out Fallen, so it's all on Cold. He's already taken some damage, and he just cannot find the headshots. Scream instead will be the one to deliver. 3 kills for him in the pistol.
I have to ask, is it the one taps? Is it the one taps that's making the difference here?
It's certainly helping. I mean, sick round from Scream with a pistol. But that's just a great read from G2, because I don't know who's calling strats, because Shox came out and said, I'm not the 100% in-game leader, so I don't know who else is helping him, but whichever one made the read in that pistol, with that pick advantage on Fer falling early, and how spread out the defense was, going down drop was just the perfect call.
Now, I'm very excited that Shox is not the one doing all of the in-game leading. This has been Shox's problem for pretty much his whole career in Global Offensive. He's wanted to be the superstar, sort of world-class player that he is, but he's also wanted to control how everybody else plays in a team, and that doesn't work. He may be good, but he can't play the game for 4 other people and himself. So I would much rather he relinquish some of that control and then play at the level that he's been here at the Grand Finals, because this is amazing so far. And, well, some scattered armored here for LG, but this should be G2. And I say should because the first half was mad. They should be winning this round.
Quad SMGs, though, on G2 is just a little scary. I mean, again, everybody with Mac 10s versus a couple guys with Kevlar. I mean, those guys can do a lot of damage. And there we go. Fallen point blank with the P250. Will get the instant headshot on the body. Will not get the follow-up, though. Scream is there to take that kill. But first, still alive on underpass, and he's going to get caught out in the end. RPK will find him.
It's good they found those kills, because like you said, with 4 Mac 10s and not a lot of smokes to block things off, there would have been some range battles. That's where this AK from Scream, he's being a beast, but Taco's about to lure him into the trap, but he doesn't care. 4 kills for Scream.
22 in total in this game in 17 rounds is what we're looking at for Scream. Wow.
Yeah, wow is right. It's not every day that you see Scream. Scream in general is usually the guy playing tag along. He's sitting second, third on the scoreboard. You know, he'll deliver here and there. But for him to just charge forward, take fights aggressively, and win all these duels, I think it's a big part of why G2 are actually this deep into the finals right now, really taking the fight to Luminosity. Things are starting to make sense.
Well, Taco gonna get a little bit more than he wanted there, saying, oops, and they're all gonna charge him down. Yeah, there's not a lot that he could have done there. And LG, they would have had a great flank in if it wasn't for the fact that Taco died so quick, not that he could have done anything. And now Shox is even realizing that there's a flank coming in here. So this is gonna be 10-8 here, favoring G2. And Luminosity, we did hype up that double AWP setup. Is it worth doing the double AWP, saving for the double AWP here for Luminosity on CT side Cobblestone?
Not worth saving for it. I mean, they have to buy into this round. It's the 4th round. They can't let one more just be given away for free when they can afford the rifle. So hopefully they can get there. But I mean, speaking of that setup, it's been quiet throughout this whole series. While it was dominant at some points earlier on in this tournament, I mean, even on Overpass, we never really saw it come out, train. It wasn't too effective. So it's certainly quieted down.
Okay, interesting. That was on Plateau, wasn't it? Yeah. So it blocks them off.
Yeah.
This is Luminosity's patented take now on this Plateau area. They get that smoke down to block off the T side on the other side. And now, well, Taco's able to get up here and actually take control of Plateau without risking too much.
Yeah, it's one of the things I was having a conversation with about Fallen for a while, about how to be aggressive on the CT side, and this is one of the things that he was talking about. But a great start here. Shock still with the MAC-10, hasn't even actually switched it out. He gets a kill, trying to follow it up. PK, the MAC-10s are winning against the rifles of Luminosity right now, and that's just not good enough.
How is that even possible? And Taco gets his head ripped off. Fur will be able to bring it back versus RPK, but it's still Fur and Fallen alive. 2v3, a man down with a minute left. G2, they haven't quite crossed the bomb onto the site, and Fallen hits a great shot onto Smiths.
You could tell that Fallen is upset right now. He's going aggressive in a 2v2, gonna go for it. Spots the boost again, picks up one more kill. Currently got the double. Now there's the MAC-10 left here, trying to see if they can close it out the way that they started. There's gonna be the shot coming through, looking for one more shot on Fur here. And Body, surely he could find a different rifle somewhere. Well, he picks up another MAC-10. Seems like they're just committed to the gangster play here. Fur trying to see if he can sneak around, and it will be a win. 1 health left here as Fur picks up the second in a double, and 10-9 being the scoreline here. Luminosity just barely gonna win it, and I mean barely.
Even in a loss, that's like almost a victory for G2 because they get 4 kills with MAC-10s, so they didn't invest in the last round. Now they have AKs. The money is shattered on the Luminosity side. They have nothing left after this buy, and they also couldn't recover the AWP at the end. So Fallen doesn't have that. That's the only gun that won him that round. Fallen got him right back into that, and now he doesn't have it all.
And what is this madness? Body going for another MAC-10, and it's looking like a complete change of pace here from G2. They're just charging out onto Plateau, looking to take the fight to him, and Body, he feeds himself in there, but that's just to get the info, to apply the pressure. FNX, though, with the UMP will find a key frag to stop things for G2. And now can they actually get the bomb onto the site?
God, I think if G2 had kept going here, they would have actually made it, but they sort of slowed themselves down just as they ran into Cold Zero, and that might just not have been quite what they needed. 5 versus 3. They need some powerful kills to bring even to be able to put the bomb down here. And Smiths, he's actually walking quite far away from the bomb site with the bomb, and that's a bit scary. There's a good Molotov there to buy some space, but LG are playing this exactly how they should be. They're just waiting right now for G2 to make the play.
Nobody covering for Smiths, and he actually gets the bomb down? Taco just a split second too late. Now there's a chance, although as I say it, Fur and Taco are gonna hit big shots, and it's down to Scream, and he's fully flashed, Fallen with like the longest lurk. It's like the beginning of the round, all the way until the Plateau.
They caught the mid boost, didn't they, on that platform there? I think they were trying to boost up, and I'm not sure if G2 realized. I think they just thought, oh, they're already here, let's slow it down a little bit. And actually, if they'd kept pushing behind that push, that could have probably worked out.
Yeah, it seems it just feels like lackluster that it's just a B-rush call in that kind of a situation. When you have that money low, you know they've got to be beat up for nades. Like use the range of your weapons, use the advantage. Instead, it's the MAC-10 who's trying to chase one down early. Still, I mean, with the plant and everything, there's still a very strong buy coming out of G2. But they've kind of lost that advantage of having Luminosity with their backs against the wall. They actually upgrade to 4 AK-47. That's 4 free rifles for LG.
It gives them just a little bit of room to breathe. Oh, Smith's getting a little ahead of himself there, taking some unnecessary fire damage. A little unfortunate. Dropped down to 76, but Luminosity, I mean, they have so many nades. They can take all the time. And what was that HE? Where did that hit? Up and drop. Body and Shock's getting some shrapnel.
It's a bit painful to start off with. Fallen playing close in the connector here, but he's going to lose Fur behind him. Now, can he even escape at this point? He might be trapped in here. He's going to try and go for a peek here, and Smith is so ready for it, but he misses the shot, and that's almost unforgivable now. Bit of a Molotov going up. Fallen will be going down. Cold Zero taking that fight even when he's flashed, but it's a 2-on-3.
Seems like Smith was too ready for that peek.
Yeah, he had that line, right? Must have been a pixel off because it definitely looked like Smith was going to hit that shot and everything would open up, but instead it's G2 now. After the skirmish over on the other side of the map and in drop, they're working their way over towards B, and it's going to be down to Taco and Cold. Both have AKs, but neither of them have nades, apart from Taco, who has an incendiary, so... And, well, not for long. Nice shot from Body.
This guy is really coming into his own. Inexperienced joining this team, but this has been a really nice series from him. Not blowing up the scoreboard, not wowing everybody, but some of these kills he's having in the mid rounds, so important, and he's having such a big impact for them.
And I mean, just with a close look at the French scene, it's interesting because the name of the game for a while has been trading out the same players between pretty much the same 2 or 3 teams, especially when LDLC was in the beginning of Global Offensive was still around, right? But just sort of trading between the same 10 or 11 players, and suddenly someone sort of makes the call and says, all right, let's find Devil, let's find Body, let's see what happens, right, from the LDLC blue and white teams. And you have to expect, as we've seen in every other sort of local scene, someone has been able to pick up, you know, random players that you've never heard of before. The same has got to be true in the French scene at some point, where the players are out there, we just haven't heard about them yet. Take Lecro, who's on Godsend, right, who shows up in Malmö and just is an incredible player, and we've never heard of him, well, almost never heard of him before. So it's interesting, and it's definitely very cool to be here to witness it. He has been playing very well. I mean, 17 kills right now on him, second on the scoreboard for his team. Very good job so far.
Devil needs to step up, I think, for Envy, but whatever. I mean, that's what everybody's thinking right now. Envy decided to pull the trigger first on that trade. And right now it's Body who's coming through for G2. And while G2, they continue to apply the pressure. Smoke's all over the place on Plateau, just buying a little bit of time, but instead it's going to be Body and Shocks focusing. There's the flash to open things up and drop at least. In the meantime, Scream applying some pressure over an underpass, but yeah, FNX up and drop. He took a lot of damage to start things off, and now Shocks can drop down here and hope to catch somebody off guard from Luminosity. Cold about to click right into it, and he gets caught. Shoxy hitting a big shot.
That's actually huge. This is going to force FNX, who, I mean, he's only at 12 HP. He's almost kind of like a dead man walking, but he's got to pick which side he wants to be on. Taco's alone at B. So the question is, how many can LG over at this A bomb site? They need to find a way to punish RPK and Scream, but the information play isn't going to work out. Perfect setup, perfect read from G2.
There is a world in which RPK and Scream just shoot each other. Then Smith, this time, he was exactly the right amount of ready for it and does get the kill. FNX here, close range with the Max 7, picks up one and does a little bit of damage, but not quite enough. And, well, I don't know what Taco could do at this point. 1 versus 4. It's going to be a 12-10 lead here for G2, and the money for Luminosity is dreadful.
It's gone. It's absolutely gone. This might be this next round for Luminosity. I imagine this is where they'll use their tactical, because they need to get winning soon. I mean, this is coming to a close here, and they have no money. They might even be forced into a double save scenario.
Yeah, it's just that one round chaining together. But yeah, they should use their tactical pause right now, because G2, if they can keep control now, if they start chaining rounds together, even if they were to drop one, the risk is too high for Luminosity now, where G2 are so close to the finish line. If they end up having to eco at any point in time, G2 could just run away with this. And look at that, Taco, nice. Wise play, not giving away his position. It's so important that he stays alive with this M4. This M4, especially in his position up on Plateau, can make all the difference. If he gets a big spray, a flash comes in from a teammate, boom, he nails 3 players from G2. That can make all the difference in this next round. So Taco, it was great. That's exactly what he needed to do. He just stays alive and holds on to the M4.
And this is where I think playing CT side Cobblestone becomes so tricky, because let's say you take a timeout. What are you really saying in that timeout? Like, you say, hey guys, we've tried certain things, now let's change it up. There are not that many change-ups that anyone has sort of found out. There are not that many things you could put 4 and B early on, or 3B, 2A, but those are like the only sort of major variations that you could do. It's so hard to try and do anything differently.
A lot of it comes down to your read, that gut feeling, that instinct.
Well, I'll tell you, there's 2 places they can take advantage of coming into the next gun round, and one is over here towards long A. G2 has put a lot of emphasis on this recently and taking control of this, and you can see that's the response from LG. 4 members here, ready to try and make something happen. It's 1 flash, but RPK should be able to feast upon this. There's 1 kill, Scream gets the next, and the 3rd as well. Even Fur's going to fall. The other area in which LG can take advantage of is drop, because there's a lot of early pressure being put there by G2, and they've had success throughout this half of finding kills, of manipulating that, putting pressure and leveraging it for more control. If LG can stop one of those 2 spots, that gives them a big leg up into the next gun round.
Taco, he saved the rifle from last round. He's going to have to save it again, but already Shox is out hunting. I think Scream is also making signs like he wants to go and find him here. And again, this would be big if they could just find Taco. This would be such a good round for G2. Luminosity, they just need everything, every little thing they can get right now. Now he's been spotted out, and it's very hard to stay alive at the back here.
Yeah, it's going to be near impossible. Finds the AK in the end, but he's out in the open. Scream looking for the one tap. Scream looking for the headshots. And, well, it's Taco to deliver. He shuts down Scream. But Smith is there to stop the bleeding. And it will be that 13th round on the board. And I imagine now is when they use the timeout, Luminosity. Now is when they try and slow down the pace.
They're not doing it.
There it is.
All right.
Yeah, it has to be. Had to be. This is their buy round. This is where everything happens now for Luminosity.
It's pretty good in terms of the guns. They have an AWP and 4 M4s, although Fallen has no armor. It's the nades that have got to make you worry, because even if you come up with a new plan, even if you figure something out, some kind of tactic to be aggressive, what do you have to actually execute it? They've got 2 flashbangs for the entire round. They've got 4 smokes, but it's so hard to be aggressive on the CT side if you don't have flashes to pop flash a teammate in.
Yeah.
This crowd has been wild, hasn't it? All throughout, just an absolutely wild crowd.
I mean, putting that shirt in the way, that 1G shirt is nearly as bad as 1G running through the Molotov, nearly. But okay, then.
Oh, man. 13-10 is the current scoreline. I'm wondering what Luminosity, because you pointed out the 2 areas that they could try and sort of exploit the way that G2 have been playing a little bit. They can sort of try and get some control back. But if they have almost no rounds to play with now, they're just going to have to do this flawlessly.
Well, it's such a gamble, right? Because if LG... That's the gamble if you want to get aggressive on the CT side. If G2 reads it coming and just gets 1 kill, picks you off trying to be aggressive, you also have no tools to get back into that round. Once again, these next two rounds or so for LG, it's going to have to be some kind of an individual performance because they don't have everything they need. This is where you'd expect someone like Cold, someone like Fallen, or FNX, the high impact player, to step up and just make a play that gets you guys pumped.
Who gave these people beer? That's what I want to know, you know. Things have got crazy.
Anders, the real question is, where's the beer snake?
Yeah, we're missing that.
I'm disappointed.
This is true.
I think OJ intimidated them earlier, said he's seen bigger snakes.
Well, it's time to prove OJ wrong.
24th round is coming up here. If you are just joining us, then we're in the 3rd map in a best-of-5 grand final. So either way, we will be seeing another map. I think Dust 2 is the next one up, and then Inferno is the deciding one. And surprisingly, it does feel like G2 are about to take a 2-1 lead. They are getting very close here. And Luminosity, they've taken a tactical timeout. They are ready to try and see if they can change the way that this second half has been playing out, because they have not had much luck at all. And they are very, very defensive all across the map. They're playing so far back here.
Yeah, they really are trying to run down this clock at this point, trying to flip that pressure back on G2. G2 have used a lot of their nades so far in this round. 55 seconds left. They have 3 smokes, a flash, and a Molotov. That isn't a whole lot of utility to work with going out onto a site. The smoke's great, but you do need those flashes to make your job easier.
I mean, this is just Luminosity saying, okay, we at least want to experience and execute in a 5-on-5 scenario, see what happens there. We do not want to lose anyone to pressure down drop. We don't want to lose anyone to pressure an A. Let's just make sure that we're at full strength when the hit comes in.
I love it. And they're so far back as well. Taco, Cold playing from Chicken Coop again, and we'll see. The smokes are going out now. Or just the single smoke, basically, the block-off connector. It's all about the headshots now. And where is Scream when you need him? Body, Scream, 2 big kills, but then Taco from the site, making the difference.
What a great hold from Taco, but he needed backup for it. Fallen, burning alive, forced into RPK's angle, and that's going to be Fur now. 1 versus 2, trying to see if he can sneak through the smoke. It's not going to happen. Scream will find another headshot, and it will be 14-10 here. G2 getting dangerously close, and Scream dropping 29 kills in just 24 rounds. He has been unleashed on this map.
He's had 30 in the last map as well. And then it was, what, Shocks with like 31 or 32 in the opening map. So
yeah,
big Herculean efforts out of these 2 players on the G2 side of things.
It's really impressive. And it's been a long time coming as well from Scream to see him rightfully sitting at the top. But it is Luminosity now. I mean, they have to go for the eco round. They do have a single shotgun that's going to be on Taco, holding close to Plateau. He's just waiting, but there's the flash, and he doesn't pull the trigger. Nearly does, but in the end, it's not good enough. 3 kills, and G2 are on the B site. We'll see. Fallen is kind of lurking around and drop. He knows that somebody's up there. He's looking for a lucky headshot, but he's not going to find it in the end. He knows that there's a pistol dropped over here, and so we'll see if he can actually find a kill eventually.
This is just this is just G2 being bullies.
Yeah.
They have complete reign of everything. They have every advantage in this matchup. And now down to this last round, the Fulls losing bonus is built up. This is one of the first times in a long time we could see LG get everything they could want.
There was the snake going on. They had it started. Well played, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go, there we go. You guys have at least one more map.
There is still time. But I mean, look, LG actually didn't invest everything into that last round. They finally went for the double AWP, and they're essentially saying, all right, we'll play for overtime in that case. That's very difficult to do, obviously. Any mistake, and you know this could be the map. Smith's going to be moving up close range here. Does, I think, show a bit of maybe a kneecap or a shoulder there, and goes a bit low for also being dropped in return. So just a bit of an early exchange here.
This is how G2 has opened up each of the last 3 rounds at least. It is 2 members towards B and drop and body and shocks. Smith, Scream, and RPK over towards these A-holes. Look at this clever boost over. Doesn't look like they're going to find anything unless Fer gets impatient, but with his health the way it is, I doubt he goes for any kind of peek.
It's an identical setup to the one used in the last round, basically, from Luminosity. They're just all sitting back, waiting. Nobody's pushing forward. Fallen has been, well, smoked off in underpass, so now he's trying to wait and see if anybody's going to be trying to come through, but drop is once again going to come under control here for Shoxy. And Luminosity, they have their heart set on just giving it up, so we'll see. Is it going to be an aggressive peak coming out here from FNX? It doesn't look like it for now.
Again, G2 just getting into some really good positions here. Luminosity, they're not contesting anything early on, and it feels like once the grenades go in, it's just way too late here. Cold Zero in the back line. He misses a dead-on shot. That should have been it. Now Smith, instead of the return shot, going to take out one. Taco, he drops the kill, but it's too late. RPK to take one down, and it's a 1-on-3 here. G2, where has this come from? They've been struggling, it seems, for more than a year to reach this level. And now it's a 3-on-1 here for Fer to try and hold on to the map, but he's out in the open. He's gonna go down 16-10 as G2 take away Cobblestone. And we'll be going to Dust 2 for our 4th map. What a story this has been already.
What a fantastic performance. But it is not done yet. It's a best of 5. So they need one more map to get the job done here and claim the title, claim that first place.
What a map they have coming up, though. Dust 2. Struggle.
Dust 2.
I mean, the struggle for Luminosity, they still haven't figured it all out. And I mean, look at this. You know who you don't want to be on fire when you have to play him on Dust 2 is Scream.
And Smiths.
And Smiths.
And Shocks. There's really, I mean, if Shocks is going to be unleashed on that map, it's going to be so scary. Him playing the middle of that map is insane.
That and Scream, I mean, just with the headshots all over the place. It's an aim-heavy map. He's going to be loving to look for those duels. And right now, it doesn't really seem like Luminosity have an answer for him. So we'll be back in just a few to see if this is where it all ends or if Luminosity take it to map 5.
I still think Luminosity come out on top. I still think they have sort of man-for-man stronger players. And Dust 2 is a map that it'd be very hard to play, I think, a team like Luminosity. I just wonder if they sort of question themselves too much.
I think it's going to be very interesting to see just how Scream, Shoxy, these kinds of players perform. Smiths has always been good with the AWP on this map. And so there's a lot riding on it for them. And now we have to see if Scream can maintain this kind of level going forward and actually secure a title. That's what we're going to find out soon here as FNX, well, the short smoke goes down onto the headshot box, and FNX just putting some shots through, hoping to get lucky there. But now Luminosity fall back to a much more stable setup, although they do have a bit of an anti-B split kind of setup going right now with the crossfire in mid.
Oh, and what a flashbang to start off with, forcing FNX into CT spawn. Cold Zero gonna go down. Scream, a blind shot through the smoke to drop it, and Taco alone in this bomb site. He's flashed, he's overwhelmed. They charge the bomb site, and Fallen and Fer, what could they possibly do? They have a good idea checking that corner, but you're not gonna be retaking in a 2-on-5 like this. I mean, you really don't want to save in a pistol round, but you have armor. It might even be worth it not to go for it.
I love how aggressive this pistol round is from G2. Just right off the bat, just setting the tone. Luminosity, after the first, down 2-1, the verge of like just losing this grand finals, and you bust out this kind of a tactic, just a group rush out mid, essentially.
He's out of bullets. He's like no bullets left. Oh, Fallen. Oh, that's not a good way to end it for picking up a good kill, but
Well, you have to wonder if,
what a struggle.
if it all just like falls into place so neatly, because you're right to point it out. They force the man into CT, so there's that crossfire that's established right from Luminosity, where one is on CT side, one is over on B slope, and they're looking to just pinch in on anybody who's coming through those mid doors. But G2, they flash their way through, they force the guy back into CT, the smoke goes off, so then that guy's just on the wrong side of that smoke, and then they can just fully focus on the man on B slope. It's almost as if like all the pieces of the puzzle just fell together perfectly for G2 in that round, where they can then just collapse onto the site. Whoa, that was close. Fallen is so scary with the scout.
Yeah, and well, Smith actually wins that duel, but they might not even give him a chance to do anything with the scout. If this is just a very heavy B hit, Taco's the only one here, and he gets dropped by Scream immediately. So now Fallen has to do something crazy.
Oh, well, there's one tag onto Scream. If he can get the follow-up, that would be pretty sick, but they're already ready and waiting for him to go for the push, and there's Scream with the dunk nade. Starts off strong.
This is so cool as well, because they knew he'd be jumping over the wall then. They were ready for it. I bet you if Fallen had made that jump, he would have got shot in the face immediately, because they were not just looking at the window, they were looking a bit over the wall as well. So some heads-up play coming out for NFNX. Not really a lot that they can do here. So G2 off to a good start early in this game. And again, just to remind everyone, they do have a 2-1 map lead. They win this map, they win the grand finals. And I don't think anyone could have predicted that. Even if you look at the group standings during the actual league sort of playoff, this was unexpected. Are they really going to go for a knife here? It almost looked like it. But it will be just a 1 kill for FNX.
I think in such convincing fashion as well for G2 if they were to win this one. I mean, for them to take overpass, that's insane to think about. And then Cobble after that, just a good match. And then here on Dust 2, I mean, they've did the pieces that gave themselves such a huge advantage coming into this map now. So it's just about completing it.
Things almost started to get sane again with Train. But G2 even put up a fight there. So, I mean, it's been nothing but a long battle here for Luminosity. Marathon match. What is it, the snake? What are they cheering at?
Yeah, I'm wondering too. I'm getting a bit nervous now. Shocked, not nervous at all. Just charging in here with a Mac 10, picking up 2 kills, and he will fall, but it doesn't matter. He got what he wanted out of it. And the fact that he's now killed 2 and seen a 3rd over at A-Long means they could do whatever they want here, and it will be absolutely no risk to them worrying about any kind of a stack somewhere else. And walking into the B-bomb site seems to be the flavor early on in this half here for G2.
I love seeing RPK tap with the back 10 as well. He's like one of the only guys who does that. What a play from Fallen, though, and he gets the point-blank headshot as well on Scream. So getting a little bit too close for comfort there. The Fur lurking in the smoke, and Scream will find another headshot. 3 kills for Scream. And Scream, I mean, this is nuts. He's 7-0-0 right now. Reverse James Bond.
This has been just a monster series out of him. If they end up winning this, I mean, he's making an insane case to be the MVP of G2 in these finals. And this has just been an unbelievable performance. Over 30 kills on 2 maps in a row. He even did good on overpass. He didn't have the 30 that Shox did, but still a very strong performance. Now, I mean, Luminosity has to get on the board. They need to stop this momentum. They cannot get bogged down in rounds in this kind of a setting, especially because the CT side is their better side. It's their T side where they really struggle.
What? Oh. Scream! Is this real? He's gonna go for the follow-up, but after that, there's almost no topping it. He will get another kill.
What is that? What could you say if you're FNX?
Right, yeah, exactly. That's exactly what you do say. FNX the gentleman, he has to acknowledge greatness when he sees it. Holy hell.
That's when Scream becomes just like psychological warfare. You're just like, I can't win. I can't do anything against this guy if he's hitting shots like that.
What a grotesque way to start a round.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's sick. All right, we're getting there.
These guys have built a massive snake in this venue. Well played indeed.
Keep it going, guys.
Obviously.
Still got a map.
Just a little bit more. It can handle more. You guys probably can't see, but maybe we'll get a shot of it later on. We do have a 2-on-2. The round is obviously over right now. Luminosity just trying to save whatever they can, which they will be successful in. AWP and M4. I will say this, though. I do think still the CT side of this map is a bit harder to play than the T side. So, I mean, I think Luminosity still have some time to play with. This is just so insane, isn't it?
And then he gets the second kill as well, going up to the bomb site. I mean, that kind of got lost in all the excitement, the craziness, but What a couple of kills out of Scream in that round. The issue is, yeah, you could be right. You could be right a little bit, but for Luminosity, at least, that one isolated team, it is their T side where they get bogged down. They don't really know what they want to do. And look at this, the timing's not even working out for LG. Fallen's got to be so upset. Shox gets that opening kill. It's traded off, trying to get into this B bomb site, and they're going to do it.
Yeah, well done there, actually. This teammate staying right behind him, giving him the support necessary, and Shox gets both kills to open up the B site, and they just keep going to B. G2, they aren't going to change up until Luminosity teach them to do otherwise. And so just another, I mean, they're set up perfectly now to just rack up 5 rounds. A fantastic lead for G2. A pretty solid economy going forward. And well, just one hell of a battle here for Luminosity.
And honestly, that B-bomb side is so weak for so many teams now, I feel like. There are so many teams, even top teams, that struggle holding the B-bomb side. And it's because you almost have to risk a lot of the rest of the map if you want to be sure you can defend B. And that's not always worth it. FNX with a good parting kill there on Scream, so at least putting them just a little bit in their place. But obviously, it will be 5-0 here. G2 coming out in style early on here in the 4th map.
Oh, Smiths. Don't die. Don't just sack the AWP. And they will both survive. Okay, so there is at least that. The AWP still survives another round. It's going to be passed off to Cold, and Luminosity going for the big guns. Straight up double op right out the gates. And so now we have to see if they're actually going to be able to make this work, because the double op setup can be so powerful on the CT side of Dust 2. We've seen it just wreck teams in the past.
Yeah, but if it fails here, then LG has got to be just feeling like, what do we do next? What do we attempt? And look at RPK. He could have the angle around this corner, and he does. He gets the first kill, and the second, and the third kill, RPK!
They stood no chance. Taco trying to defend the cross here. Cold is there as well. Does pick up 2 strong kills, but in the middle, oh, close range. Shock's going to be taking him out. And with that kind of beginning from RPK, how do you follow it up? They were all at long. I mean, they're supposed to have a big advantage in this kind of a setup.
Oh, it's a thing of beauty. The follow-up on Fallen. But this all-out aggression coming in from G2. It is so cool to watch. They aren't taking their time. They're just going straight out, battling G2, and another tag coming in from Smith. So Fallen is already low. He's only got 20 HP, so he has to be careful with how he peeks.
Well, you were bringing up the term bullying when we were watching Cobblestone, but this is madness right now. G2 are not giving Luminosity any chance to get any kind of a foothold here in the first half. They have no round they can look back at and say, well, at least this worked. Let's try and replay that.
I mean, this is just like the moment. They're feeling it now, because this momentum that G2 has, all the pressure that's been put on. You know, you think of that Scream 1 tap, everything has gone against Luminosity in this game, and this is when, as players, no matter how disciplined you are, this is where that pressure really makes you feel like you're going to start getting disorganized, because no one can win a fight, because they're all mentally just getting beaten up round after round, and this is where that communication starts to slip a little bit.
Well, Cold is covering the drop here, and it's a good position. They do have a couple of smokes going in as well, but not quite going to cover him. Molotov's not going to do anything either. Cold missing what seemed to be a easy shot. He will get the follow-up on Scream, though, and that's a good start here. Luminosity trying to do something. UMP doing massive damage as well. Smiths and Body very low on health, and it's going to be FNX to take a kill. Taco as well, and finally something working out here for the Brazilian side.
They need to get out there, and there we go. That's the kind of kill that needs to happen. RPK will pick off Fur. Smoke goes down to block off Coldzera, who's still holding long with that AWP, but then Fallen peeks his head up and takes out RPK, so it's all down to Body. The young gun, 10 HP on him in a 1v3. And Luminosity taking all of their time. They have a single kit, but it won't be necessary in the end. Taco will find the headshot. Plenty of time left to defuse. So Luminosity, with that, they're on the board. And it happens when G2 try and change up their game. So now this is where the mind games start to come into it. Do G2 go back to B site, or do they try and change up and go out aggressive long again?
I think they go back towards the B site, but I think they do it with the mid to B split. I think with the double op setup, that op inside the B bomb site, if you can put pressure on it from 2 different angles, it's so unwieldy, and having to you really have to guess which angle's coming next, and you have to have the perfect read. I mean, that can fall so quickly in the B bomb site if it's just an op there trying to decide which way.
Well, Scream has quieted down a little bit, 10-0-4 now. So we'll see, but yeah, look at this. 4 players going straight to Upper Dark right off the bat. Not wasting any time at all here, G2. Anti-rush nades are in play, however, for Luminosity. They have the economy, so they do have it. But Cold has got the angle with the AWP already. No smoke to block him off just yet, so we'll see. G2, they're going to have to start committing some nades to this take if they want to make it happen.
Oh, smoke going up. I don't think they're going to respect it. They run through, and Cold, he doesn't know. He just assumes they wouldn't be mad enough, but they were. They're in the bomb site, and now he's realizing, and that might have been just a second too late. They have smokes and Molotovs to make this cross easy for them. Molotov actually fails up in the window, so that's a bit of a mess up there. And LG looking for a full retake here. The bomb is going to go down. G2 just reading this play so incredibly well. Cold not going to hit the jumping AWP shot. Counter Molotovs coming out there and actually doing a lot of damage to Smiths, but this is just already taking such a long time. Smiths is still alive up on this plateau, and now he's replying with some fire. Gonna be taking down coldzera and Luminosity. They need this round, but they're gonna have to fall back. I can't see them doing it.
That's insanity. How many times do you see a 5-on-5 retake, and even Body chiming in now? They're whittling down this attack. Looks like LG will at least get away with both ops, but that's exactly it. Cole just throws that smoke and is playing a little bit of chicken where he's like, there's no way they run through this. There's no way they do it. And he leaves the B bomb site wide open.
It's going to be kicking. He's just going to be kicking himself right now. Cold, far from the top of the scoreboard where we're used to seeing him as well. So he needs things to start going right so that he can get his head in the game and start getting those big frags. The chant begins for G2. Cold, don't leave Fallen hanging. Don't leave. Yeah, there we go. A little bit delayed, but.
I mean, LG, if they don't win this round, this half is just going to spiral completely out of control. And they've already had a very bad half. Smiths is going to try and start things out. At least he gets away.
Yeah, that was way too close. Surprising. Yeah, looked like he was in, considering he had missed the flash as well.
Sometimes the easiest shots just are really difficult to hit, because that should have been sort of a routine kill. But a little bit working out in favor of Luminosity, and they need it very badly right now. Looks like Fallen is going to be pushing upper, and RPK's up here waiting for it. I love this play by Fallen, though. I think it's about time that LG try and take just a little bit of control back. So looks like it could even be working out. If he gets around the corner and looks and sees nobody, even that alone is such a lot of information. But are G2 going to come back for him? Because that could be dangerous.
Who's going to win this game of chicken? Now, RPK walks right into Fallen. Good patience there demonstrated by the Brazilian in-game leader. And Taco, he's got the flash to try and slow this push down. And pre-fire from him. He's flashed white, and they're just going to press into the site. Body picks up one, but Fallen strikes out, takes another. Somehow, Luminosity still doing damage to G2 as G2 push onto the site.
I wonder if Taco didn't want to go aggressive. Body's here taking down Fur, and it is going to be a 2-on-2 now with the bomb down. And Luminosity, they kind of have to fight for it here. They certainly have the kit, and they have the health for it as well. And it won't be easy. They're both covering upper right now, G2. And that in itself is a mind game. Luminosity, they're going to be checking the whole bomb site to find the second player when they see the first one. Smith's taking the fight here with the AWP, not quite going to get it. And now they're looking everywhere else. The bomb's still in there. No one's defusing it. They don't realize Body's here. He comes out, takes the look. Oh, coldzera. Great triple kill for him. And with the kit in play, they will have just enough time for the defuse here. And Luminosity going to win the round. I think Taco wanted to peek out the doors, but then the counter grenade came in and just screwed it up for him.
He wanted to take the fight, considering Fallen had picked off the man, and he didn't see anybody upper either, Fallen, after that first kill on RPK, right? So Taco thinking he wanted to just try and, slap G2 in the face. G2, they still have such a strong economy, and now that it's G2 who are deciding to change things up. Maybe this is based off of spawn. Shox, he's going straight into upper dark with this AWP. Is he going to get the angle in time? The flash, though, perfectly timed to give coldzera the advantage.
They look at Fur in the middle and Fallen pushing up there. Oh, shot comes out. And Smith's dead before he hits the ground. Fur pushing up as well, taking out Body. And this is LG sending a very clear message right now to all of us that they want to get back in control of this game.
Well, they also want to deny G2's control of this game. They're saying, we've had enough of you having all this map control, able to be aggressive wherever you choose to. We're going to start aggressively pushing. We're going to deny you, or you're going to have to at least fight for everything you get. Instead of us sitting back and waiting for the hit to come in, we're going to bring it to you. It's a very, very strong response, up 5-3 into this round, and they're finally starting to dwindle away the money that G2 has built up. I believe they'll have one more buy round in them, but it's starting to fade.
It's going to be back and forth. I'm curious to see if RPK will ever walk out there and give coldzera that shot, or if it's going to be Scream instead who takes that fight. Might just happen here. They're going to walk in, and it was almost a 2-for-1. So close. But RPK, he goes down. Now it's up to Scream and Shoxy in a 2v5. And Shox hasn't been given any targets just yet. FNX still patiently holding it long, not giving him any shots.
It'd be a really tough flick for Shox to hit when he walks out here. This is an uncommon position, so there's no way he's going to be pre-aiming it. Just going to have to rely on the flicks here. It's 25 seconds as well in a 2-on-5. And oh, he does get the shot. He does drop very low, and it's still an almost unwinnable round here. They could do some real damage though to Luminosity if they pick up just another couple of kills. Jump comes in. Scream, not quite quick enough this time with the AK, and he's running out of time. Shock's picking up a kill on Fallen. 9 seconds as they go for the plant all the way behind the box here. Now it's a 3 versus 2. Shock's playing at the edge of the smoke here. Scream hits one shot, goes for another one. He's finally going to go down, and now 1-on-2. Shock's missing a kill, and Taco to close out the round, but that was so expensive for them.
2-on-5 that G2 brings into a 2-on-2. That's very scary. Shocks with very nice shots with that AWP. You could see a world with Scream after he gets that bomb planted inside the site, able to land that shot, that headshot on Catwalk, and then just move forward with it. But with that plant, this is the big thing. I said there might be one more buy. It would have been a little bit sketchy, but with that plant, it's going to be a very solid. They might not have an AWP, but they have 5 AKs. They have all the utility they could want.
Actually, Smith had the money for an AWP. He likes to go for the AK with nades instead.
That just says fast-paced and aggressive, right?
Yeah, it does. But so far it's a default T-split, just trying to control upper dark and also middle and long. So really no risks taken just yet, but once they find the right timing, could finally be seeing that mid B-split push that we were talking about.
That would be interesting. Similar to what we saw in the pistol round, I would like to see that again in play. You know, get control, force the man back in CT, get that smoke down, and then look to split on the site. Taco and Fallen, though, really are just playing from the site, though. They're playing very safe right now. And instead, it's G2 kind of going through the motions. RPK, he's cleared out upper dark. Now Smith takes point to clear out Catwalk. And Shox is still camping outside of long. So they have everything they need now.
Shox is just being used to throw his smoke flashbangs just to pull the Opera away, just the attention for half a second. And it's going to work. He's blind, he's out towards long, but the main hit is on Catwalk.
And now they have to go. G2, they're getting bogged down a little bit. If coldzera gets back in position here, it's not going to work, but the flashes go out, and now Cold knows he's giving it up, and they have to focus on long at this point. It's all about Cold staying alive. He's still got the angle, but that smoke is blocking him. Although, as I say that, what?
Did he get that shot through?
I'm wondering where the smoke was covering the site entirely.
Well, Shock's in the middle. I think he's going to be the key player, and he picks up Fur, and that's so big now. The rest of Luminosity know if they try and retake through CT spawn, Shock's is going to be there behind them at some point. This is going to be such a strain on their retake. Shock's trying to see if he can maybe peek the middle here against Fallen, but he goes down. FNX with a shot with a double kill, in fact, and now all on body here. The bomb is planted for him, but this is going to be a really tough defense. He's by Gandalf, just trying to stay alive. 1-on-3, and they're getting ever closer. He picks up the 1 kill, but the Fallen jump shot comes through. And it's going to be a defense and a defuse here. Luminosity making it to 4-7.
So much faith Fallen has in his teammates to get that rotate that he can just hold the double doors and protect their back from Shocks. I mean, so much faith in them to be able to have success. And it works out perfectly. That was really the only winning recipe, because you're right. I mean, Shocks was just it was a ticking bomb there. Whenever he chose to flank, that was going to be so effective. So Fallen had to be patient, had to sit back, but we're not done yet, because G2 buying right back up into this one with that plant, with a losing bonus building up, more than willing to buy into this.
Now it's getting scary because Luminosity are actually chaining some rounds together. So that's going to be giving them some confidence going forward as well. 4 rounds for Luminosity, 7 for G2. And G2 this time around, they're looking like they're playing very passively already. But they seem to want to go ahead and take the fight outside of long eventually here. It's worked for them in the past, I mean, obviously with the RPK round. So we'll see if they can reproduce that.
I mean, you can see how effective Luminosity's defense is when it gets rolling. This is why those first, like that first run from G2 is so effective.
And look at this mind game coming out from Luminosity. Now Fallen, he's predicting the B split. They've got 3 players over there. It's all going to be down to Fur and Cold now to hold the line. And Scream opens it up, rips Fur's head off, and now can Cold make the magic happen?
He's in the smoke with an AWP on long. There should be no way he can get more than just a single kill here, but he's actually hiding inside, just trying to play the edge of it. They're going to fall back. He must have heard that. He knows already, so now they can actually go back and try and see if they can defend over at B. This is almost unreal. A complete accident that Cold is that close and can hear them might give Luminosity a bit of an edge, even if they're a man down.
FNX is being thorough right now. He's clearing out Catwalk soon. Luminosity will have all the information necessary, although they have given up the site. Fallen is close enough to rotate back into window.
Shots. Is he going to get shot in the back? It's so close. He does make it out now. Fallen, the only man in sight, and they still get caught. Fallen out in the open. Shots running straight in. Gets the AK out, but not in time. FNX will take him out now. Body in upper dark, and Taco jumping around the corner. Still wins that fight with the AK. This is no longer Counterstrike. They're just playing a mad game right now. And it finally slows down a bit for a 3-on-3 retake, which definitely does not favor Luminosity. This would require some very serious individual performances for the reigning members of LG to try and get this back. FNX is in. There's the first pick. They try and run up right now. Taco picks up a kill now. It's all on Scream. 1-on-2. Bomb is down, and he can't get it done. Cold Zero will pick up the kill, and it will be a defuse. 5-7. This is just an insane round that we've seen.
How does that happen? The retake. 3-on-3. They don't even use their flashes. He just comes in through the window. It's that kill from Taco that really opens things up. That jumping kill, he gets brought down to about 1 HP.
Yeah, that's Taco surviving shocks and body. Yeah. Basically the MVP of that round right now for Luminosity, because then he even goes so far as to get another kill on top of that when G2 are looking to defend the site. This is insane. And now, well, G2, what can you do? They've actually completely given up mid, interestingly enough. Shocks, Body, and Scream making their way in, and they're just looking to completely change the pace up here. Luminosity are prepared for a B split. They have FNX holding mid, and Cold is fairly passive himself.
They're trying to get this mid take, and that's going to be the perfect start. I thought maybe the grenade would block them once again, but Shocks picks up one. Cold comes back, but he's going to go down. Body with a straight shot to the face, and Taco here, he's being surrounded as well. And G2, after losing a lot of rounds in a row, they're going to be right back in it here. And that's the mid to B split that we were talking about for such a long time. This time it's perfect.
Look at this. Every round that Luminosity won has been a defuse. G2 is having so much success in this half. Yeah. They've won 4 rounds by the bomb explosion. They've had the bomb planted 5 times that Luminosity had to retake it. They've kept the money low this whole time. This is incredible that they've been this much access to the bomb sites.
Yeah, that's the salient point to make, actually, that the money is just so low. Actually, the last 4 rounds, it's only been 2 players from Luminosity surviving. So, I mean, they just have no bank to fall back on, Luminosity. They really do need to keep both of these rifles alive to have something to fight with in the next round. Otherwise, it's just flat pistols across the board.
They might need to just save next round and hope these two weapons can do something miraculous.
They did it once already, right? So, I mean, 13 now into the 14th round. 8 rounds on the board now for G2, Luminosity with 5. And while G2, I mean, do they show any respect? Or are they just like, hey, you know, we know we saved 2 guns last round, but we're still just going to take the fight straight to you here?
I do something fast-paced.
Yeah, Smith, look at Smith's spawn. Does he want to go try and get into B? Shocks attempted it. Yeah, he is going to get the angle. Cold on the site now, and now that Smith has this angle, there's no flash here to help Cold out. So he has to play it very carefully.
How could he possibly hold this in the site? The answer is that he cannot. Cold is going to be going down, Fallen. No scope, close range, takes out Scream. And now they're putting up the smokes. They don't want to sacrifice any more players to Fallen. And he's going to want to get up in the window here, try and see if he can maybe take another shot. He runs into the Molotov just to try and see if he can mind game them. And it's a 4-on-4 with the bomb down. And they're all running up a dark here. But Shocks is in such a good position. Going to take the first, goes for the second, sprays. Look for the third, and Smith's there to help out. And it will be Fallen alone running away. G2 winning a 9th round here and making a very good first half for themselves so far.
Oof. Just the parting shot there from Fallen. Lets RPK know not to come after him. And really, G2, despite winning all these rounds, they don't have a sick bank. Although obviously they're going into the next round, but they should be able to full buy so long as they don't lose somebody else. A little bit scary here, but it does look like they will be able to close in. So he's making it so expensive for them. Fallen still alive, but not for long. Shoxy will find him, and they save the Opera Smiths. So success for G2.
That's a sick chase down. That was so important to get that AWP out of Fallen's hands. Otherwise, there's a double AWP setup they're going against. This is much more manageable.
2 FAMAS's M4. What can Fallen get? Yeah, man, this is just scraping the bottom of the barrel as far as Luminosity are concerned. Again, low on nades, and again a tag from Smiths. What a fantastic shot. Cold down to 35 at the beginning of the round without having seen anybody.
He's been very consistent, but LG going back to something that worked earlier, which is the aggressive push, and Fur goes down. Smiths just this time, he sees it coming. They're pushing up long in the meantime, and Scream comes strolling in with a headshot on Fallen. FNX trying to get into a better position. Cold can actually help him getting the cross frag, but Taco's gone down. 2 versus 4, and FNX would have to pull a miracle to stay alive here with just the FAMAS in hand. Body coming around the corner. Oh, they line up! It's going to be a team kill in there as well. Cold taking out one, and now Smith alone in a 1-on-2, trying to push up there, looking for the shot elevator. He is half HP. The bomb is out on long though, and what a ridiculous way to turn this round on its back, just lining up. And a team kill. Smith's here Gonna have to try and see if he can get the counter clutch in. Getting the bomb down, Molotov rains in, and he does. And Luminosity, they're gonna win the 15th round. What a way to end it. And no summits here. Stay away from the fire. Just leave it alone.
You got all the time in the world, right? FNX survives that round with 3 HP as well.
I don't even know if it was FNX pulling a miracle or just divine intervention and just said, yeah, you're just going to win that.
Shoxy feeling generous. One of those was a team kill on A slope.
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
Those last like 5 or 6 rounds of this half just turned into a boxing match. It was like Luminosity was just like, all right, the standard, the good Counterstrike isn't working. We're just going to sink down to your level and just start jumping around. The retake that Taco had on the B tunnels.
Oh.
Yeah, that was ridiculous, wasn't it? My God, what a fight this has been already. And everything is on the line, especially for Luminosity. They are down a map. So if G2 could find another 7 rounds here on the second half, then they'll walk away with the victory here at the Grand Finals of the ESL Pro League. Can't believe I'm saying that.
This has been a stunning run.
Exactly, especially when it's Luminosity. It's been so long, but
Just take a moment and listen to this crowd. They have been cheering, and the cheers have actually turned so many people now cheering for G2. I think they've convinced a lot of people that they deserve to be here, because there was even some question about that, even qualifying for all of this. Right now, they're 7 rounds away from taking the Grand Finals here in a 3-1 fashion, but it is not over yet. 9-6 is still a very open scoreline, and Luminosity, they don't bend so easily, so we're going to have to find out here. Welcome once again to the ESL Pro League Grand Finals, the second half of the 4th map.
And straight into the pistol we go. 9 rounds on the board for G2, and aggression straight up. Scream. Nobody there to back him, nobody there to help. Instead, he's going to catch a man, try to set up a smoke. Good night, coldzera. It's time for a nap. Let the boys do the work, and Fur is going to be there to save the day and bring it back.
That's going to put you on tilt, but now they're rushing down. Shoxy has to hit some great shots here, and he's out in the open. Not going to make it work. Taco instead, and now up in the window. Body sent flying. That was head over heels, and now RPK and Smiths are left in. What can you do? Again, it's almost a similar situation as what happened on the first pistol. You can't really expect to retake this 2-on-4.
No, not at all, especially when you're starting so far away. Smiths has already been spotted. 2 members in halls. Taco's just going to bait him right into Fallen, and it's going to be easy. Or is it? Smith turns around at the right moment, but there's Taco. Pissed around to Luminosity.
And just like G2, no fear, all-out aggression. Just take the fight to him. Don't let him get comfortable. Take control of the map, of the pace. That's the whole point of the T side. You're the one who decides what happens next. And so G2, they tried with Scream. There was something there, but just the fact that he got caught out in mid, not able to fall back safely, just sparked everything for Luminosity.
And he should probably have known that that exact smoke was a setup for headshot, which you could have probably expect that someone was going to be lower. But he did not have a lot of time to make that call.
Yeah, or that, or have a second teammate on catwalk waiting for that, so you at least have 2 players firing into lower B tunnels. It's a nice flash. Body had an opportunity, but it doesn't work out.
A little bit of damage put into Fur here, and they're sneaking out long instead, and Smiths and RPK are not in great positions to try and stop this from happening. There's going to be a smoke to cover the cross. They even use Molotov to check out the car there. They're trying to be real safe right now, LG, and I could appreciate that.
Absolutely. They do not want this to turn into another brawl like it did on Cobblestone, where it's just back and forth. And so they will be able to work their way up. A slope, nice blind shots coming out from Taco, dropping him low, and it's just aggression again coming in from G2, trying to charge through that smoke, and there will be a fight from Shox. Somehow he picks up 2 kills, and we're into a 2-on-2 with the bomb dropped on the site.
Wow, a little bit too much tunnel vision. Then everyone looking at the player that was up on the catwalk instead of worrying about the smoke. No one was covering smoke then, and that is not acceptable. But great shot from Fallen here, making it a triple for himself. And now Shox, no head armor, just a 5.7 here. And he can get a quick shot on Fur to take him out. And the 5.7 is a powerful pistol, so they can't give anything away. But the bomb has been picked up here, and now it turns from difficult to almost impossible as the bomb goes down. This is going to be very tough here. Shox goes down, and Fallen with a quad kill.
Fallen is kind of the one, you know, the captain of Luminosity that steps up when everyone else is very, very quiet. So I expect him in the second half to start things out, trying to be as assertive as possible, trying to be the one that makes things happen. Because the rest of his team, once again, they need to wake up a little bit.
I think most of G2 right now, they kind of need to be waking up as well. I mean, Shox is caught up to Scream. Scream got most of his frags at the beginning of the first half. He definitely cooled off towards the end of the second. And while Cold is going to catch out Smiths, FNX will take out Body, and there's just kills all over the place here for Luminosity, but that's to be expected given G2 are on a hard eco. Nothing invested in this round for the CT side apart from that deagle for Shoxy. He got some money last round, so it's not the end of the world for him to actually spend some this one.
Oh, Cold almost getting caught there. Seemed like a weird fight, but RPK going to be going down there. The scout Fallen, finding another kill. That's going to tie up the scoreline at 9-9. And just like that, at the snap of a finger, we're right back to a tied scoreline and what seems like a very open game. It's hard to call who's going to win this one.
Yeah, well, this is the half that Smiths normally is one of those operas that can just take over. I mean, we've talked a lot about Shox, a lot about Scream. Smith's on Dust 2. It's historically just a map where he's pretty unreal. Oh, and that's going to help out. Why not Scream?
Right through the smoke. Fallen is just going to be shaking his head at that point. What can he really hope to do? And while Body, he's in a clever spot over here. Scream is going to be able to bait for him from the site. And hopefully, if they do commit to this bomb site, Luminosity, they will not be checking this corner, and Body will be able to shut them down. But it all comes down to just nerves of steel at this point. He needs to stick it out, and they are pushing onto the site. So Scream alone, not going to be able to pick up one, but Body with the big spray picks up 3, shuts them down. And now it's all on FNX in a 1v3.
The look paying out in style. A look for a moment like he was waiting just long enough that Scream wasn't going to get any backup. But when you get a triple like that, it's going to be well worth it. Now FNX goes down to RPK, and it will be 10-9. G2 stepping up here early in the second half.
What a magnificent play from Body. It works out perfectly as well.
See the
What's the miscommunication? Yeah, where are they saying
They
Body?
don't know.
It's the crowd. I'll tell you right now, the crowd is loud enough to where it either doesn't come through, it's muffled a little bit. But that's why that call is just a little bit late for him to turn around.
That is one of the features of playing on land, by the way. That's something you need to have the experience to know that sometimes that'll just happen. And if you're new to it, obviously these guys aren't, but if you are new to it, that could be a really, really big problem. It could throw you off just expecting that maybe your teammates are going to be able to know more than they do. But honestly, that spray from Scream at the beginning of the round, I don't even know what that was. Like, that's not a common angle to just sit and spray at.
Not at all. But he nailed it.
I mean, that's kind of it. It had to have been he felt so uncomfortable because they swung so wide on him. He was expecting Body to be able to stop that. But I mean, Body recovers magnificently.
Got to give it to him. The chant is pretty sick right now.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's a crowd of, you know, a couple of thousand people here. It's incredible. 20th round here. And LG off to a good start. I mean, some good momentum early on, but they got to keep it up. Because if G2 get into double AWP territory, we know that Shox can AWP on this map too. If you have Smiths and Shox both going ham, then I don't know if there is an easy way out. Shox in the middle here, not really able to see anything, and the way that the bomb is in upper dark right now, I'm thinking this is going to be a B-split.
Yeah, likewise. Considering they haven't got anybody outside of long right now, it's definitely looking like they want to just try and go crashing through. Fallen could try and go off a catwalk or look to get an early peek. But the smoke goes down. Fallen could try and jump into CT, try to get the backstab in on Shox, but Shox seems to be prepared for it, so we'll see. Does it actually work? Fallen not finding any targets. Time is running out. 18 seconds left. They need to get onto this site. Taco's been spotted, but he will open it up. But Body will not actually manage to land the shot. Instead, it's Shoxy coming through.
Look at the time, 7 seconds here. The bomb will be planted. FNX in charge of that one. Taco, great kill, taking out Shox, and now RPK and Smiths. It's one of those things where you really want to be able to save this round, but unless you get a quick early kill on someone who's peeking too aggressively, and Fallen almost was, then it's not worth it at this point in time. And Taco with a great triple kill in this round.
Just opens up the side wide.
Not only that, but that peek outdoors and a 3-on-3 as well. I mean, that's one of those things where it looks great when you get the kill, but if you die there, then it starts to look sloppy, and then your team's really upset if you lose that round. But he finds the kill. It goes the right way for him.
We're getting that brawl. We're getting that brawl after all.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said a sort of a boxing match here. I mean, we are in the UK. It's turning into sort of a pub fight, isn't it? Just absolute madness.
What is it? Everything in the bar stool?
Yeah.
I mean, but now G2, man, the pressure is going to be mounting on them because Luminosity, they've already shown that they have no fear, that they're just willing to charge forward and look for the fight. But eSports, like G2 eSports, obviously, they're on an eco round now. They literally have a rifle to work with. Shox invests a little bit, but they only have pistols for the rest of the players here. So what are G2 going to be capable of when Luminosity are full bot, double AWP on the T side?
It might have to be a couple ecos as well, actually. That was a very, very hard reset. And you can see they're just playing it passively. They have to allow RPK time. They have to let RPK take the first battle. If anyone's going to be aggressive, it's got to be that M4 to get an opening pick to make things a little bit easier for the pistols to manage. So he's going to have to be very mobile in how he moves around the map to try and find something.
I kind of like the fact that Luminosity are not even showing up in middle for this round, because that might be the one place against an eco where you can't control everything. Because if they got, you know, 3 people middle, 2 on catwalk, and they put in a flashbang, I mean, you should still win the fight, but you're not entirely in control of what's happening, right? It could be a little bit too much. So this is a very, very safe way to play it right now. They're giving G2 very few chances to do anything. There's still that M4 on RPK, so if they go out long and they take too many fights against him, I think that's the only way this could turn out well for G2.
He's going to have to do... Okay, so Scream is in that sneaky position behind the fire.
Scream with the dig in the Kerrigan spot. No, there it is, but coldzera figures it out fast enough. Saves himself in the end. Will open things up, and now it's RPK on the site, holding slope. He's got that M4 if they try and run up. 30 seconds again, Luminosity, man. They are really running this clock down, and Body just comes out of nowhere and picks up a kill on Fur.
Oh my, this is getting very scary now. They can't do anything. Elevator boost coming up here. Shox, a little bit too much fire going on, so gonna have to wait for a bit. They make the cross through, and Body going down to Fallen, but Smith is there, picks up the one shot. He's gonna go down. There's almost no time, and then will win the round work. It's gonna be coldzera with a triple and Fallen with a double. Very, very close there. I mean, they've got to be careful with that little time left. You can't really make any mistakes.
Well, Cold is the deciding factor there, because he's just in pit. He's just holding that bomb site, waiting for anyone to swing wide as LG's crossing, as they're trying to run up the ramp. He's the one who picks RPK off. That M4 does absolutely nothing for G2. So really, really big role to play in that round.
Now, RPK really trying to force it seems.
Yep.
Rather than be patient and wait, but sometimes you have to go in for you just have to try and make the play, and they're going for a similar setup as last time. RPK and Scream working on catwalk here.
I mean, RPK did peek with the flash at least, but another chance for Scream with the deagle, and actually it's RPK who's going to clean it out.
Actually, no assist for Scream either. Did he even get the tag? Ah.
Oh well.
Oh well, right? Yeah, it's like shake your head, Taco. Okay. Nobody was there to get the refrag for you either, so, you know, you die in vain.
Smith just pushed up quite far into a long, house here as well, so got to be careful. That's such a good position, but I feel like people almost always misplay it. But because you can see the shadow on the ground before the player walks out, you have like a second to react, but people always seem to be a bit slow in reacting anyway. But I kind of like it with a pistol, you know, it gives you a chance at least.
Yeah, but in a round like this, when it's all pistols, you almost want to see him take that risk, right? You almost want to see him gamble and go for the flank because now, especially with no one on catwalk, no one on the A side to delay this or give you any information, like his flank, it's going to come in, but it's
useless.
Yeah, LG's going to plant the bomb and have plenty of time to turn around and be aware that that flank is a possibility.
Nicely done there by Cold. Keeps his cool. Smith's nowhere to be found, in fact. And so most of G2, yeah, not even charging through. It looks like Shoxy, he was able to recover Taco's AK. So Luminosity, well, I mean, not many places in Lower Dark where you can actually just like pick up the AK and throw it away to make it so that G2 can't pick it up. But still, they should be able to save an AK at least for the next round. Give that over to Scream with the shots that he was hitting on T side. More of that.
You see Cold making his model a little bit smaller by looking all the way into the ground instead of just looking straight ahead. So that's just a cool little technicality there. I kind of like that. Oh, Smiths. All right. Sending a personal message to Cold Zero. Don't get complacent.
Oh. Fallen, is he going to be able to make it over there? Can they pick it up? Yeah. Okay, there's one. And he can't find the second one. They lose an AWP.
He dropped it, I think, to throw the other op farther down long so the bomb would blow it up towards Pit. But the bomb also knocked his away. That's what I'm assuming happened. I didn't get to see it, but that would be the somewhat logical, I guess, explanation.
Unfortunate turn of events, yeah.
Breakdown. I like it.
Oh.
12-10.
No, okay. Smoke, playing it safe, G2. 12-10 and Body holding so low on B site, and RPK and Scream continue to put pressure on Catwalk. This seems to be a go-to play here for G2. They've been successful so far, and they had pistols in the last round, but this time around there will be a smoke there to block off Taco, so no easy shots for G2 to start things off. Instead, there's the flash, and Taco now moving forward, but there is a man ready to pounce. That's Shoxy on the other side of the mid doors. If his two teammates on Catwalk were able to actually, draw attention to themselves, he might be able to just find an opportunity to get a peek real quick and maybe pick up a kill.
Oh, wow. There's definitely going to be a fight in here, isn't there? Scream looking to move closer. Taco right down there as well. G2, they're all going to peek at the same time, but Fallen, he picks up one shot, and it's taking too long. Cold with a kill, and RPK to go down. Yeah. That looked like it could have gone either way, but I mean, just the peaks were close to being synchronized, but there was like a second gap between mid and Catwalk, and that was too much.
It felt a little forced, like that went on for too long. Like G2's opportunity to pounce was a little bit earlier, and just sticking around that long, not finding correct fights, and then swinging very wide on Catwalk just to kind of force it, even though they were clearly outmatched. A little bit of a bummer, but you could see the idea. Find a timing. Maybe the first peek is on Shox, where he gets one kill, and then everyone from Catwalk peeks down. And even Smiths is going to fall here, and it's a clean out from FNX. And Luminosity now with control. And for a team who I talked about, and in the past, they've had trouble with their T side on Dust 2, it does not look like it here. They've only dropped one round.
Yeah, that's incredible. What a streak from them. Picking up the pistol, 3. They dropped the first buy round from G2. But then now they just lock out the remaining 4, and this is looking dominant on their side. And, well, we will have the force coming out here from G2, really committing to this, and Smith will find a shot on FNX. So there's a strong start, at least for G2 in this key round. They cannot allow Luminosity to get past 13 rounds here. If Luminosity get up onto 14, that's far too close.
Look at Cold sneaking into B as a response to the mid-aggression and takes out Scream. That's going to be so annoying.
Yeah, it's got to be frustrating. And no, this is the thing. It's almost like G2 can't let that kind of 5-on-4 slip away. But now that it's 4-on-4, like look at what G2 has to work with. They have one flashbang on RPK, and they have no kits. So Smiths has got to find something, and it looks like him and Body, their only option at the moment is to push into upper B. They have to find some kind of intel because RPK and Shox can't. But look at, I mean, Cold's waiting for him. Cold is watching for this. Although, as he retreats, the timing might just be perfect for this push.
Might be able to actually, get in here fairly deep. Not going to spot anybody out. Do they work all the way into Lower Dark? That's the question. It looks like Body will actually try to apply some pressure here, and Fur might get caught by this, although now he's looking for the flank. So, oh no, the timing, he looks away. That's CS for you in a nutshell right there.
But look at RPK out on long here. He's going to have the struggle of his life here. Famas and 3 members coming around the corner. He sprays, he takes down one, but he can't get the follow-up. Now Shox is up here, and there is a bit of backup here. Luminosity still having a hard time winning this round. 30 seconds. They're going to try for the smoke and the flash to try and see if they can get cross. Shox up on the site, going for the Famas spray, but not quite connecting. Cold will take him out, and it's back into a 2-on-2 jump shot with the AW from Smith inside the smoke. The flank coming out from Body as well, and he's got a clear shot, taking out Fallen. It's all on Cold here, 1-on-2. They need this to close out the map, and Cold spraying, not quite connecting yet. There's so much time on that bomb still left, and G2, they're just going to move up together here, trying to see if they can get a little bit of teamwork in. Cold getting close. There's the one shot. He sprays. Oh, he's out! Comes out with the pistol instead. He's got no HP, and Body moving closer. Cold Luminosity are gonna make it to 14 rounds. That's a ridiculous 1-on-2.
The presence of mind, though, in that 1-on-2, when they finally do, like, look at this. He's tapping. He has 4 bullets left at a certain point. And when they finally do commit, he's tapping. He's not spraying. And he gets that first headshot on Smith so quickly, and he's still trying to tap away at body, so he knows how low his ammunition is.
Oh,
I mean,
so sick.
The control to tap in that situation is insanity.
Oh, wow. And it's just the all-out blitz now. LG, this is it. They know that they've got G2 by the throat. So Scream is skimped. I mean, he's skimped on the firepower. At least Smith has got the scout, and he will find the headshot. Well, the shot at least on Fur. So 1 kill. There's a nice flash setup as well, but he will miss that one. So a 3-on-3 now with Luminosity really trying to power through. Scream might be able to get the headshot, and he will actually catch out Cold. It's the help of body as well. And he will recover an AK as well. So this is actually getting crazy, guys.
Well, I mean, look at FNX and Fallen. They're like, okay, now we have no mid, no catwalk control. We can't push up long. And they're going to go for the long game. And no one's able to spot this. Body isn't peeking down. He doesn't have an op, or he doesn't have any kind of scope, so he doesn't even want to challenge against it. One more test for Body in this P bomb site.
Right. Is he going to be able to get in the position in time? That's the question. They have a single flash. There's the Molotov. Now he knows that they're going to commit, and it's all about this first shot, and he misses it. FNX walks out, takes him out immediately. Smith's attempting to get cute with the scout. And Scream looking for the lucky shots through the smoke, but it's just not going to happen just yet. That bomb looks like it will get planted. And what is this? The barbecue forces them out into the site, and Scream is not going to be able to get the clutch. It's Fallen instead with the double.
That Molotov is so perfect. And lands far enough behind him that they can't fall back, or else they just take too much damage and more than likely die. So they have to push forward. It accelerates the retake.
That's insane, isn't it?
That's yeah, actually, if that's intended.
So mad. I can't believe it.
Intended?
I don't think so. I think it was just a very fortunate bounce.
Yeah, I don't think you could. It's too risky. Throwing these Molotovs that explode mid-air is so hard to do. Fallen opening up. We are at 15-10. It is map point here. LG looking to bring us into a 5th map here in the grand finals. Winning just 1 more round would do it. Smith is going to be taken down further. They want to fight for overtime here, G2, and they've had a very good, I mean, that first half for them was incredible. But this second half, Luminosity have just shown what they can do on the T side. And it's been hard for G2 to keep up.
A total collapse. They've still only picked up a single round on their CT side. That is insane. And do we actually have the lurk? No, 3 players will be moving up. And yeah, this is Taco just throwing a fake, just trying to make noise over here to keep them honest on the B site. But in the meantime, Luminosity pushing out onto long towards A with 3 players.
And this is not good for G2. RPK and the Smiths don't have great weapons to cover the cross. If there's not Smiths with an AWP up there, that would have been interesting. Just rifles.
So what the real problem is going to be if they have to retake this bomb site, which is looking likely, or they're just going to have to fight for it. They don't have any flashes to retake, so they have to take these duels, and it's just Luminosity systematically shutting them down.
It was like trading places, right? All of a sudden, they're the terrorists trying to run up Cat, and you got the CT guy sitting by cars with the op. Paul was like, great, I'll take those shots all day.
Triple kill for Fallen, who has been carrying his team. He is the captain here, and he has been top fragging for a very long time here on Dust 2. It's on Shox in a 1-on-3 to try and keep it alive. Otherwise, we'll go to a 5th map in the grand finals. Shox tabs out 1, and that's a deadly kill. Goes for the 2nd, and he's moving closer, looking for the quad clutch here. FNX, the last man alive. He's going to tap the bomb once. Shox springs. Oh, you've got to be kidding. He takes the quad kill. And that is it going to keep the dream alive? I think he'll have just enough time for the defuse here. Still a game here on Dust 2, as Shoxy shows exactly what he's made of.
What is this? That is so dirty. I'm wondering why Fallen, the bomb is planted for platform out long. I figured Fallen would have just stayed out there.
Shoxy is a god. What a monster. And well, Cold starts it off. He takes out Smith. So it's not over yet. Shox may have kept G2 in this fight, but Luminosity, they can still end it. They've got the man advantage here. And so now it's all about G2 trying to keep their cool. Shoxy's still alive, and Body's got the op now. But they just need to pace themselves, G2, and we'll see when they decide to take the risk, because they are gearing up for another push into Upper Dark. So will that be successful?
Oh, Taco playing on the stairwell here. What a click! Takes out Body. It's so insane, isn't it? What are we watching? It's just round for round that they managed to do this. Scream now Going here, seeing if he could pick up another rifle, I think, and just try and see if he could escape with it. The AWP back there. But 3 on 5. Moses, you're giggling.
How many one-taps are we going to watch in this map? It's been insane.
No idea. This is incredible. But it does seem like it is drawing to a close unless we can have another magical play. Shoxy's in a great spot up in Goose. And not too many players from G2 actually playing from it. And yeah, all 3 on this A side. But Scream, he's got the AWP, and he misses the mid-air shot.
Oh no, Scream, and they do just edge him out now. Shox again alone here. That's the bomb moving in. Why is the bomb going in first alone with 30 seconds left? This could legitimately lose them the round, but Fallen just going to get the shot. I don't know why Shox lost his mind. Then RPK alone, and he goes for it, but it will be Luminosity. 16-11 here. And we're going on to Inferno as the last and deciding map at the ESL Pro League. I cannot believe that they managed to do that. Luminosity, it looked like they were going to get edged out of the first half, but second half was so good for them.
And that's where it's towards that second half. I mean, the second half was just all-out dominance. 32 kills, 13 deaths for Fallen, Cold with 26 and 16. Whereas on G2's side, you saw a drop on the map that they were supposed to win. Shoxy's the only one above 20 kills.
Yeah, can I point out, Luminosity will win this map 16-11 with Fur dropping 6 kills.
Yeah.
That is mad. Now, here's the problem. We're going into Inferno, and Fur is such a monster on this map. An absolute monster. I would be scared if I was G2.
But if Shox is playing like this, he's done some beautiful things on Inferno in the past.
Yeah, well, let's just talk about. I mean, this is one of the most impressive wins we've seen out of Luminosity. Even talking about their major run, their comeback from 7-1. This is not their map. About to drop the grand finals. What an incredible comeback in that second half. And how fitting is it that we're on Inferno?
I know. Well, you guys have both made this point, and I'll go ahead and steal it because I'm that kind of guy, right? But this may be the last time that we cast this version of Inferno, and it's fitting that it's map 5 of the grand finals of the Pro League, with 2 exceptional teams on it as well. Luminosity versus G2. Luminosity starting on the T side, and we're into the pistol. Not wasting any time, and Body, he's about to get rushed down. He's totally blind and doesn't even see what hit him.
Oh, how do you recover from that? Smith is in alone on the bomb side, but because they get the kill on Shox, they don't even have to rush anywhere. Scream still up here, and they might want to avoid him right now, just to make sure they don't lose anybody else. If they go B, then Smith would have to play just an incredible defense here. Pretty much alone, playing by the coils here, and he's going to be going down. Taco just jumping like a mad person into the bomb side, and Scream and RPK. 2 versus 5 right now doesn't seem possible, and in fact, seems like they just want to save the armor if they can. So, what a powerful start here.
Yeah, and I mean, a little bit overzealous, I think, from G2, especially that push from Shox down mid. I mean, you could still recover from the situation where Body falls at car. It's not like the bomb site is completely open. And Luminosity now, I mean, this is a very, very commanding start. All 5 members alive. And I mean, this is the key on Inferno as well, is that your economy is so important. Losing pistol round, assuming they're going to buy into the next one, at least invest into some pistols, it's going to start putting a really fragile state to their money going into the 4th round.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, especially with the sort of the added round timer and everything, we've seen how that could really put some pressure on the CT side. Now, I do want to reiterate, because I said it at the end of the last map, and I'll say it here again if we got any newcomers, the thing that really worries me here for G2 on this map is Fur. He was almost invisible in that last map, and they still managed to win it. I've seen some really terrifying performances from Fur on this map. There are some players that come alive on this map. Fur is one. Edward, I would say, is another one who just suddenly springs into action whenever this map is played. So I'd be a bit scared if I was G2 just because of that one player. It's another quick rush up top Banana, and they run right in and take the first kill there. A bit of a trade, actually. A Scream will get a kill with a deal.
He does actually manage to do quite a bit of damage, considering FNX and Fallen are also around half HP. So I was kind of questioning G2's force buy here, to be frank, just because Inferno City side, it's so important to have the necessary nades to hold off these kinds of rushes, these kinds of pushes. So going into that first round buy, right, the 4th round, when you're going to be looking to invest in the rifles, if you're G2, having every dollar you can get to spend on nades is so important. But at least they've actually managed to make it fairly close here.
This is crazy from Luminosity. You lose a player and they execute right back into it, right through the smoke. There could have been a stack. So I'm saying we're not going to play any mind games. And there's Shox with a good fight. All of a sudden, the retake's a little bit more doable. They at least have an avenue into the site.
Cold taking out one, Taco and Cold Zero again, and they will be able to close it out. But getting 2 kills, doing a bit of damage, I mean, is it worth the buy-up here for G2?
No.
I wouldn't think so either, no. I mean, teams are starting to go away from that force buy, or at least there's more of a mix now. Some teams like it, some teams don't, but that force buy, I mean, if you're spending $1,500, you know, you could invest in a P250 and a flash and still keep the 1,000, and then you've got a full set of nades going into your first buy round, right?
Yeah, we started seeing teams as well just do the upgraded pistols with no armor. That's the big thing I'm starting to notice, especially on the CT side, because it's so hard to actually punish the T economy. It's much more forgiving. So yeah, it's bringing those into the 4th round to have that extra smoke, to have that kit is actually a pretty big deal. There's a nice pop flash though. Aggression from G2 down mid.
Working out very well here. RPK getting a kill, but Fur coming in with a double, turning it into a triple here. That P90 just bullets for days, and it will be FNX to close out the round. So a quick 3-0 here for Luminosity, starting off well, and the first test here of G2, and they do need a lot of rounds in this first half.
This is where the pressure is really going to be on for Body, for Smiths. They need to start stepping up. I mean, Scream, RPK, Shoxy, they've all had their moments so far. Smiths a little bit as well, Body as well. I mean, it's just like now you're on map 5, and yes, it's a marathon, but it's the grand finals, and it's a totally different beast. So will Body, you know, with lacking experience in this kind of situation, right, will he be able to close it out, really show us his A game? Considering he's one of the 2 players holding on that B site, he's so important here. He's key to G2's success.
It's early nade damage on the Scream as well. He's down to 62. Doesn't seem like much, but later on, I mean, that can be really the deciding factor in any battle he takes.
Especially without head armor and the fact that there's that P90 in play. I mean, that's going to kill him immediately. So, yeah, small details here to look out for.
I'm curious to see if Shoxy's if G2 ever get the money, if Shoxy's going to be the one getting the op. Because Smith could have gone Glass Cannon AWP, but he chose to go for the M4 instead.
Yeah, maybe they trust in their CT setup here. And I mean, if they can make it work early on, that's going to put a lot of pressure on Luminosity. If you've got a good CT side setup here for Inferno, then it could be so hard to break on the terrorist side if you don't know what you're doing.
Well, that's the tough thing, right? Considering Inferno's out of the competitive pool, this is pretty much the last time we're going to see it. You know, how much work has G2 actually put into this map?
It's interesting, though. They did take over Bananas. That forces 2 players there. So this A defense can only have 3 people in it for the moment because they have to trust. They have to be honest and say, yeah, it feels like you could very well hit this B bomb site at any moment. So they're keeping Scream at B for the time being, but he's starting to rotate back. He's starting to cheat a little bit.
Shox is going to have to be big in this pit if they try and go for it here, because his 2 teammates over at Little Pit are going to be in a lot of trouble if they get wrapped around from Archway too. Let's see, 20 seconds now as they try and move in. Not a lot of time here for Luminosity. We've seen this from them before. This is so scary. One mistake and this round is gone before it even gets going. Trying to push up there, and RPK caught out in a weird angle, and he can't get that kill. Fur to pick it up instead. Shox very low on health. He didn't have head armor, and you see the dink coming through. Smith now inside the side. 3 seconds left. Can they get the bomb plant down in time? Oh, they didn't. They simply straight run out. That is a very fine way to put your whole team on tilt.
Oh my lord, that was so close.
Turns out RPK, Shox, they actually did succeed.
But here's the tough part. Yeah, they win the round, but they still have like no money. They still have 4 Famuses and a scout, and they're going to be very light on nades. Smith has nothing. RPK only has a smoke.
Get the tag there? No, he didn't even get the tag. A bit of a brutal start there for Smiths with that scout trying to be, well, just trying to be aggressive with it, looking into mid, but Fallen wasn't there. Instead, Fallen's taking his AWP towards B, where because of the lack of nades, it seems like G2 are trying to play this a little bit more passively. Maybe going for a delayed flash in the end. I mean, there's the Incendiary to try and buy some time. Fallen going to be forced back, actually taking quite a bit of damage. Maybe a little body blocking going on there with FNX behind him.
Good news is that Scream and Body at the B bomb site both had smokes. They weren't one of the players that were lacking in that department. Even that Molotov buys them a little bit of time. But I mean, this is going to disappear pretty quickly, and then they have that decision to make. They might choose to just wait out for that second smoke at B, but I mean, as soon as Fallen makes any presence, they're going to drop it, and it's out anyways.
Oh, there's the second smoke being used. And now Fallen can communicate that over to his teammates. Hey guys, they don't have any smokes left over here. In about 10 seconds time, we can go ahead and actually execute onto the site, and there isn't really a whole lot that they can do to stop us. Scream has got a single flash grenade. It's going to be so important for him to use that at the right time to try and stumble Luminosity, try and put a hitch in their step, and we'll see. Might be setting it up now. It's been used already, and now Luminosity can just press forward onto the site. What is Body going to do? He's going to pick up the first kill, and that's a fine start, but FNX trades him.
Scream playing at the edge here, sprays down one, but he cannot follow it up. 25 seconds, and this time Luminosity won't fall the way they did last time. They'll have enough time for the bomb plant just going down now. Fallen turning around here, has to win the fight on Banana, and he sees it coming as well. Heads up play for him, and Smiths and Shocks. Well, how do you try for this retake? This is not quite like Beat Bombs and Duster. You can try for a retake here in a 2-on-3, but it is very difficult with what they've got right now. Almost no equipment on them. Shocks moving around here with the Famas, gonna pick up one, goes for the spray, tries for Cold Zero, he's solo, Smith picking up one, it's a one-on-one, he's trying to go with the pistol, goes for the shot, he's missing it, there it is! He has the kit picked up, and it will be the retake here. G2 on the edge of a knife here, Moses.
Oh, Smith. All right, there we go. Delayed. I'm keeping an eye on these guys, you know. Don't leave your teammates hanging.
I have no words how that works. These are areas that Luminosity is usually very strong in. Some missed shots though from water, absolutely. And from that grill area. And Smiths capitalize on it. Their money is still very fragile, very low, and with that plant, Fallen can be back on the op. I mean, it's still advantage in terms of what they're bringing to the round, but G2 is just barely holding on in these last two.
This is absolutely nuts, and now the setup is here for G2. Now Smith has that AWP looking into mid. He's got the angle. But instead of challenging in mid this round, Luminosity have actually set up exactly in top Banana. What is going on? Shoxy, all of a sudden, he comes out of nowhere with 2 kills.
He's pushed down in the middle. He's going to go for it again, but they know where he is, and Fallen going to take him out of the equation. Bomb is dropped in second mid, but still easy enough for them to pick it up. Good shot there from Smith. Goes for a second. He's going to miss it, and now he's low on health, and he is being flanked as well. He somehow sees it coming. Did he hear Fur? There's almost no way. Smith's going to pick up the kill, and now it's a one-on-one. That is some incredible intuition from Smith. Maybe someone made a call, but that's it. Just absolutely wild. He's sneaking in. Can he catch FNX? He's going to get a bullet in the face for trying. And Luminosity, now they're in a very good spot here.
Yeah, that was the reset. G2, even despite winning 2 rounds, still in danger of that the whole time, just because they've been beaten up so much in those 2 rounds that they win. I think it was down to 1 player in each of them. So, yeah, right back towards pistols, and this is a tough spot for them. Luminosity with a good chance to get up towards 5 or 6 rounds during this sequence of saves. And I mean, that already right off the bat is a good terrorist half.
Scream up here with the Deagle, trying to make it work. Shots, the same thing, close range there with those pistols up in hallways, but not going to be working out at all. Luminosity not really giving them much of an opening in a round like this, which is what you'd like to see, isn't it?
You want to at least get some kills going in if you've invested in this round. Nothing really going their way. Instead, it's Fur, 2 kills with the SMG, so he's making even more money, which is exactly what you don't want to happen. And well, no success here. No joy for G2 in this anti-eco, or in this eco round rather, for themselves. Anti-eco, well handled there by Luminosity. And so they've got the bank going forward, and they know that G2 are going to continue being under pressure economically, so they're just going to stick to the SMGs, no problem at all. Taco and Fur, they're money hungry right now.
I can imagine G2 is just, like, this is just heartbreaking. They have to save another time. Like, they want to get back into the buys. There's just nothing feasible that they could do. Even if they do happen to win it, it would be another scenario where because their arsenal is so weak, because they're missing so many nades, they'd probably be brought down to, you know, just in danger of being reset one more time, so they have to play it conservative.
And it seems like LG know this. They got the 2 Mac 10s, and they're already being fairly aggressive here, so they know they could use these 2 players as scouts and figure out what's going on. It's a very, very solid way of playing in a round like this, I feel like. Luminosity, I mean, we've been talking about how much of these teams have been brushing up on Inferno in the last, 2 weeks or something, but I mean, it's not going to go away that quick, is it, what you know on this map?
Well, the ghetto hold coming out from Taco, and he starts off strong. Takes out Smith. There's Shoxy, though, gets the drop on 2. But Fallen, he's able to survive, and point blank shots nearly feeds him the USP. It doesn't matter in the end. Fur will find the kill on RPK.
That's a little bit, I mean, Fur even, I mean, the USP, not that one-hit kill that the P250 or the 5.7 can be at that range. That's a bummer, but Shox had a chance there to get 2. And now you can see Luminosity, how smart they play these rounds. So passive, waiting for someone to peek because they have to find out where they are. Just waiting for them to walk into their crosshairs.
They saw both players. Yep. That quick peek there, spotted Scream, and Body had just taken a fight with the USP and Arch, so why, even if you know you're almost certainly going to win the 2v4 fight, why not just be absolutely sure of it? So I really like that mentality.
The fake plants as well, wow. Really trying to bait a response. What is this? mean, you're an anti-eco boys here. You know, they've got pistols.
It's because you're paranoid, Sam. That doesn't mean someone's not out to get you. And at this point, it really is. It's sort of the difference between saying, you know, where we're sort of 99% sure. Why not just get the last percent in? You know, make it 100.
Yeah.
Because again, if you lose a round like this because of skipping some of these fundamental things, it's not so much that you lose the round. It's the whole team is going to be affected mentally. Everyone's going to think, why the hell didn't we just do that one thing that we knew would win it for us? Good shot from Fur, just hiding in T-spawn practically.
More bonus money, just building up a bank.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Kill to that MAC-10.
He even throws away the MAC-10. He knows that they're going to be buying now, but he's up to $9,000 at the beginning of this round for... On T-side Inferno, that is a sick bank.
Yeah, and just to point out as well, because we were hyping it up a little bit about first performance on this map. I mean, some of them have been eco-round kills and all of that stuff, but still 10-0 and 4 right now for him. And it will be 6-2, so yeah, a very, very good performance from him early on. We'll see if it can continue here. I think G2 just need to close out this half here, just make it 9-6 at this point, which is not impossible. Even if the money on Luminosity is pretty good, they could win a couple of rounds here and force an eco and get back in the game.
You heard it. RPK was close enough, and there's the shots through from Body. So I have to say that he's had a bit of a hard time over here on the B site, getting things rolling for himself. This time, however, it works. And now G2, they have that man advantage. All of the pressure shifts over to Luminosity to make something happen. But they've been given control of apartments at this point, Luminosity. Smiths rotated early. They had 3 players over on that B site to start things off for G2, but RPK was close enough to mid to hear the footsteps. And so now the defense should be solid here on the A site, ready and waiting.
Footsteps from Taco and Halls are going to bait out that smoke. This match so far, a lot of this has come down to that initial fight at Banana. It's so important to win that, and G2's been challenging it a couple times, and they've lost players here and there. And this time that it gives them a kill is huge. Taco's going to stay over at that A bomb site in the halls, but the rest of his team is over towards Banana, and this is going to be a 3-on-1 hit. And I imagine Taco, I mean, he's smoked out again, so he's got to wait, but I think they want him to be the one person who tries to cause a distraction, tries to get one kill.
Oh, they're going to come through here, Buddy. He's going to have to go big. Flashbang goes out. He has to get at least one kill. There he is, picking it up. He got the first on Banana as well, so he's doing a fine job at the moment. And Luminosity, they've slowed down way too much for this to work out. Flash is coming through, and Buddy transferring that spray actually a bit too soon, but RPK and Scream are there to help out. And Cold Zero, almost be a miracle if he could just get the bomb down here. 17 seconds, going to go for the spray. Looks like he wants to win the round instead of just settling for the money. Gonna plant one more time, 9 seconds left, and it's not gonna happen, so what a great round from Body.
Yeah, it really was. Just that one kill and then being able to just chill in oranges for a while completely stalls out Luminosity. I was actually surprised they didn't chase him down, but either way, it buys time for once the rotation gets in. Flashbang dropped in water. They're completely blind. It stalls them out even longer.
They're playing a 5 versus 4, and they do a 4-1 split on the set. Do you agree with that? That seems like a big risk to me.
It is a big risk. And no, normally when you have a man up, it's just, you know, play default. That had to have been some kind of read where they said, all right, we feel like they're going to hit this bomb site. Someone maybe called something out. That was pretty indicative. It might have been Taco and Halls.
Yeah.
Yeah. Taco was making a lot of noise over there, lots of steps. So maybe that was it, and he's here again. Same thing, Falleno though. He's got that angle on quad. Smiths will start off strong, taking out Fur, and even gets the passing headshot. Big plays here from Smiths, and he even gets the follow-up on a Taco. Smiths, what is this? Where did this come from?
That's a sick performance to start things out. 2 rounds in a row now, G2 has got the advantage very early on. Fallen is essentially, he can't really do too much. He's going to have to be used, you know, you're not going to see that aggressive style where he's going for the picks. He's more used second, third person in, grab an angle, and just cover your teammates, hope someone walks into the crosshair. But, I mean, there's stacks everywhere. 5-on-3. Luminosity might just be locked out of this one already.
Yeah, this is not one of those maps like Cobblestone or something where or maybe Mirage, where you could get the bomb down and have the low player play far away to cover the bomb as someone's defusing it, maybe get the shot on. It's so hard on Inferno, isn't it? Like, either way, you're going to have to get close enough that you know, the low health will affect the outcome. And they are just going to be sneaking away, trying to save what they've got here. So G2 starting to come alive a little bit here. But you're right, a lot of this really does seem to rely on the idea that they need strong opening frags. And it's always a bit thin when you rely on that stuff, right? Because that means if your retakes aren't working, you could be in some trouble. Although they have done a pretty good one over at B earlier, where there was 2-on-3. But still, it's almost a bit scary if you're all the time thinking about only the entry frags and not the rest of the half of the game.
This is a smart decision by Luminosity. If they go for it and lose, it's going to be a save round. But because they save these 3 weapons, Taco can buy Soak and Fur. They'll be able to have AK-47. So they basically, by saving these weapons, just get themselves another gun round.
Yeah, that is actually very wise of them. Rocks up nicely with Fallen. Curious to see if they're going to go back for more aggression on A, though. Try and teach Smith that he can't have that position and get away with it every time like that. Although they have been successful at top banana. G2 did have that round. So all of these things are basically going into Fallen's mind right now, and he's going to just be trying to factor it all in and figure out what needs to be done. And an aggressive peek like that could have worked, but a good flash there to force him off the angle, and now the smoke goes down at top of the car.
Just a bit of an early engagement, but nobody really coming out on top. So see if G2 are going to continue to try and fight for this banana control. Definitely a bit risky.
I don't know about that incendiary.
Did seem kind of pointless with no aggression with it, right? Because you can normally use that to cut someone off. If you want to peek, they can no longer fall back into the fire, or they're fighting in the flames.
Yeah, it's like you think about like B site, like Crims is so good at timing it. Oh, Fallen, he found it.
Now, who's going to lose patience first? Body tries to fall back into the side here. He's probably going to be dead. Oh!
He actually takes the shot through. Don't think that Fallen dies because Fallen was up on the wall there.
Well, it comes up with the timing as well, where if Fallen was, his teammate was spamming the boards of the car, so Fallen's waiting for someone to jump out of that spam. But if he's looking at that same crack that he had been at just 2 seconds before that, that probably more than likely is a dead body.
Yeah.
Boom. Dang. Smith and RPK playing double in pit, which is such a powerful position. The only way that this position is not good is if they manage to wrap around archway. Then suddenly you've got too many angles, but as long as they're just coming in quad or apartments, things are looking good. And Body moving forward a little bit too much, but they're not going to expect Scream, and there is actually a second guy behind there as well. So pretty big setup here. Now they're going to try and split towards the B bomb site, but look at the clock again. LG, we've been here before, 15 seconds. If Taco dies, try and push in. That's going to be the end of it. Scream, bit of a crossfire here. They try and make their way through. Cold going to be getting a kill, but Scream lining it up. 6 seconds left, and Taco, he will get the bomb plant, but Fallen is miles away. If Taco can't buy time, then Fallen can't do anything, and the bomb is even planted in the corner where I'm not sure Fallen can help from CT spawn. This is a little bit tricky here. 2 versus 3.
Fallen, unfortunately for him, they all rotate through mid, so they're in banana now. RPK, Smith, and Scream, they have a couple of flashes. So let's see if they can figure out where Fallen's going to be coming from with this AWP. He's got the perfect angle onto the bomb, and Scream catches him looking the wrong way. And it's all on Taco now, 1v3. He's got a good position for it, and they line up! There we go, the big plays, but he's not going to pull off the last one. RPK will get on the board, and he's got the kit. Does he have the time?
Oh,
no.
I think he may not have it.
Okay.
Wow! How many lucky breaks do they need?
When you hear that click, that's when you know that was about to be a bit of a scorchy day in the B bomb site.
Oh, that's heartbreaking for Taco, though, when they push up from CT and he gets them both to line up like that.
And it makes you wonder, I mean, again, this is all 2020 hindsight, but I mean, what if he just hides for the last kill? Then probably RPK hasn't got time.
Right.
What an incredible clutch.
I mean, such smart play by G2 though, because you have 2 options, right? When that split comes in on the B bomb site, you can either chase him down and try and clear out CT spawn, or push down mid the way they did. And by doing that, they completely avoided Fallen.
Yeah, that's the big one right there. Fallen, man, he's got to be feeling so frustrated. He's like, come on. What do I have to do here?
Smith with the auto sniper, but it looks like it's going to be a bit of a wild rush into the B bomb site. Smoke going to go up, but looks like they're going to try. Oh no! Testing Scream, and he gets a couple of kills in return. They have jumped through the smoke into CT spawn. They're wrapping around construction right now, and I don't think Scream is going to see that coming. He'll go down to FNX beforehand. Body picking up one, and that Molotov doing so much damage here. He's eventually going to fall, but it should be a retake this time around. Even if the bomb goes down, LG, they shouldn't be winning around like this.
Bomb just needs to make it past. Fallen will be able to sneak his way onto the site, but it's right there. Shoxy, he's there to deny the plant. No bonus money this time around. Cold holds down Mouse One, and he gets the kill on his Shoxy. What an insane shot. But he's literally got 1 HP now.
Yeah, but look at RPK and Smith. They hardly have any either. I just don't even know how Coldzera gets that shot on Shoxy. It's so ridiculous now. He's going to try and go aggressive, and they have to be thinking he's playing for the plant right now. Instead, he's here in construction. They have got this angle covered, though. If he walks out, he's dead for sure. Cold going right into it. And G2 tying up the scoreline at 6-6. Wow.
4 straight that they've rattled off. No plant there, but the losing bonus has built up enough to afford Luminosity another buy. And where do they go now? Because they've been stopped cold. They now have the auto sniper on Smiths is out. I believe they came out last round, but
Yeah,
I did. Still.
I'm not sold on the Inferno Auto Sniper entirely. I think, especially against a team like Luminosity, I'm not sure you're going to get enough time to sit down and just rattle off bullets before someone just shoots you in the face.
Isn't it like Exist the only one who's actually had any success with the damn thing? And that's pretty much
probably.
it. Like others try and then.
didn't get an ace at the from the B-bomb
True, from B-bomb site, yeah. But I mean,
the original.
the OG, the guy who got the Scar 20 going. Teams still have nightmares of the old version of Train. Posted up lower ramp with the Scar 20 shooting ankles out.
Did we just get a cheer for the chicken being killed?
Yeah.
All right.
Spent a lot of beer drank here today.
Yeah, we got to see where that snake is now. Like,
It's become so big that soon they're going to have to give it a name.
it will be immortalized eventually. All right, moving on. Luminosity. The only issue here for Luminosity is that they're down to 50 seconds and they have 3 nades to work with, so.
This is that same kind of tactic they ran at a time on the 4th gun round, where it was very slow paced up lane. No real execution, just slowly walk your way up, and they cannot get punished by that again.
Well, you say they can't, but it's not impossible that they will. Look at the 4th man rotating in here for Scream now. They've got such a good setup. 25 seconds. Shock's going to go and peek. A bit too aggressive. Quick trade, but Luminosity, they have to go now.
1-for-1, and they know that it's quad now, so everybody rotates in for G2 onto the site itself. So there's 3 players posted up with the crossfire established, and RPK is going to start things off by taking out Cold Zera. Fair looking to try and get this plant. They're trying to deny it as well from the pit, but 9 seconds left, 8 seconds now. It's all about the kills. They're running out of time, and there's Smith point blank with the Scar 20. I take it back. He gets the job done and wins the round in the end for G2.
That will be stressful if you're Cold, because he failed that jump 2 or 3 times, and RPK finally noticed it around the edge of that smoke. That's just, again, Luminosity. If you're going to go for a play like that, you can't run down the clock to less than 20 seconds when you're trying to boost up. I mean, that's just the mistake that's going to cost you the round.
And I think because, I mean, normally I would actually say that peak from Shocks is a bit of a mistake because he just trades, but because there's only like 20 seconds left, I think LG feel like, well, we have to go. They know we're here. We've got no choice. Just, you know, and then it becomes a bit almost, I think it happens on G2's terms rather than LG's, essentially.
It's one kill, and also it's spotting the other 3 or 4 members who are there, so all the information comes in.
Oh, no, wait.
This could get awkward.
Guy in pit dies. This is going to be the end of it. Going down quick. There's a shot. Trading favorably for LG. And Body and Scream. How does this round happen?
One flashbang. That's how it happens. One flashbang on the guy in pit, and all of a sudden everything is susceptible.
Yeah, the man posted up, has to drop off. As you guys saw, obviously. And well, now, how do they turn this around, G2? 7-6. They're only 1 round ahead. They really need to lock this down and get the last 2 in this half. And there it is, the boost. Clever work. Oh, and it's not going to happen. Fur, he spots him out. Body now, too much work on his hands. Too much for him to handle. Fur with both kills, a triple at the end of the round. And they tie it up 7-7 now. And now it's the force for G2.
Yeah, and look, I mean, obviously there's 15 rounds, so they're going to buy whatever they can here, but just think about it. They've won 5 in a row, and yet the first time they lose a round, they're back to this. You know, single pistol on Scream for Masters in the hands of Body, Smith, and Shocks, and RPK with the only sort of real rifle, as it were. So that says something about how close those 5 rounds have been.
That is a nice nade onto FNX, though, and it kind of forces his hand with that incendiary as well. Smoke to block it off. They're trying to play it safe, and they will be able to recover the AK. So well done, actually, as far as the early aggression is concerned over on Banana for G2. They come out miles ahead.
RPK in the pit, Molotov on him. He's going to have to move out, and they don't know that he's there. He's going to get the 1 kill in. Shocks also picking up a shot. It's down to a 2-on-3 right now. Fallen looking for another opening. They will at least get the bomb planted this time. There's so much time left. No worry at all. Cold Zera up in Graveyard. Molotov gonna go a bit wide as Fallen goes down. Cold's trying to finish it out, but it won't happen. G2 gonna make it 8-7 at the end of this first half here in the 5th map. I don't know where to put this match. I mean, I think overall Luminosity getting away with a better first half, obviously, but I don't know. G2, they could still come back strong, I think.
I mean, if we've learned anything in this series, it's that, I mean, there are essentially no rules at this point.
Yeah.
You can't really assume any either which way.
I mean, it's possible for G2 to make something happen here because Luminosity, they got the start they were looking for. They won the pistol round, right? So they get the 3 rounds right off the bat, and then it's just a matter of picking up a handful of rounds after that for them to wind up at the 7. So, I mean, it's not easy. It's far from it, but G2, if they pick up that pistol, they're still in this game.
It'd be very interesting to see what kind of a pistol round G2 are going to be able to craft here during the timeout. I mean, we're getting very close now. The last half of this grand finals is coming up. First half finishes 8-7 in favor of G2, which is a pretty good result for Luminosity. We are in the last half of the grand finals here at the ESL Pro League. And the crowd has this has been a very long grand finals, and the energy seems to be going up and up. Is there any limit to it at this point?
I don't think so. Not at all. I think this next half is just going to be insanity.
Dude, this is everything we could have hoped for, though, but it's so dead even. The only issue is that, yes, the score is dead even, but G2 are pretty far behind in this match, considering the fact that they only picked up 8 rounds on their CT side. That's not quite cutting it. Not on Inferno.
Inferno is one of those maps, though, where because it is so CT-sided, because you expect CTs to get so many more rounds. That 1 round loss at the wrong moment can just shatter any plans you had for the next 5. It can just destroy everything you had in mind, and it makes it so much more difficult.
Well, a lot is going to ride on this pistol round, and we are seeing some interesting stuff here. 3 men already actually fall into the terrorist hallways, but it will be Fur to pick up the opening pistol kill here, taking out Smiths. And if Luminosity win this pistol, it'll be very hard, I think, for G2 to come back. Taco following up, and there's FNX taking a kill, going for the second one, but he's going to get shut down by Shockshot. Oh my god, what a kill to take out FNX and Fur both now. It is a 2-on-3 with Taco on 1 health. This could be done.
This could be done, but it's going to be incredibly difficult because the rotation is already coming through. Cold, he's going to be in CT. By the time Shox gets up the top and end, it's going to be the head-on fight between these two, and Cold Zera. No Kevlar, and Cold Zera makes it look easy in the end. The afterthought. Just doming Scream. And that pretty much tombs it here for G2. What can they hope to achieve now? No bomb plant, no pistol. They really have not had much luck with their T-side pistols, G2.
I mean, it's just...
This whole tournament long.
Yeah, and even looking at the big picture of this one map, now G2 on Inferno, they've lost both pistols. Yeah. It's so hard to win Inferno if you can't win a pistol round.
Grenades raining down to bottom of Banana, and again, Fur with the early P90. He's really loving that, isn't he?
Just rack up the kills. Although, for those of you who are new, just tuning in, right? The SMGs, we say those are your eco buy because you get $600 per kill with them versus the 300 you would get with the average pistol or the rifle. But the P90, you only get the 300. You're not getting 600 with that one just because it's so damn good. So yeah, you got a lot of bullets in it. And
you can move and you can hold down the trigger, so had to take away the bonus money.
Mouse one, mad frags. Right, so yeah, Fur not going to be building too much of his economy. Instead, it's Cold-Zero with the UMP. But there we go, long range distance with the mouse one down. Fur picks up a headshot on Scream. And while G2, it looks like they want to commit to this B side eventually here.
Yes, I think sadly right now, Shox is the only one with the smoke to actually smoke off CT spawn, and he's pretty far away, so he's going to have to join up here. They actually run in without the smoke, and that may have just been a mistake there. Fur getting a couple of more kills in, making it a triple for himself, and Shox, if he could get a bomb plant right now, that would be almost a miracle. He's going to get the one kill in, looking for more. He hasn't reloaded, and Fallen there to take him out.
Fallen is nuts. What was that?
Yeah, that's a scary situation. We're coming through that smoke. He had the flash indication over his head as well, so you almost felt like he was half blind. He falls there. That's very winnable for Shox.
Exactly. Turns it into a 1v2.
Actually, very smart decision, though, by G2 with Shox so far away, because there was a time limit on how long they could wait before hitting that bomb site. And Fur, if he doesn't get there, that timing was just perfect on his rotation. But if he doesn't rotate, if Cold's the only one there, even without the smoke, even without the flashbang, G2 probably at least trades that 1-for-1.
Yep, you're right. But early aggression again. Fur, this time it's with the MP9. This time he wants to make the Skrill. And he's got to find 2 kills. Makes it look easy. Cold racking up the rest of them. And Scream only surviving because, well, Cold runs out of bullets.
For a moment, Shox sneaking all the way out back. Gonna get at least the 1 kill in. And it'd be hard for him to find a second kill in this round. Fur dropping quite low. Oh, Shox. All right, then. That's a really good kill, and obviously all your teammates are watching at this point. Probably give them a little bit of motivation again, you know, just all right.
If only he had Kevlar.
Well, I mean, this is still, dare I say, a winnable round here because Fur is at 3 HP. He's in a really awkward spot, but if Shox catches him off guard, he's got plenty of time to make this kind of a play. And then even Cold-Zero is very low, but he looks the wrong way. Fur does find it. Is he going to salvage the M4? He does get it right at the end, so that's a good find.
So 10-8 here. G2 now finally being able to pick up rifles in the second half, but there is that AWP on Fallen, and that could be a big problem, I think, for G2 to try and deal with. That means they're going to have to spend some grenades to check out the most likely spots, just to make sure they don't lose that early player. In fact, they're going to put Fallen alone in B right off the bat. That's a bit bold.
They have so much faith in him to make the right call with that op. And look at how aggressive Scree is. Speaking of bold, look at this fight. He wins it, though. Fur dies very quickly.
A nice kill there to start things off. The Scream is there to open it up. The entry frag, and they just go Actually, they're just going to barrel onto the site. Full on wrap, but there's still 3 players alive here for Luminosity, so by no means is it going to be easy. And Cold already demonstrating that. He picks up the first shot. It's traded effectively. Body getting into that fight, but then Taco shut down by Smith, and Scream with the big headshot on FNX. Fallen just like that. He's probably thinking, hey, 3 players. I got 3 guys over there. This is easy. What happened?
That is sick from G2. Just a couple missed shots, and you could just see it's just a waterfall. All of G2 come right through that smoke at Small Pit. And there's just too many targets for LG to shoot at. The FAMAS is not effective enough. Even one player gets spotted out in Graveyard. He was kind of the insurance policy. And when he gets spotted out, that all disappears.
I'm not going to lie, that guy's not going to have any voice tomorrow, but I think it'll be worth it anyway here.
I don't think any of these guys are. Worth. But worth for Fallen.
I love this. I love this. I hope you guys watching at home on Twitch are giving a real feel for the atmosphere here. 9-10 being the current scoreline. All they save is the AWP now. They could buy a little bit. In fact, they are going to try and even out the money just buying a couple of pistols and some armor here. And I bet you're going to put a lot into saving the AWP for the upcoming round as well.
Save just a scotch. And look at this. G2, they are showing no fear. They're going to just go straight up and power to the top of Banana, but Fallen's got a one-way smoke that he's trying to take advantage of. And Cold, he goes for the jump, but he gets splashed at the same time. And it seems like G2, they might have spotted him go for it.
Oh, now he can't fall back with that Molotov. He's got to push forward. But actually, G2 relinquishes all pressure. They haven't even forced a rotation. They probably think there's a third player over towards the B bomb site.
Just a bit of a weird engagement there early on. Fur is playing on the, I would say, unusual side of library. Normally you'd be holding to the right here, but he's actually on the left side of the doorway.
Oops.
That kind of gives it up, and I'm not sure Fur is going to be able to make it out. It was a good idea right up until that point. FNX going to be going down as well. Taco in the pit. Bit of a good shot coming in, but Fallen lets go of the AWP now. That was not part of the plan.
No, exactly right. And Cold should be able to recover that. Now it actually just becomes very important for Cold to recover the AWP, exactly. Back off and save that gun. This is his only job left in this round. Don't even peek. Don't even look for a kill. Keep the op alive.
And even G2, more than likely, they don't want to chase this at all right now. They say just keep building up the money. We're going to need everything for when LG starts buying again. They have to be able to build up bank. They have to be able to survive losing a round and having a good buy the next one. They have to be able to survive some losses in these rounds. So no reason to chase this down. But I mean, now the question becomes on the future gun rounds. This is twice now G2 is hitting this wrap side pretty hard.
They're showing that they're very effective with it, especially if, I mean, and they seem to be aware of all these different angles as well. Luminosity trying to change it up, having players, you know, post up in graveyard, looking to try and go for the peekaboo kills, but they aren't really able to get it much going. They are trading, but it always seems like G2, they've got that killer unit going now together where they're just constantly trading one after the other.
What is this buy? G2 has a terrible read. Did they not realize they were going against mostly pistols last round? They pick up 2 MAC-10s for this.
That really does not make sense. This is one of those things that could have a big impact on this second half and indeed on the grand finals as a whole. We'll see if they can recover from it. They are going to be charging into middle here, and Fur there picking up one, going for the second spray. RPK will get a kill, but FNX actually the one picking up 2 shots, and now long range tapping. If he had an AK, this could have been very, very different here. Shocks not getting the kill in, and it's a 2-on-4.
This is a catastrophe. This is actually a catastrophe for G2. What do you do to come back to after this? I mean, mentally, you're just going to have to be like, what, do you just shake it off? That was a mistake. Okay, then. I mean, they have the money to buy in the next round, sure. But now Luminosity's economy is going to get a... I mean, if they can keep all 4 players alive, that's saving 4 rifles. That's saving a lot of nades. Luminosity's economy just got a big boost.
Yeah, that's got to be the worst feeling, turning the corner, thinking you're going up against a pistol and no armor, and you have an M4 in your face with a MAC-10.
Yeah, someone did the math wrong. They might have still thought it was a double eco. I don't even know.
Yeah.
That is possible. It is possible considering it's, you know, CT side Inferno.
They must have thought that because it was pistol armor buy, that was like a force buy instead of just kind of evening, like you said, just using a little bit of the money to have a stronger buy this round.
That probably is what threw them off, isn't it? Oh, great start though. Boost down at bottom of Banana to pick up the first kill there on Taco. And G2, if they could come back here though, I mean, Luminosity still, economically speaking, right on the edge.
Nice flash from Scream. Gets the perfect read on Fallen there. Good nade usage coming out from G2, and while they maintain the advantage, they don't throw it away by peeking into Fallen. That's all Fallen was hoping for, to catch somebody getting greedy, trying to go for a shoulder peek. Boom, he brings it back to a 4-on-4. And now G2, they have a pretty firm advantage here, and they're just being methodical now at this point. Now it's time to get control of top Banana, and Fallen knows this. He's in position, and he's the kind of opera who will just stay here. But that one flash, again, such good flash usage, actually. Fallen really not trying to press it too much.
Just try to go back a little bit. I mean, this is scary. If he misses a shot right now, he can be sprayed down, but...
What was that?
Body strafing an easy kill right into Fallen's crosshair. Well, 45 seconds here, and this definitely looks like a B hit. If they put up a smoke for Fallen, then Fur is going to be alone in this bomb site with no Molotov or anything. It's going to be down to just pure spray here, as they are setting up for a bit of an execute. 30 seconds on the clock now. They have to move.
Well, they have run out of time, haven't they? Shoxy setting up the smoke for coils. Smoke for CT will be going down shortly as well. So Fallen, he's going to have to look for his timing. Does Fallen actually have a flash? Yes, he does. Flash goes out right into pool, full blind, and now Fur, it's a carnage! He's going to pick up 1 and 2, and Fallen might be able to chime in. He gets on top of the coils, but he misses the shot. 8 seconds left now for that bomb, and it will get planted, and there's the shot through the smoke from Scream.
Oh, he just wanted to get one kill for free there, Fallen, and just a little bit of greed. Now they're both coming in from Banana, and if they end up falling here, if they end up getting spotted, that's going to be a big problem. FNX trying to see if he can push up. They do have a little bit of time here. They do have a kit as well on either player. Grenade in the back here, but they don't see him doing a lot of damage, and Scream is going to be traded quick now. Shocked in a one-on-one versus Cold Zero. Bomb is out in the open. Cold has no cover to try and go for this defuse, and no idea where Shocked is, and he's just playing for the audio right now. Cold, he does have a smoke, but he's practically out of time. He's just gonna have to straight go for it here, and Shocked takes him out. G2 equalizing the score, 11-11, and they would be risking a lot if they tried to go for this buy.
Yeah, they have decent money. No reason to risk it, though. Go for the same kind of half buy with pistol armor and utility. Go down to about 2,500 and just buy into the next one.
That's what the game is all about at this point. It's getting into these trades, these awkward trades, and even then the money is going to be a little light, but they should be good. Luminosity for a full buy in the next one. So we'll see. Body once again leading the charge up to top Banana with Smith there to back him. And it's RPK to find the first kill, and that was at top mid. That's FNX getting picked off on quad side. So do G2 try and pounce on this? No, they're playing it static. They're playing it safe. They know how much is on the line now.
Well, Smith, good kill coming into it, and a good follow-up as well. I think Body actually got that shot with a grenade at the end, so pretty good stuff. Taco and Fur left, and there's not really a lot that they could do here. So a little bit of breathing room, a little bit of money for G2, which they desperately need. Their economy is really bad too.
G2 are starting to hit their stride, though. They aren't rushing in anywhere. Look at this. I mean, they're just staying so passive. They're like, yep, we're going to treat this like any other round. Doesn't matter if we have a 3-man lead at this point. No reason at all to run into some awkward spot and throw it away. So now they group up, and they're going to move in as a unit onto this A site. Taco still up in apartments. Nobody there to greet him, to keep him company. Instead, it's Fur rotating in on Speedway. We'll see if he can actually pull anything off, but he gets smoked off at Arch.
This is essentially, I mean, the round's already over, but if you're Luminosity, anything you can find an AK-47, say if you can find an AK-47, you found the wrong end of it. But this next round for Luminosity, it's going to be very interesting. They're going to be able to have at least one AWP on the board. I imagine Cold is going to drop that over to Fallen, who'll give him an M4 in return. And then it goes back to, I mean, this is the scary part, because Luminosity, remember that the first gun round, they had Fallen at the B bomb site with an AWP alone and 4 people at A, and they still lost it.
Yeah, they are going to be able to save it, though. 2 players in pit just babysitting the bomb. They shouldn't go out boom. Smith is going to get far enough away. And G2 are the ones now with a really solid round. It's going to give them a little bit of breathing room as far as the money is concerned. Right now it is all on Luminosity, and, well, they do have just enough. Fur is a little light. He might have to get dropped. We'll see how they juggle things, but the nades are going to take a little bit of a hit. This is like OG nades where you just had $800. Well, you can only have like the 3.
Yep.
No kit, though, for Luminosity. They just can't find it, but Fallen has his op. Let's see, I mean, Fallen has times on Inferno as well where he just goes completely crazy, and he's going aggressive. Look at this, the aggressive peek, and great shoulder peek there from Smith. Just baits out the shot. No tag for Fallen.
Yeah, Fallen's actually had a really tough game here on Inferno. I think he's at 7 kills right now, and we are in the 24th round, so someone's going to go and have to help out Cold Zero and Fur, who are way on top there. And who knows? It could very well be Fallen. He's not the type to just sort of tilt too far. Usually he tries to get back into it, and his team need him right now. If they end up losing this round, probably going to be right back to Eco, and then G2 are going to be close to closing out the map here. So I'd be just a little bit nervous right now if I was on the LG team.
I love this teamwork. No, Body, he's thinking about peeking again. He's peeking. He's going to think about peeking that angle. Fallen is waiting for it. But Smith and Body playing together, watching each other's backs in case the flash peek comes out. Cold should just be waiting there with that smoke. He doesn't even have a smoke, does he? He's just waiting to watch the angle. It's all on Fallen and Cold. There's no smoke to make life easier for them.
Although meanwhile, on the other side of the map, RPK Scream Shocks use a lot of utility up mid, tried to put some pressure, and no one from the B bomb site for Luminosity has moved. Fallen has not flinched.
Oh, what a fantastic shot.
Shoulder peek attempt from Body, but Fallen's just so quick. He's still in the corner. Oh, here's the no-scope coming through, and Cold, he goes down. How does Shocks do it? Well, they make it in, but look how low on health they are here. LG still have an absolutely great position for this retake. If somehow Shox and Scream could make it out here, it seems like it's almost destined that they're going to run away with it. Shox in the backline with the AWP. He does get the first kill in on FNX. Still another 2 to come. And they still have a lot more health. Scream in the back line. He's going to look for a couple of one-taps here. Sees the first player, but can't get it. And Shock's going to be going down. It's Fur still top fragging. Now at 26 kills. And going to tie up the scoreline 12-12 here. And there will be just enough time for the defuse.
This is nuts. What is this absolute chaos?
Oh.
Wow, that's spray transfer.
That's disgusting.
That's not even fair. Still, though, I mean, the Luminosity in the same situation that G2 was in the first half, where, yeah, they win a round, they win it very close, but again, they're still in that nightmare situation of possibly being reset this late in the match, this late at 12-12. That would be a disaster.
I mean, nobody can afford to be reset right now. Neither team has any kind of real economy, so whoever loses this round is going to have a huge uphill struggle in their hands. They are a little bit scared of Fallen. That's what I was talking about earlier. They need to use grenades to just get rid of his positions early on.
I like it. Removes the condition. I mean, it basically puts a little bit of pressure on Fallen now. And it's going to come down to him on the read. There's the smoke. Incendiary he goes out. He isn't hearing any footsteps, though, but so far the defense holds strong. First, starting to think about cheating over towards B. He's holding by Arch, but 4 players remain on this site. G2 have not sold this fake.
Yeah, here's that same setup that failed earlier on, but Fallen has to use that Molotov early because he's the only one of that site. He couldn't risk it. It's all on this entry up mid.
If they check that corner with the Molotov, that would be the worst possible start to this defense. They've got one in corner there. Bit of a shot coming out. FNX going to take the fight and almost gets 2 for it, in fact. But where's the play going to come from? There it is. Cold Zero coming out. No one checking the corner, and they lose 2 players for it. Good shot from Buddy, but now it's all on Shox here. 1 on 3, and he's just swinging a bit wide up on the balcony there. Triple kill for Cold Zero, and a 13-12 scoreline.
This is where the pressure just ratchets up. They're on a quasi-buy. They don't have the money for a full buy now, G2. So do they hard eco?
I think you have to invest at least a little bit at this late if you can still keep this economy low. You know it can't be strong for the Luminosity side. So they do get 3 deagles. Going to go for some of the tags and finish him off later on. That would be huge. Fallen, though, at this angle. Actually, I think he hits Smiths through the wall. Cold's going to clean it up. And there he is with 1 more. So clean.
It is a thing of beauty to watch Cold Zero at work. Nicely done. Just gets that. I mean, Body, there isn't a whole lot that he can do. FNX will attempt to go for the spray transfer, but Shoxy will get the punish on him. Fur, however, steps in and ends the story there. So 12-14 now, and Luminosity, they're 2 rounds away from taking the title. G2, this is pretty much their last-ditch effort here. This is their last chance. They have to buy. They have to get the bomb plant down. And Smith, what does he do? All right, he's not going for the glass cannon op. He had the option to go for the glass cannon op, but he chooses to go for the rifle with the nades instead.
Oh, the op is hard enough on the T side of Inferno. If you're glass cannon setting in these choke points, any nade, any spray through smoke is going to do so much work, and it's going to be a battle for Banana.
Oh, and Body starts off strong, and Body trading effectively. Scream feeds himself in there, but that's fine if Body's getting the kills right back.
Oh, and I like the fact that G2 don't just charge in. That would be a pretty costly mistake potentially to make here. Bit of a grenade out. They can smoke off this position. Again, Fallen actually going to defy it and just goes all the way through. So if they had run past this corner, the round could be over really quickly. Fallen seems to be hitting shots right now.
No one else rotated but Fallen. How much faith do they have in this man with an op to just hold this off? He's still under so much pressure, and he's in a spot he can't fall back from here.
No, he can't fall back, and if he misses a kill, he's dead. So it's going to have to be flawless play here again. They try for the peek, the bomb is down, and Fallen. Oh my god, they're coming around the corner, 50 seconds left. They get the grenades in, Fallen picking up 1 more shot. He's close range, they're finally going to take him out. Smiths with the kill. And now it's a 2-on-2 as they run onto the bomb site. They need to get this bomb down quick and put the pressure back on. Smiths, a random jump. That must have been a mistake, but he still picks up the kill on Cold Zero. And now Taco, he's going to have to try and do this. He can't let them back in the game. 1-on-2, the bomb is down, he sneaks in, he goes down. Body with a triple kill, G2. 1 step closer.
What a round from Body and Smith.
you can see the mistakes coming out from both teams. RPK with the bomb just walking around that corner. Yeah, and then the peek here by coldzera. Look how far away Taco is. There's no reason to take that battle, trying to retake this bomb site too early. Wait for Taco to get there. Do it as a team like you have for this whole half. But the pressure of the situation is forcing some mistakes out of both of these teams.
Yeah. Incredible for Body, though. And now we actually have the timeout coming through. So.
Oh, wow. This crowd is so ready for it. I was gonna say it's been a long time since this team has been in this position. I don't think they've ever been in this position. Not with this lineup, certainly. No. But I mean, this is even the core of the team. They have just not been on anybody's radar for a very long time.
No, it's almost as if they've been written off, right?
Yeah.
Like you're just waiting. Shoxy, you know, ever since they left Envy, it's almost as if they've been cast out into the wild. All eyes were on Envy to achieve. And while they did achieve, they went on to win the major, but it's been a long time coming for Shoxy to be able to bring this roster together. Scream delivering all series long, in fact, as well. Back-to-back 30 frags.
Yeah, this has been a hero performance in this grand final for Scream. I can't remember a single series where I've seen him play like this, I think ever. I don't think I've ever seen Scream play at this level for his whole career. Not this consistently for so long. It's quite impressive.
And in a pressure situation like this as well. Grand finals.
Yeah, and this resurgence of Shox as well. These T sides out of him have been just leading the way for his team. So many good entries. And I mean, look at this. I mean, we'll get it up on the screen when the timeout happens, but this is going to be... Luminosity chooses to buy into this round.
This is no fear.
This is essentially... It feels like it could be the map on the line.
End it now, basically, is what they're saying. We should be picking up this game soon. But it is all on the line now for Luminosity. If they lose this round, they're going to be allowing G2 to get up to 14-14, and then it's all out of control from there. These chants, man, it's nuts.
Moses,
it's actually kind of...
You look like someone who is not ready to be in the UK at this level here. I feel like you've been unprepared for what you're about to witness.
It's my first... I wasn't warned about this.
Did you just go full Illidan on him, Anders? Come on.
Oh, man. Well, the tactical timeout is over, and the scoreline is 14-13 as we move into the 28th round. And it looks like it's going to be a quick one here. G2 trying for some mid-control. Fur, he does shoulder peek and spot it down, and that's a lot of information. But for once, they have a 3-2 setup. So G2, if they wrap around, this could actually work out. Smiths taking a bit of a fight over by Quad, and now the rotation is coming in. The fourth man, coldzera, looking to see if he can help up, but a smoke up. They are committing to this. They're actually just walking around Arch, and finally, they are going to speed up behind it in the pit. Taco and FNX, they have to stay alive. They have to buy time for their teammates to come in through the smoke. Otherwise, it's not going to work out. Taco going to be going down. One last guy left, and FNX is going down. Scream picking up the shot, and now with Smiths down, it's still a 3-on-3.
And the bomb has been planted. RPK is low on HP, but they still have the nades here, G2, to make this count. Fur has worked his way up onto Quad. There's a man playing in pit. That is Scream. Perfect position for the headshots, and we'll see if he finds them on Fur. This is all about patience now, keeping their cool, G2, and not overextending, not giving Luminosity an easy frag to start things off as Fur is getting closer and closer to the site. There's the flash, and he goes charging in. Body is down, but he's getting shot in the back. And RPK and Scream, the crossfire is effective. Now thanks to all thrown apart for Fallen. He misses the fire-away shot, and it is just going to be him alone saving the AWP. No choice in the gamble for Luminosity.
But the money is not there for the Brazilian side. It's simply not there. They have a saved AWP. Moses, how big a play do you want to try and make it around like this with the AWP?
If you're falling, you just do what you've been doing for most of this half. You go for that B pick, see if you can get it early, fall back. But
why not the mid peak?
Because you didn't have the spawn for it, first of all.
All right.
Second of all, that's much, much more of a gamble. At least this way. And also, this allows him, if he can set up this angle like he's been doing, he can be the only one at this B bomb site. But oh my lord, they counter it perfectly. It's brilliant. The Mac 10 from Shox wants to end it. It's a free bomb site.
Where's the rest of them, Luminosity? Fur is going to try and step in here, but he's only got the USP. Not the best firepower for this situation. Body is going to be there, and Body will snuff cold. But the smokes are down, and Shox has got the angle, looking into CT as well. And well, now it's all about Luminosity trying to get the exit frags, trying to make this expensive for G2. Oh, and if Scream were to die there to Taco, that could have been a great find for Taco.
The speed right now on this G2 team, Luminosity just can't deal with it. They just run up Banana, flash in, and keep running. They don't stop until they're in the B bomb side. It's deadly.
Just mass pressure.
I mean, you asked me what to do with that AWP, and I was entirely wrong because G2 knew it was coming, and they counter it perfectly. One flashbang and then just non-stop aggression with those MAC-10s.
AWP not saved.
And FNX
15-14 map and tournament point here for G2 eSports. This is a Cinderella story.
Well, let's see if they can do it. It goes the distance. We're 30 rounds. So now Luminosity are battling for overtime here on the last map of this best-of-5 grand finals. Or can G2 hold? Can they show the bravery that they showed in the last round and get the job done here? And it's straight up second mid this time, changing it up. Getting very close to apartments right off the bat, and now they begin to walk, just in case somebody's holding close. And Taco, he happens to be doing just that with the Swag 7 up in apartments.
Offer here in the middle. Great pick off early on. They're going to try and run him down, but the counter Molotovs are coming out. This is a great defense being set up by LG right now. FNX, he really wants to go and peek that, but there is no real reason to. They've got the opening frag. They lost nothing for it. And this is the first step in the direction of overtime here. If you're Luminosity, that's exactly what you want.
Considering how lethal Shoxy's been with the AWP, though, with the AK, do you want him going for the AWP? When right now, G2, everything that's worked has been explosive, has been them getting in Luminosity's space and just overpowering them.
It's not a bad idea if he's just going to go for this pick here, or try and hold the angle as his teammates get up and then swap it out. And there's the Molotov to clear out the corner, but FNX on this side comes up huge.
They just couldn't punish that. I mean, the Molotov was the right idea. A body 1 versus 5, and Luminosity say, "No, we're gonna get this in overtime," and that's gotta be a little bit shocking for G2 as well. Just having to readjust their mentality. Now suddenly they're playing for something else. It's a good shot from Body, and he's still got the bomb. Now in a 1-on-4. Looking for the trade here, but he's on 1 health. He's gonna go down, and ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be at overtime. It was fitting, isn't it? In a grand final that goes to the 5th map, of course it was going to be overtime.
It's like deep breath at this point.
It's just Inferno wanting its last celebratory send-off. What an insane series, though, from G2 and Luminosity. All 5 maps, but especially here on Inferno. This was such a battle at the end. Teams after risking economy to make it work, having to gamble on some of these force buys, having to just bite the bullet and save for a round when they absolutely do not want to.
Well, we are going to just have a sort of quick timeout here between the two things, but we won't go anywhere because obviously we can't let go of the energy that is in the arena right now. It's so incredible, isn't it? I mean, we've talked about this before, but I think it's been a really long time. I can't even remember the last time when we had a situation where everything was sort of this tense, right? When you get into the 5th map in a grand finals, you're playing overtime, and it's so dead even between 2 teams. Now I feel like it's where teams and individual players start to make small mistakes, but they can have really big consequences. This is where someone, fails a single grenade. They sort of step on each other's shots. There's a little bit of miscommunication. Anything here could really be deciding.
We've seen it even in this match so far. This reminds me of actually also one thing. If you listen to this crowd, how loud it is. I mean, the players can hear this, and it's going to muffle, even with soundproof. I mean, it's going to muffle some sounds. One thing at a certain point, Gerhard told me about environments like this, and this I thought about it watching G2 play this terrace half, was if you pick up the pace, because they can't hear your footsteps anyways, there's no cause in running. There's no point in walking. They can't hear you even if you run. So just run everywhere, and it just seems like G2 has just been so incredibly aggressive. That's
probably exactly what happened at the end of that. At the end of that half there, the fact that just charging up on Fallen definitely looked like he was caught a little off guard. Charging up second mid as well, they did decide to walk at the end. And this is what's going to be, like, this is why this pause is so lethal for G2 at this point, because they're going to be thinking to themselves, we were so close to having it there. You know, we could have done it if only this, if only that. It's going to sink in. Whereas Luminosity are thinking, great, boys, now we really get time to actually, you know, lock this down. We have all of our money again. It's not going to be a half buy. You know, Fallen's going to have his op, all the nades. Everybody's going to have everything that they need here, Luminosity. So
that is one very cool aspect of this overtime, because we saw how much of a struggle it was for these teams to put buys together at the end of that half.
Yeah.
Now that they have all their money, what are we going to see come out? Because they have their entire playbook open to them now.
Do we see the same aggression? That's the question here. Do we see the same aggression out of G2?
Do want to point out that Fur currently at 31 kills in regulation. That's also a bit mad. You got to realize he had, what, 7 kills at the end of Dust 2, I think, or something like that. He was almost invisible on that map. Then he comes back and does this. That's sort of individually also just quite a turnaround for just one player.
I swear it's nuts. It's really nuts, because Cold is also sitting at 28.
Yeah.
And FNX at 22, whereas like the highest on G2 is 24 on Shoxy.
Well, here it comes. First half of overtime here at the Grand Finals in the 5th map, and I don't know how to call this right now. We're going to have to see if G2 can keep up the pace, and now that Luminosity have money, if that's going to make the real difference here.
Oh, and it's a straight up execute from G2. We haven't seen much of this. Let's see if it works. There's the flash into mid. FNX blinded white, and now they're going to walk right into the trap. Shoxy opens it up. He takes out Fur, but Cold is lying in wait, and Cold with a double kill. Shox and Scream, though, bringing it back into a 2-on-2.
Taco inside the bomb site. Fallen is miles away here. He's going to have to stay strong, but he's got the perfect weapon for it. The Max 7 if they don't check this corner. Oh, shot once, headshot as well. Oh, Shox! He brings it back. He gets the triple kill, and now it's just up against Fallen, who has the AWP. Maybe not the best weapon for it here. If he misses a shot, Shox might have an opening. Fallen is creeping in, getting closer. He's got the pistol. He knows how low Shox is. He's turning the wrong way, and Fallen, he's going to get the shot. Great communication coming out. Taco, he knew he hit that shot.
And that's where the crowd comes in as well.
Yep.
Does that, oh, Shox, you see him, he's like, then starts turning around, like, where's he coming from? Well, sometimes it can work against you as well.
That is so confidence from Fallen. Just walking in with your pistol in overtime. Yeah, he has the information. But still, I mean, if Shox has the right peek and is able to spot him out and not fall, then all of a sudden he can use that box very effectively.
This is incredible, though. All right, well, overtime, the first round, it was close, but Luminosity, they get the start on 16, and they actually maintain their economy now, so they should be feeling a little bit better going forward, even though it was an expensive round.
That's such a crazy thing to do as well, by the way. Yeah. For your economy, you buy a shotgun in first round of overtime just in, I'm assuming that's just in case they lose it. He's building up money to reinvest into the AWP, but what a mad thing to do.
Rinse and repeat, though, from G2. Interesting. This time the setup is going to work for Fur, however. He's going to catch Shoxy, and the raid boss is down. Taco steps in, and Taco with the double kill.
My God, they're being slaughtered in this round. Smith's last man alive. Great shot midair, taking down Fur, but Fallen will follow it up, flanking him from behind on Archway. Again, with these overtime rules, we are looking for the first team for 19 rounds here. So Luminosity are dangerously close.
Yeah, they're right on the edge at this point. And luckily for G2, they got that bomb plan in the first round, so they have a good enough economy to buy here, but it means Smith is sitting on a Tech 9. 4 rifles to go along with it, and now we have to see, can G2 keep their hopes alive? Can they pick up a round here on their T side of overtime? And the dunk nade doing massive damage.
Ooh, FNX making the cross step behind the smoke. That's a bit scary, but you can see Luminosity are really scared of the potential B rush, so they keep putting 3 members over there early on. Smith's dropping very low on health here, and not the best start for them.
No, not at all. That is so softened up. He's going to have to just watch a flank or something, but he can take no part in the hit. And it looks like they want to go right back at this A bomb site, but all this money that Luminosity still has, these repeated smokes, still 2 Molotovs left, 1 smoke on Fallen as well, and he's going to be at the B bomb site. And this has got to be some kind of fake between Shox and Scream. Try and get the kills, try and force the rotation.
Just make some noise, get that banana control, show some kind of presence over here. And Fallen, he doesn't care. He sees that flash coming, he's like, yep, still going to hold the angle, not going to fall back. You're not going to force me off of it.
And he's at such an off angle. He's holding a wider angle than you normally would. So if you peek that corner, you're going to peek into his shot in a really bad way. So it'll be tricky. I think even if they smoke him off, he can just take a step to the right and he'll still be there. No problem at all. Some shots coming out here now. Just 39 seconds left as they try and push in. FNX going to get the 1 kill and falls back quick. Smith's out of the round, and now they have to commit to it here, G2, trying to see if they can make it work. Taco picking up 1 kill, but this is working out so well for LG, taking out Body as well. The bomb is dropped, and it's all over in this first half. Scream going to be going down, and Luminosity now, they're just 1 round away.
And they swap over to the CT side. Or, I'm silly, to the T side.
What a dominating.
Okay, they can get 1 round on the T side here.
What a dominating round or half for Luminosity, though. Just that wasn't even, G2 didn't even get close to a bomb site there.
Yeah, they tried twice for the archway wrap, and that just, none of them worked.
Well, the first setup from LG was like hard counter. Cold waiting in the corner right there, up in the cut, and the bait working out as well. I mean, nightmare fuel for G2. And so now, well, what are you going to do, G2? You need another perfect half. You need to lock down 3 rounds in a row. And if you can stop Luminosity from getting a bomb plant in this first round, you might have a shot.
Look at this defense, though. 3 players at the B bomb site for G2.
What a risk.
It's just Shocks and RPK over at A.
You could lose the grand finals to an A push right now, and I don't know how you'd sleep at night if that happens.
This has got to be for some kind of measured aggression at some point in this round. With 3 players here sticking around, they have, okay, Smith is just rotating off now.
Yeah, Smith is the rotator. He's the one who has to go by feel. And Scream is even thinking about cheating over towards A as well. This is interesting. Could they actually be figuring it out here, G2? Could they see this hit coming from Luminosity? With a minute left, Luminosity are still very present in mid, and they've actually taken control of it now, and they commit with Cold Zero as well. That's the bomb out in the open.
Smith's playing this corner where he could just take a shot and fall back, and it looks like Luminosity are going to be falling back towards the B bomb site. Scream is actually rotating the wrong way right now. He could be setting up for a smoke. That's a really good smoke to help out Body, but it doesn't change the fact that Body's going to be alone. He does have a Molotov to put out on the other side here, but again, this is just a question of timing. If they push when he's looking the wrong way or he gets flashed, it's going to be over.
This is all about the timing now. And Luminosity, they have nearly all of the nades necessary. A couple of Molotovs, and you can see them getting in position now. Scream setting it up. The flash is actually going to flash his way right through, right into a Molotov. Doesn't matter. He holds down mouse 1, but Taco finds him nonetheless. And FNX is there to pick up a kill as well. Straight into CT. Oh, FNX shows no fear. And now it's down to Shoxy and RPK in a near impossible retake.
Look at how low Taco and FNX are, but they are in a 2-on-4. That bomb plant just going to go through with 7 seconds left. And now PK, he needed that kill. They're doing so much damage, but Luminosity are staying alive here. And this retake is almost impossible, and they're just holding strong. Luminosity, they're not showing themselves. They're not giving them any opening. RPK pushing into the back, and he goes down to Cold Zero. It's all on Shocks. He picks up 1 and goes back for more. He has no grenades. Luminosity in overtime here, looking for the shot. Shocks can pick up 1 more. Triple for him. Oh, he gets the quad kill. Are you kidding me, Shoxy? He gets every single one and keeps the dream alive. One of the maddest retakes I have ever seen.
Luminosity play this so passive. No one peeking, no one going for anything.
They're just waiting. They're like, there's no way. There's no time for him to make this play happen.
And the key there, because he goes for that, RPK had seen both of them earlier when he swung wide on that, because he dinked one and had seen the other. So Shocks knew both were in that corner the whole time.
Can we have the counter tilt come out here? If ever there was a time. If ever there was a time. But let's see, Fallen. Now they're just trying to make this play happen. Fallen, he's actually going for the aggressive peek straight into CT. He's like, if anybody's going to be holding this angle, I'm going to nix them. This is incredibly tense now. FNX and Fallen have already taken some damage in this round as well. Fresh smoke goes down to the top of Banana. And so Fallen looking to see if somebody's going to make a mistake, but Body holding very passively. Instead, it's G2 tempted to get that stack going on the A site with 4, but Scream seems to be thinking otherwise. Wants to head back towards that B site. Stiffen up the defense here with Body.
Falling back into a B hit as well. They've now given up all control towards the A bomb site.
Oh, Fallen revealing that AWP at top Banana, but LG, these Molotov executes have been so powerful. It's not just that they could firebomb out Body here, which they definitely can. They don't have to check a lot of these corners. They just run in and they only check coils. They just keep a hold on CT spawn. It's all very, very powerful. Scream, he's up here. And he's going to need some pretty good one-taps if they come through. 30 seconds left. Not a lot of time for Luminosity, but they are going to make their way in. Body holding in the back lines. There's Taco going down and Scream picking up, but Fallen. Quick shot with the AWP. Body out in the open, and he's going to go down. And we're at it again here. 3-on-3 for the retake.
Unreal. And now Shoxy's on the scene. But Fallen's got the angle on him. As soon as he pushes up, Fallen could go for the aggressive peek as well. Is Fallen brave enough? No, he decides to fall back, and there's some information gained for Shoxy. Great flash, and Shoxy going in for the spray, but Fallen, he's not going to let him make it happen. Instead, it's all on Smiths now. 1v2, and it's over! It is done! Luminosity, they are your champions!
My God, what a marathon match this has been. 5 maps into overtime.
What a test for Luminosity that G2 turned out to be.
Incredible to go the distance. 5 maps and then overtime on the 5th map. Who'd have expected this? What an incredible performance from the French team, from G2.
Yeah.
Everyone putting up one hell of a fight, but for Luminosity, to get that OT and then to win it in OT, they are the champions.
Well, that match was as insane as the crowd has been here in London. If I could just bring you here for a second. Man, I don't know where to start. 5th map, overtime. Explain it from your point of view, because to watch it caused panic, it made me sweat. You were playing in it.
Yeah, really, I don't think there is an explanation. This is one of the most intense matches we have ever played. G2 played off their minds. They're super good. And we didn't have an extremely good performance today. You could see that map from map, one guy was stepping from our side. I had some bad maps, but I stepped out on this too. This map, I think Code Zero stepped it out, so it's a team effort, and our team showed we were the best team today.
And playing on Inferno at the end of map, which will probably now disappear, it looked like you'd won it at one point, it looked like you'd lost it at one point. How much self-doubt was inside of you? How much confidence did you need to know that you're the current world champions and you have a team that can do this?
Yeah, you need to believe. You always, until they disqualify you, you'll never out. You need to have that on your mind. So for us, we never lost this game. We were losing 7-0 in this too. It was looking bad, it was looking like they would just ramp it over us. But we kept ourselves confident and trying to do our best, and it paid off.
And when it looked like you were losing, you were 7-0 down, what do you say to the team? What do you say to everyone?
Actually, I didn't say anything. I just started playing with more confidence and said, I already lost it. I need to do something. And then I started getting some difficult plays and some risky plays, and it was paying off. So it's all about confidence. And when we were losing, I realized they were needing me, and I tried to step out.
We had a conversation yesterday where you said to me, Dust 2, it's not our map, we're not very good on it. And then you win it today against a team it is one of their maps.
Yeah, exactly. They're super good on this too. And as I told, it's going to take a while, but this too is going to be a stronger map for us. And today, we're playing a little more loose on T side, giving calls on the fly, and it was way better. So that's improved for us, definitely.
It was amazing to watch you win. It was amazing to see you win here in London. What was this crowd like? I know you had headsets on, but you must have seen them.
Yeah, of course. This crowd is amazing. This is one of the most loud crowd we have ever played with. Even if there are not too many people here, like other events have more people, but this crowd is amazing. Guys, thank you so much for cheering. That was a great show.
Well, listen, it's been amazing to watch you play. It's a shame for G2 to be beaten, but you are absolute winners. Please put your hands together for our Season 3 Grand Finalists, the winners, Luminosity!